287. Lu Tai sat on the ground. Fortunately, the meat bun in his hand had not been thrown away. After kicking him, that guy still had the face to laugh. You keep saying that you're afraid of death, but when it comes to me, Qin Pingon, why aren't you afraid of death? Do you really think my needle tip and wheat on are just decorations like those discarded rouge and face powder? Lu Tai suddenly felt a little depressed because he just remembered that Qin Pingon did not know about the existence of these two natal flying swords. Lu Tai stood up and fiercely ate the meat bun. He warned, the treasure-swallowing whale's punch and Duko's kick have already happened twice. Qin Pingon smiled and said, don't do things more than 3 times. Lu Tai said sternly, if there's a third time, I'll either kill you or change back into a woman's outfit and disgust you to death. Qin Pingon immediately raised his arm and put 2 fingers together, pretending to swear to the heavens. However, the content of his words was, if there's a third time, please choose to kill me. Lu Tai suddenly smiled. Seeing that Lu Tai had no intention to pursue the matter, Qin Pingon looked up and saw a towering mountain in the distance. Halfway up the mountain, there was a sea of clouds covering the scenery, preventing people from seeing the mountain's scenery. It was said that there were only a few opportunities in a year to see the full picture at the foot of the mountain. A large number of palaces stood at the peak of the mountain. The celestial book, Annals of the Mountains and Seas, recorded this Fusuan sect. There were 2 things that impressed Qin Pingon the most. The Fusuan sect was similar to the celestial master abode of Longhu Mountain. They were not one of the 3 branches of Taoism. They were good at questions and answers of immortals. Simply put, it was similar to the Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain in the Aquarius continent. They could invite immortals, but the difference was whether they were immortals or gods. Then there was the Fusuan sect's mountain. There were many spirits and ghosts, and they were the best in the Tongye continent. Halfway up the mountain, there was a heavenly street that was full of strange things. Qin Pingon had always been interested in those lively and cute spirits. He just wanted to broaden his horizons in the Fuyao sect. If it was in the past, he would only think about it in his heart. But now he was willing to do it. Moreover, when Qin Pingon walked towards the north, the sword chi on his back would vibrate slightly, thus shaking Qin Pingon's spirit. If he walked towards the south, the sword chi would not move at all. This made Qin Pingon heave a sigh of relief. Heading north, he was getting closer to the Aquarius continent. Lu Tai agreed wholeheartedly to the idea of touring Yaotian Street. He said that some of the trinkets there were not only rare and precious, but they were also reasonably priced. It was a must-visit place for chi refinement warriors to tour the Tongye continent. Seeing that the mountain was not too far from the top of the mountain, some of them walked on foot, some of them walked. Qin Pingon was no longer a fledgling of the pugilistic world. Along the way, he would look at the mountain that was shrouded in clouds from time to time. He was very clear of the prowess of the Fusuan sect. If it was placed in the Aquarius continent, it would only be slightly inferior to the Divine Grandeur sect. This Fusuan sect that was located in the middle of the Tongye continent was a celestial family with the word sect. This meant that there was at least 1 jade primitive realm cultivator. Moreover, compared to the Aquarius continent, which had the smallest territory, the celestial family at the top of the mountain in the Tongye continent had more weight and foundation. In addition, there were Tongye sect and Yugui sect in the north and south respectively. They were at the 2 ends of the continent and seemed to have occupied half of the destiny of the Tongye continent. Therefore, the sects that could still stand out in the Tongye continent were usually powerful forces that had killed their way out. With nothing to do, Lu Tai talked about the different customs of the Tongye continent and the Aquarius continent. The Aquarius continent was a small place. If not for the Divine Grandeur sect's Qizhen ascending to the 12th realm and obtaining the title of Heavenly Monarch from the Middle Continent, there would not be a single immortal realm cultivator on the surface. Therefore, Qin Pingon saw on the wall of the saber room that there was a bounty for the king of Dali, Song Jiangqiang. The reason was that the Aquarius continent did not deserve to have a 10th realm cultivator. On the other hand, in the Tongye continent, the leaders of the Tongye sect and Yugui sect were old bastards that had been in the immortal realm for hundreds of years. There were 2 pure jade realm cultivators in the Fuling sect, a man and a woman. They were a pair of Taoist companions and were envied by others. It was said that the reason why the Fuling sect had such a bustling, yelling heavenly street was that the pure jade realm female cultivator liked to raise spirits. Even after becoming an earth immortal, she was still willing to show her face frequently and go down the mountain to collect all kinds of spirits. The sect master of the Fulling sect simply waved his hand and used all his personal wealth to build the yelling heavenly street, just to let his Taoist companion be close to him and not have to walk a few more steps. Speaking of this love, Lu Tai's face was filled with infatuation and longing. Qin Pingon felt his hair stand on end because he did not know whether Lu Tai was imagining him as the sect master of the Fulling sect or as his Taoist companion. After that, the sentimental feeling in her heart was probably evoked. Even though Lu Tai was dressed in the clothes of an aristocratic family, she still tirelessly talked to Qin Pingon about the plum blossom makeup, the yellow wine dimples, the color and order of the face powder, the dressing preferences of the fairies of the Central Divine Continent and the fairies of other continents. Heavy makeup and light makeup each had their own preferences. Qin Pingon endured for a long time and finally could not stand Lu Tai's seemingly endless boudoir talk. He turned to her and said sternly, "Lu Tai, I beg you. I don't want to listen to you talk to me about these things. Besides, it's useless to listen to it." Qin Pingon had only said similar words to Ma Kuxuan once. That was when Ma Kuxuan was in the middle of a great battle. However, Qin Pingon hated the latter. It was rare that he hated a person so much. Zhu Lu, the girl who tried to assassinate him, was one. The wedding dress ghost who killed the innocent was another. The golden-robed old dragon in the Flood Dragon Gully was another. There were only a few of them. As for Lu Tai, he felt even more helpless. Lu Tai raised an eyebrow and bitterly said, "Useless? Don't you have a girl you like? If you do, don't you want her to be prettier? If you don't have 999 girls, you can at least rely on this to chat with them. Do you really think fairies don't fart and don't care about beauty? You deserve to be a bachelor." Qin Pingon was suddenly enlightened. He said resolutely, "Yes, I do." Of course he had a girl he liked. He wanted her to be prettier. No, Ningyao was already the prettiest. Lu Tai looked at him and shook her head. "Idiot. Even if you do have a girl, you won't be able to keep her." After saying this, Lu Tai did not give up. He pulled out a bamboo fan and clicked her tongue. Can't keep her. Qin Pingon chuckled. Sensing that Qin Pingon was about to make a move, Lu Tai glanced at him and reminded him, "Don't make a move. You're someone who flips through books every day. Even if you're not a gentleman, you're still half a scholar. It's only a few steps away. Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything more than 3 times?" The ferry was originally the private property of the Fusho sect. On the way to the Fusho sect's mountain, there were many strange scenes on the road. There were dozens of people riding on a purple python called the Purple-Beard Duke. It was as fast as lightning, but the people riding on it were all very stable. Above their heads, there were often rainbow lights filled with sword chi that flitted past, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After seeing Old Dragon City and the inverted mountain, Qin Pingon was already used to this. Lu Tai explained that the Tongyi sect was very different from the scattered Aquarius continent. There were not many mountains, but many of them were huge. Here one could not just casually pull out a tattered flag and declare oneself as the king of a mountain. The Tongyi sect's dynasty and the Jianghu were 2 forces that could not be underestimated. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were definitely unrated immortal sections. After all, the Tongyi continent's territory was too big. Moreover, which field did not have a rat's nest? However, in the Aquarius continent, which was south of the Lakeview Academy, there were almost immortal residences in every country. There were definitely none in the Tongyi continent. The 2 of them walked side by side on the side of the wide road. In fact, they were very eye-catching. The women passing by, whether they were immortal masters or daughters of rich families, were willing to cast curious glances at them. They were slightly stunned, mainly because of Lu Tai's elegant demeanor. Both his immortal aura and scholarly aura were very outstanding. This was very rare. Qin Pingon stood beside him, playing the role of a green leaf. Lu Tai sighed with emotion. "Let's not talk about the Pasua continent. It is very powerful. Its literary style is flourishing and there are many immortal masters, especially the mellow scholar Chen Chunan. The Tongyi continent under our feet has a quiet temperament and is similar to virtuous women. It stands aloof from worldly affairs and has the advantage of geographical location. There are only a few cross-continent ferries. There is no road to heaven and no door to hell, so it is more xenophobic. In fact, it is a very big paradise. The Fuyao continent in the southwest is very lively. There is no boundary between the mountains and the foot of the mountain. Qin Pingon suddenly asked in a low voice, Lu Tai, what is your realm? Can you tell me? Lu Tai gently waved his folding fan, his sideburns flying. He smiled and said, the disciples of the Lu family do not care much about the realm. They only care about how far the vision of Guanhe can reach. Qin Pingon nodded and said, then it is not high. Lu Tai's mouth twitched. Compared to the cultivation geniuses of the central divine continent, of course it is not high. Compared to you it is more than enough. Qin Pingon smiled and said, I know a person slightly older than me. He is a martial artist of the 7th realm. At his door he met a swordsman from the Pasua continent who looked like a fox. He seemed to be of the 9th realm. I have 2 little guys at home, a fire python and a water snake. I think they are about to reach the 6th and 7th realm. What about you? What realm are you? Lu Tai was still unwilling to reveal his realm. He only said with a proud face, my 2 masters, one teaches and the other preaches. They are both in the upper 5 realms. Qin Pingon said, oh. Lu Tai glanced at Qin Pingon. What do you mean? You are not convinced or you don't like me. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I am convinced. Lu Tai smiled and said, Qin Pingon, you are so unconvinced. Do you want to be toasted while lying down? Qin Pingon was puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Tai closed his folding fan with a snap. After death there should be someone to pay tribute to the wine. Qin Pingon said in a bad mood, you are such a benevolent person. Lu Tai laughed heartily and opened his folding fan. A cool breeze blew and the autumn air was really refreshing. The 2 walked for half a day before reaching the foot of the Fusho Sec's mountain in the dusk. The mountain was called Chuishang. According to Lu Tai, it meant that the ruler ruled with his hands folded. But why did the mountain occupied by the Fusho sect have a Confucian temple? Lu Tai could not explain why. 2 hours later in the dusk, Qin Pingon and Lu Tai finally saw the shouting sky street. It was brightly lit, as bright as day. Even at night it was still full of tourists. After walking into the crowded street, Lu Tai let Qin Pingon see what it meant to spend money like running water. What it meant to spend a lot of money without blinking an eye. Shouting Sky Street was indeed full of magical things. Qin Pingon's horizons were broadened. Lu Tai walked into the first shop and bought 2 little spirits that Qin Pingon had never heard of. One of them was called Pupil. According to the shopkeeper's almost flattering introduction, Qin Pingon knew that this thing could be kept in the eyes of the owner. Not only could it absorb some spiritual energy of heaven and earth every day, but most importantly, every time the pupil saw a gorgeous beauty, it could help the owner improve their eyes. This thing was the favorite of many qi cultivators who cultivated techniques such as Heavenly Eye. Lu Tai spent a total of 800 snow to buy this thing and said that he wanted to give it to Qin Pingon. Of course Qin Pingon would not accept it. Lu Tai shook his head in pity and said, don't you want to be able to improve your eyes every day? In other words, with Lu Tai in front of you and the pupil in your eyes, wouldn't you be able to cultivate just by looking at me? The old shopkeeper looked at the extraordinarily handsome Lu Tai and then glanced at Qin Pingon with a playful smile. Qin Pingon had goosebumps all over his body and pretended that he did not understand anything. Compared to the pupil that Lu Tai bought, Qin Pingon was more tempted by the group of lively little people beside the pupil. They were as small as grains of rice and were called ears, a homonym for sun. It was a kind of spirit that lived in the ears. It used one's eardrum as the drum surface and would quietly beat the drum when one fell asleep. However, the owner and others would not hear it. Yet it could strengthen the owner's yang aura and subtly intimidate many evil spirits that walked in the night. This was a kind of spirit that the rich and powerful at the foot of the mountain would definitely buy at a high price after accidentally being possessed by ghosts. Many qi cultivators of the 5 lower realms would also carry one with them if they needed to walk in the mountains and lakes due to their low realms. Other than the pupil, Lu Tai also bought a fingernail-sized spider. It was colorful and very pleasing to the eye. However, its name alone was enough to make Qin Pingon stay away from it. Spring dream spiders like to gather and collect those charming and gentle dreams of spring. When a person fell asleep, it could weave a small colorful web on top of their head. The person would then enjoy the beauty of 1,000 gold coins in their dreams. Thus, spring dream spiders were often used by sects and factions as a tool to train the Tao heart of their disciples. It was also one of the must-have items for Taoist sects that advocated dual cultivation. There was a row of small cages near the spring dream spiders. There were many similar species, including pitch-black nightmare spiders, each with their own unique characteristics. Of course, Qin Pingon did not appreciate this kind of spirit. However, Lu Tai liked it very much. He spent 600 snowflakes just because he felt that the spring dream spiders were very cute. Thus, the old shopkeeper's smile became even more profound. After that, Lu Tai got into a fight with a cultivator of the 5 middle realms in a shop over a rare spirit. This time, Qin Pingon did not feel that Lu Tai was extravagant. He felt that the 12 snowflakes were well spent. The reason why Lu Tai was able to win the bid was because the competitor did not have enough divine coins on him. In addition, Lu Tai was very imposing. He had the attitude of, "If you are willing to raise the price, I will play with you to the end." Only then did that person leave the shop while cursing. In the palm of Lu Tai's hand, there was an extremely rare mutton fat beast. It was alive and kicking. The little fellow's entire body was made of fine jade. It was condensed from jade essence. Its body was a high-grade heavenly treasure and was one of the best materials for making talisman jade tablets. However, mutton fat beasts had unyielding temperaments. After they reached adulthood, they would choose to commit suicide if they were caught. Thus they could not be raised. As for the one in Lu Tai's hand, it was accidentally caught by a cultivator. Because it was still young, it did not self-destruct, and thus survived. As long as it was raised properly, it could become a priceless living spirit treasure. However, the only drawback was that raising a mutton fat beast was more expensive than buying it. This was because it only ate snow and spent money. The shopkeeper was an average-looking woman. She laughed and said that if it weren't for the fact that the Fuyao sect already had a pair of mutton fat beasts, such a good thing would definitely be bought away on the same day. The two of them walked along the street going in and out. Qin Pingon actually took a fancy to 3 items, but he was hesitant. In the end, he was not willing to spend so much money. One was a 3-legged golden toad, one of the heavenly spirit beasts. It was said that it could increase one's fortune. The other was a silver-white treasure-seeking mouse, which had a keen sense of smell for heavenly spirit beasts. There was also a little fellow called the liquor worm. It was born from aged wine. If it was put into new wine, it would only take a few hours for it to have a mellow taste that had been buried for several years. Naturally, it was the favorite of all wine lovers in the world. Qin Pingon did not spend money, but Lu Tai did not stop spending money. The palm-sized dragon-whiskered carp had the body of a carp. Although it was a carp, it had 2 long flood dragon whiskers. These whiskers were heavenly treasures. However, compared to the 2 golden flood dragon whiskers that Qin Pingon had made into the demon binding rope, the quality was naturally inferior. However, this type of dragon-whiskered carp had the advantage of being able to reproduce. Just imagine if an immortal sect bought several of them and carefully cultivated them. After thousands of years, it would become a pond of dragon-whiskered carp. Lu Tai also bought a bull howling fish. Its body was no longer than a finger, but it could roar like thunder. Qin Pingon did not understand why Lu Tai bought it. Was it to scare people? Finally, Qin Pingon saw a group of talisman paper figurines in a shop at the end of the street. Their prices were different and they were cut into various styles. They were roughly divided into 3 types according to their height: a finger tall, a palm tall, and an arm tall. They were lifelike and could be used to clean courtyards, raise flowers, raise birds, help carry books, and so on. Paper figurines were very popular in the world, especially among wealthy sections. They were also divided into different grades. The cultivation, reputation, and sect of the person who drew the talisman largely determined the price of the paper figurines. The quality of the paper was also related. There were sects and businesses that specialized in making paper figurines, and their profits were extremely high. However, although Qin Pingon found these silly little paper figurines to be very interesting, he would definitely not be tempted to buy them. This was because they were expensive and not worth it. Buying them would be useless and they were not cheap at all. Lu Tai, on the other hand, bought a large stack of folded talisman paper figurines in one go. They were all the shortest type. Lu Tai spent 500 snowflakes to spend money. He said that when he was bored, he would let them practice martial arts on the table. It would definitely relieve his boredom. Qin Pingon had nothing to say to Lu Tai when it came to spending money. There was a stop pavilion 3 or 4 miles up the mountain road on Yelling Sky Street. This meant that all outsiders of the Fumuan sect had to stop here and were not allowed to continue ascending the mountain. Qin Pingon and Lu Tai, who had returned from a rewarding journey, walked into the stop pavilion together. Along the way, Qin Pingon could not help but glance at Lu Tai a few more times. He was very curious about where he had hidden those spiritual monsters and spirits. Lu Tai did indeed have a Fengxuan item. The talisman paper talisman could be stored inside, but spirits and spirits, living beings with yang energy, could never be placed inside. Once they were placed, they would explode and might even cause the Fengxuan item to collapse. They rested for a while in the pavilion and looked at the night scenery around the Fumuan sect. Then the two returned to the vicinity of Yelling Sky Street to find an inn to stay in. In the end, the two parted ways. Because Lu Tai wanted to stay in an immortal mansion, a place with abundant spirit qi, Qin Pingon could naturally find an inn to stay the night. The night passed uneventfully. It was difficult to do anything under the eyes of the Fumuan sect. The premise was that they did not provoke those arrogant Fumuan sect disciples. The two agreed to meet at the stop pavilion and then head down the mountain to the north. However, Qin Pingon had arrived at the pavilion early and had seen the magnificent sunrise over the eastern sea. He waited until the sun was high in the sky, but Lu Tai's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Lu Tai was yawning as he climbed up the mountain. He waved at Qin Pingon and was unwilling to take another step forward. In any case, taking another step forward would be a waste of time. Qin Pingon sighed and walked out of the pavilion to go down the mountain with him. Last night, Qin Pingon had been worried that Lu Tai's extravagance on Yelling Sky Street would cause a disturbance. In the end, it was not good to show off one's wealth. However, when the two of them went down the mountain and headed north for 600 or 700 miles, there was still nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Qin Pingon relax. Qin Pingon followed the occasional reminders of the long sword on his back and adjusted several times to follow the general direction. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would have to bypass the official roads and travel through mountains and rivers. Lu Tai had no objection to this, but he would stop when they encountered a busy city, a restaurant, or a shop. Qin Pingon also did not refuse. Qin Pingon's journey was plain and uneventful. He practiced his fist and sword in the quiet and uninhabited mountains and rivers. He never saw Lu Tai cultivate. Only when they arrived at a bustling market with heavy traffic did Lu Tai raise his spirits, as if he had entered a heavenly paradise and was very excited. Over time, Lu Tai taught Qin Pingon one thing: what the rich were really particular about. Lu Tai could always spend the least money to eat and drink the best. One dish could be eaten to the taste of 100 or 1,000 years of culture and bring out a few literary heroes and sages. Every pot of wine could be said to have a few beautiful poems. Occasionally, he would pick out an ancient book from a bookstore and hold the book with one hand. Although it was a very lazy posture in Qin Pingon's eyes, he always felt that a scholar should be like this. As long as Lu Tai stayed at the inn, he would brew a pot of tea for himself almost every day. He also never asked Qin Pingon to drink tea. He sat there alone and did not say a word, only drinking tea. He was calm and composed, full of rules and etiquette. Qin Pingon had seen this kind of style on Cui Dongshan before. Lu Tai also had a bamboo flute, which was particularly melodious and pleasing to the ear among the mountains and rivers. He held a bamboo fan in his hand, lazily and casually sitting anywhere, looking up at the moon. He was also very romantic. Qin Pingon knew that there was a saying that it was very derogatory to pretend to be cultured. But Lu Tai was not. Just like how Qin Pingon was a bumpkin in his bones, Lu Tai was a natural romantic and a scholar. Rich people were rich, polite people were precious. This was the true son of a rich family. Qin Pingon could not learn Fan Er's brilliant nature. Qin Pingon felt that he could not learn Lu Tai's free and easy style. On this day, Qin Pingon stood on a tall tree and looked into the distance. He actually discovered that there was a castle in the middle of a mountain range where few people went. Before this, the two of them did not encounter any mountain and river spirits along the way. This place was already 1,000 miles away from the central region of Tongyi continent, where the Fusho sect was the dominant sect. Qin Pingon originally did not want to tell Lu Tai that there was a castle there. He only wanted to bury himself in the journey. But today Lu Tai, who had always been uninterested in the scenery of the mountains and rivers, jumped onto a branch for the first time. He waved his bamboo fan and laughed. Not bad, not bad. This is a good feng shui place to kill and steal and then frame others. Qin Pingon did not understand the meaning of this sentence at first, but he soon understood. In the surrounding mountains and forests, there were shadows and rustling sounds. Although they were hidden and subtle, Qin Pingon's eyesight and hearing were extremely good. He immediately knew that they were dumplings made by someone. Qin Pingon looked around and said slowly, 4 realms of martial arts, 2 intrinsic flying swords and many talisman. Lu Tai had a telepathic connection. He smiled and said, Qi refinement warrior of the Dragon Gate realm. What a coincidence, I also have 2 intrinsic flying swords and many Dharma treasures. One of them was in a white robe with a sword on his back and a sword strengthening gourd that had not been taken off for a long time. The other was in a green robe with a jade pendant. A gentleman would not take it off without a reason. The 2 of them were facing a large group of robbers who had deliberately followed them for 1,000 miles. Moreover, most of them were definitely Qi refinement warriors on the mountain. Lu Tai waved his fan gently and said with a smile, before we take action, shouldn't we reason with them first? Qin Pingon's lips twitched. He patted the wine flask at his waist and did not say a word. The reason that he wanted to reason with them was here. 288. In the forest, the autumn wind was chilling. No wonder Cui Dongshan said that killing people for the golden belt. Qin Pingon was in a heavy mood. Being chased and intercepted this time, he could not help but think of the ambush in the forest of Shushui country. The cooperation of the assassins of Manchurian Tower and the guru of Tsai country, Lin Gushan, was extremely insidious. If not for Green Bamboo Sword with Su Lang's betrayal, it was hard to say who would have died in the end. Qin Pingon had been careful enough on this trip to the north. He often climbed high and looked into the distance. Even when he followed Lu Tai to wander in the streets, he always paid attention to whether there were people following him. Therefore, this group of people did not give themselves away at all. It was already very clear that the other party was scheming against them. If they were not confident, they would not have revealed their tracks. The battle was imminent. Lu Tai was a little guilty. Qin Pingon, are you really a 4th state warrior? Qin Pingon was stunned. He did not know why he asked this question. He nodded and said, of course it's true. Lu Tai was resentful and said honestly, I thought you were in the 5th state and have been deliberately hiding your strength in front of me. This is normal. In Jianghu, who doesn't have some tricks? So I raced my realm a little. In fact, I am not in the Dragon Gate realm but in the 6th state, the Sea Viewing realm. Qin Pingon glared at him. You're still trying to play tricks at this time. Do you want to die? Lu Tai was in the wrong and did not talk back. He just kept complaining in his heart. Lu Tai tiptoed and the high branches swayed. He went to the top of the tree. He looked relaxed, but in fact he had already closed the bamboo fan and gently tapped his palm. After all, Lu Tai was a Qi cultivator in the Sea Viewing state. Moreover, he had a rich collection of books from his family. What's more, he liked to learn things one by one. Therefore, he knew a variety of spells, although he was not proficient in them. However, this kind of miscellaneous but not proficient was only relative to Lu Tai, who was a genius in cultivation from a family background. Compared to those rogue cultivators who were lucky enough to reach the middle 5 states by chance, Lu Tai's eyesight and means were much better than those cultivators in the same state. However, it was hard to say whether he could turn these advantages into an absolute victory in a fight. Even if those unaffiliated cultivators who had their heads tied to their belts were not desperados, once they were trapped in a desperate situation, or if the benefits were attractive enough, they would choose to risk their lives to fight. They were completely different from the disciples of the sects who had been passed down their legacies and lived like princes. They were ferocious, cunning, and willing to exchange injuries for death. Qin Pingon asked in a low voice, do you need me to buy you some time so that you can investigate their backgrounds first? I don't have enough experience to fight freely with the Qi refinement warriors. Moreover, we are not familiar with each other. It will be easy for me to drag you down. Lu Tai replied telepathically, okay. She was straightforward. Lu Tai was probably afraid that Qin Pingon would misunderstand that she was not helping. She added, once I discover something, I will immediately tell you the origin of the technique, how to defend against it, and how to crack it. Qin Pingon nodded. He took out a mind talisman from his sleeve just in case. Qin Pingon said, "This is a battle of life and death. You can't be careless." Wu Tai smiled. "I know." Qin Pingon took a deep breath. Back then Qin Pingon had yet to practice martial arts. He could almost kill Kai Xianxian and Fu Nanhua in a small alley just by relying on the rules and geographical location of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Why couldn't others kill Qin Pingon and Lu Tai? Qin Pingon was still standing on the branch. Although it was easy for him to become a target, he had a wide field of vision. When two armies were confronting each other, it was better to know oneself and the enemy as much as possible. Taking some risks and looking at the overall situation was better than flying around aimlessly. This group of path-cutting bandits who had been conspiring since the fuming sect shouted at Heaven Street did not appear in groups. They appeared in groups of 2s and 3s. There were more than 10 of them on the surface. They were surrounded by jackals and wolves. Qin Pingon asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" No one answered. The immortals on the mountain traveled thousands of miles to seek wealth and rob houses. They were not the rascals on the streets who quarreled for half a day just to avoid fighting and bleeding. Oftentimes, a seemingly bold declaration of one's name would easily reveal one's specialty and the sect's trump card. This was especially true for those who liked to deliberately shout out the name of the move before making a move. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Those who were unlucky might even be courting death. For example, the flying sword of the old golden core sword cultivator on Osmanthus Island, Yin, was obviously a natal flying sword that leaned towards Yin and was close to water. Therefore, if one used moves and dharma treasures that were full of yang qi, they would often be able to exert more significant power. Imagine if the old golden core sword cultivator on Osmanthus Island met someone on a narrow path and suddenly became an enemy. Would he take the initiative to announce the name of the flying sword, Yin, to his mortal enemy? Even though Qin Pingon had not seen Lu Tai's 2 flying swords with his own eyes, after hearing that they were needle tip and wheat on, he could roughly guess that they were the type of flying swords that were lethal but not superficial. Lu Tai silently told Qin Pingon the current situation in his mind. In the enemy camp, other than the burly man holding the iron whip, the people standing in front of Qin Pingon had to be extra careful. This person was obviously an unconventional swordmaster and was not a chi refinement warrior. However, he was not the same as a pure martial artist. Although they did not have a natal flying sword and were just boorish people in the pugilistic world who specialized in using their chi to control their swords, they could not be considered as a sword cultivator's sword control. However, when a swordmaster made a move, others would see it as a flying sword. As for the burly man with the iron whip, it was hard to determine whether he was a chi refinement warrior who followed the unorthodox martial arts of the military and cultivated his physique or a pure martial artist. However, the latter was more likely. The burly man was nearly 9 feet tall and had a domineering aura. He held 2 whips in his hands and looked up at Qin Pingon through the sparse branches of the forest. He sneered and said, "Good lad, you are really slippery. When you were on your way to Xingji Pavilion in Fuliang sect, you purposely left uneven footsteps. You almost made me misjudge you and only treated you as a third realm martial artist. After leaving Chuishang Mountain and traveling for a few hundred miles, I discovered that your footsteps were so light and even. Let's not talk about cultivation, just this alertness and caution." The burly man raised the iron whip in his left hand and sneered, "You deserve to have your head smashed by my whip." He was talking about Tong Yezhou's elegant words. Lu Tai was no longer the sissy who liked rouge and face powder, nor was he the dissolute son of an aristocratic family who pointed out the origins of Qin Pingon's mortal enemies. He spoke quickly and concisely. In the southeast direction there is a Taoist who uses talisman. It's most likely because he didn't recruit a true military cultivator, so he took a step back and used talisman armor as infantry to break through enemy lines. If he also had 1 or 2 puppets with the Mahist mechanical arts, the power of our 2 flying swords would be greatly reduced. After all, for these 2 types of inanimate objects, one's talisman gall is hard to break, while the other's core is hard to find. However, we don't know if this Taoist has a talisman that specializes in restraining sword cultivators and their life-bound flying swords. The possibility is not high. Normally, only Jindan and nascent soul cultivators can afford to use those precious talisman weapons that target sword cultivators. However, if we're too unlucky, then it's hard to say. For example, there are 2 types of high-grade talisman weapons called scabbard and mountain seal. They specialize in dealing with the elusive life-bound flying swords. If they walk right into a trap, they'll be temporarily sealed for a period of time. If a sword cultivator loses his life-bound flying sword, even if it's only for a short while, his combat power will drop to the bottom. Therefore, our greatest reliance is the 4 flying swords added together. This is the point we need to be most vigilant against. Even if we have to use them to kill the enemy, we must always pay attention to the subtle movements of the talisman sect's Taoist sleeves. In the southwest direction, there is a Qi cultivator who studies wood techniques. He should be the one who covered all traces. It's most likely that he raises flower demons and wood spirits. Remember to be careful of plants and vines. Because they are inconspicuous, they are more insidious and difficult to deal with than the swordmaster's flying swords. Qin Pingon silently memorized this in his heart as he stared at the burly man and the swordmaster. From the corner of his eye, he stared at the talisman sect's Taoist and sneered. Since my friend and I dared to shout in fuming sect's heavenly street and spend so much money in front of everyone, we're not worried about attracting jealousy. The burly man was overjoyed. Little brat, don't try to fool me with words. 2 foreigners who can't even speak English fluently in Tongye continent. So what if you're from a sect? So what if you have an earth immortal master? What's so great about that? The sword master beside the burly man was a slender man in a black robe. His face was pale and his eyes were slightly sunken. He seemed a little gloomy. He smiled and said, "Of course it's great, but it's a pity that it's beyond our reach." The burly man suddenly laughed out loud. The sword master also smiled knowingly. The 2 people who were familiar with each other looked at the higher platform. The middle-aged swordsman asked, "Watching the 2 of you being so lovey-dovey, I have a stomach full of lust. You have to take responsibility for this. If you know what's good for you, you might be able to keep your life." Lu Tai ignored this person's provocation. He looked calm and continued to explain the situation to Qin Pingon. "To the north behind you and me, there's a yin-yang formation master who's arranging the troops. There's a young boy and a young girl nearby. They should be this person's proud disciples. In fact, this formation master is the most troublesome. Qin Pingon, I'll kill this person as soon as I get the chance. They're not in a hurry to act now because they're waiting for the formation master to complete this half-baked mountain-moving formation. Don't worry, I'll find the right time to act. I won't let the 3 of them succeed. But before I act, you must divert their attention. Even if it's just a slight distraction, it'll be enough." Qin Pingon nodded quietly. Lu Tai continued to reveal the heavenly secret. Other than the formation master and his 2 disciples, there's another evil cultivator. He's neither human nor ghost. He's full of evil and yin energy. This kind of Qi cultivator roams around the mass graves and tombs all year round. They can imprison lonely souls and wild ghosts in their spiritual weapons for their own use. They use the method of raising venomous ghosts. There are 2 people standing further behind us on the left and right. They're just there to hold the line. If you and I escape, they'll act to stop us. From this, we can infer that the main force of the enemy camp is in the south." The middle-aged swordmaster saw that Lu Tai was indifferent. Other than the evil fire in his heart, he was also a little annoyed. He said with a smirk, "Have the 2 of you started?" Qin Pingon didn't understand at all. He only thought that the swordmaster was talking about some mountain lingo or some strange words that he didn't need to pay attention to. But he sensed a rare trace of anger in Lu Tai at that moment. Therefore, Lu Tai stopped talking to Qin Pingon telepathically. He actually changed his mind and stared at the middle-aged swordmaster. He said with a gloomy face, "Qin Pingon, I'm the one who caused this trouble. You just go north. I'll deal with them myself." Qin Pingon asked, "Can you kill them all and escape successfully by yourself?" Lu Tai didn't speak. Qin Pingon said in a bad mood, "Do you like to die without a burial place so much that people can't even find a grave?" Lu Tai spat a few times and laughed, "Don't curse me." Qin Pingon stood still and didn't move. After a while he finally replied to Lu Tai, "Then cut the crap and kill more people." Lu Tai suddenly transmitted a telepathic message to Qin Pingon. "Do it." Qin Pingon almost didn't hesitate. He twisted the mind talisman from the authentic alchemy manual in his sleeve. It disappeared in a flash. The black-robed middle-aged swordmaster's heart tightened. He knew that things were not going well. Fortunately, the burly man had already taken a step forward. Not only did he block in front of the swordmaster, he also swiftly and violently smashed the air in front of him with his whip. Interesting. Qin Pingon, who had appeared out of thin air in front of the two, didn't avoid the sharp edge or the aggressive iron whip. Instead, he was even more determined to fight in close quarters. However, he also made a slight tilting of his head and bending over. He used the long sword on his back, Long Qi, to block the iron whip. He punched the burly man's chest with the god-beating drum style. One punch would be followed by 10 or even 100 punches. If I have enough my punches will accumulate. Even if you are the legendary De Luo Golden Immortal, your invincible golden body will be destroyed. The middle-aged swordmaster was only dazed for a moment. Soon a green light flew out of his sleeve. The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back 5 or 6 steps. He waved the iron whip in front of him so that not even a drop of water could get through. At the same time he shouted with all his might, "Protect the array, master." Almost at the same time, Qin Pingon's heart moved. He silently said, 15. From the blade's strengthening gourd at his waist, a faint green and slender sword rainbow flew out instantly. The talisman Taoist smiled coldly. He is really a swordsman. The burly man only felt a tearing pain from his left shoulder. He was shocked. How could it be so fast? After the successful punch, the third punch, the god-beating drum style, was guided by the fist intent. 15 had just left the blade's strengthening gourd. With a ding, the sword light that had just broken the middle-aged swordmaster's waist was suddenly enveloped by a red talisman. It crashed everywhere and hit walls. The swordmaster's expression was ruthless. He waved his sleeve and another flying sword flew out of his sleeve. Qin Pingon continued to ignore the swordmaster's exquisite sword control. He appeared behind the burly man like a ghost and landed the third punch on the back of the burly man's heart. The strong force of the punch penetrated the man's heart. The fourth punch pressed down and moved to the right. It directly hit the burly man's spine. The Taoist used the extremely precious secret talisman to trap the Chu Yi, who had broken the green light of the swordmaster again. The old Taoist's face was livid. His eyelids were trembling. He felt that his heart was bleeding. This little bastard actually had 2 flying swords. The small vermilion wine flask at the young man's waist. Was it the blade strengthening gourd? Thinking of this, the old Taoist's eyes were burning. Good. It was not a waste for me to throw out 2 treasures at the bottom of the chest. As long as it was done, it would be a big gain for me. The burly man's thick protective upstanding chi had collapsed and dissipated after 3 punches. Therefore, Qin Pingon's fourth punch really hit the man's spine. There was a series of slight cracking sounds. Others could ignore it, but the burly man was scared out of his wits. One more punch and it would really be broken. The burly man did not dare to hide anymore. He stomped his feet heavily, held his right wrist with his left hand, and put his right hand's 2 fingers together. Then his body made a posture like a lion or tiger shaking its shoulders. His eyes were instantly snow white. His chi, blood and bones suddenly became majestic. It was like a god descending to earth. Then he was hit by Qin Pingon's 5th punch like a kite with a broken string. He flew straight forward and fell heavily on the ground. However, Qin Pingon did not have it easy either. He took the iron whip on the back of the burly man. Although it hit the long chi, 40 to 50% of the force still went into his body. After that, Chu Yi and Chu Yi were restrained by the talisman with a secret method. They could not break free for the time being. In order to successfully deliver the 5th punch, the god-beating drum style, they took a sword ray from the middle-aged swordmaster. It pierced through their shoulders and dripped with blood. However, Qin Pingon's momentum did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The condensation of his soul and the turbulence of his fist could almost be seen by the naked eye. There was no sign of a dying struggle. It was still rapidly increasing. It was as if the sun rose from the East Sea and hung high in the sky. He could not help but grin. This little injury was nothing. 289. Despite being surrounded, the white-robed youth advanced instead of retreating. After several punches, he had already beaten his companion to the point where he could no longer retaliate. This caused all the people participating in the hunt to feel uneasy. If not for the burly man's warning, the formation master in the north might have died on the spot. The old man who was creating the moving mountains and draining water formation for everyone was squatting on the ground, arranging several small yellow flags. Even though he did not sense anything strange, he still unhesitatingly slapped his chest, shattering a hidden and expensive substitute talisman. Thus, his position with that of a young disciple was instantly reversed. In a flash, an unfathomable flying sword descended from the sky. Like a chopstick plunging into water, it caused ripples in the air at an extremely fast speed. The dazed youth was split in two by the huge flying sword. From his head to his waist, the two halves of his corpse fell to the ground, intestines flowing out. It was a tragic sight. The flying sword, which was far larger than the swords of ordinary swordsmen, sank into the ground and disappeared in a flash. The flying sword entered the ground, but the ground did not change at all. This was undoubtedly the life-bound flying sword of a sword cultivator. In the next moment, the formation master slapped his chest again, seemingly using the substitute talisman. He had made up his mind to sacrifice the life of his second direct disciple to ensure his own safety. Only this time, the previously unprepared evil cultivator had room to maneuver. He did not stand idly by but stood far away. However, he had already taken out a small pitch-black clay jar covered in glyphs. Silently reciting an incantation, he gently shook it several times. A sinister black smoke soared into the sky. After leaving the jar, it split into 3 streams, respectively heading towards the formation master, the young girl, and Lu Tai, who was standing on a tall branch. The flying sword appeared out of thin air once more, still slashing down. However, it was not aimed at the formation master who had slapped the talisman, but at the young girl whose face was filled with shock. Countless otherworldly items gathered together to form a thick black smoke. They hovered above the girl's head as if they were holding an umbrella for her. However, the huge flying sword was truly too powerful. Like a hot knife through butter, it swiftly broke through the black smoke barrier and still split the young girl from head to toe. Thus the young girl died prematurely on the Great Tao. She had striven so hard for longevity, but in the end she did not live past the age of 20. Lu Tai, who had one hand on the trunk of a large tree, had an unsightly expression. Indeed, as the saying goes, 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 the array master didn't actually use the substitute talisman. The second time he slapped his chest, it was just a feint to lure him into pointing his sword at the young girl. Lu Tai, who had lost the game of chess, was not flustered and exasperated. Cultivating on the mountain, first of all, stupid people were not qualified to cross the threshold of the mountain gate. Second of all, no matter how slow-witted a person was, even if he had lived for a long time as a dog, after decades or centuries, even a dog would have become a demon. Therefore no one was easy to deal with. Although the intrinsic flying sword was huge, its speed was inconceivably fast. Lu Tai stood in his spot, allowing the black smoke to surge at him. After the flying sword killed the girl, it instantly appeared in front of Lu Tai. It tore apart the black smoke that was filled with grievances, wails, and hideous faces. The evil cultivator shook the clay jar in his hand and laughed sinisterly. "You dare to destroy my otherworldly item? Let's see how much spiritual energy you have left to squander." Strands of black smoke flew out from the clay jar, as if a huge black flower had bloomed in his hand. The array master was truly afraid that the fellow would attack him again. He had no choice but to take out a large handful of snow-white pearls and throw them out with a wave of his sleeve. Several dozen pearls hovered around him. 3 talents for divisions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces. The positions where the pearls hovered were extremely particular, creating protective formations. After the formations were set up, they shone resplendently, illuminating the old array master with incomparable brightness and grandeur. However, as a result, the setting up of the previous formations would be delayed by quite a bit of time. The evil cultivator knew that a few words wouldn't be able to convince the old array master who was afraid of death. As he controlled the black smoke to attack Lu Tai, he reminded him, "Set up the formations quickly. Otherwise, our 1,000 li of running will be in vain. Moreover, if we can't kill those two, there'll be no end of trouble. Think about it for yourself." The old array master's expression flickered. He made up his mind and removed half of the small formations, taking back several dozen pearls. As a result, the speed of setting up formations in various places sped up. On the battlefield in the south, a burly man collapsed on the ground, vomiting blood endlessly as if he was going to vomit out his organs. The soil on the ground was dyed red, making for an extremely wretched sight. He was a genuine fifth realm martial artist. His martial arts had been accumulated over a long period of time, making him extremely difficult to deal with. However, he had never encountered a wise master to guide him on the path of martial arts, so his path was bumpy and difficult. His foundation of the 3 body refining realms was filled with holes. To be able to advance from the 4th realm to the 5th, he could be said to have disregarded the consequences. As a result, if nothing unexpected happened, he would never be able to reach the 6th realm in his entire life. A living person could not be suffocated to death by a pool of urine. As a result, he walked the crooked path. His method of inviting a god came from the remaining half of a book. Of course, he had obtained it from hunting. Because he only had the first half of the book, he only knew how to invite a god but not how to send one away. It was easier to invite a god than to send one away. Every time he invited a god to possess his body, he had to pay a huge price. After fumbling for close to 20 years and begging people to buy such immortal books and secret scrolls, he finally managed to control the after effects of this god-inviting technique. Especially today, when he was halfway through inviting a god, he was actually punched by the white-robed young man, causing the god to retreat back to the altar. For the god-inviting technique, which had strict rules, it was extremely rude. As a result, the counterattack was very strong. Wisps of spirit floated out of his orifices, like 3 incense sticks, curling up in spirals. After burning 3 incense sticks, there were still no signs of stopping. Clouds and mist rose from the back of the burly man. One must know that these clouds and mist were the manifestation of the 5th realm martial artist's aura. It was the fundamental vitality of a pure martial artist. The burly man said in a hoarse voice, "Save me." The chi refinement warrior, who was proficient in the wood technique of the 5 elements, frowned. He had no choice but to withdraw the moving mountain and uprooting technique that was targeted at the white-robed young man. He came to the burly man's side and squatted down. His fingers formed a seal and his face was flushed. Between his 10 fingers, specks of dim light floated out from the ground and lingered around his fingertips. Then the chi refinement warrior suddenly slapped the specks of light into the burly man's back. The burly man, who was lying in the mud, bounced up. His face instantly became rosy, and the crisp sound of soybeans bursting could be heard from all the major joints of his body. It was like a withered tree coming back to life. The burly man turned around and stood up with 2 whips in his hands. He was in high spirits and did not look dispirited at all. The chi refinement warrior who came to his rescue said in a deep voice, "Put it on the account." The burly man gritted his teeth and looked at the white-robed young man, who made a shocking move. He nodded and said, "Take down these 2 fat sheep and everything can be discussed." That night at the Fuyao Sect's Heavenly Street, that guy who looked even more beautiful than a woman was so extravagant that even a gold core realm cultivator would feel ashamed of his inferiority. It wasn't that a gold core realm cultivator couldn't afford such a small sum of money, but it had to be known that the items that the handsome young man bought were all money-burning toys such as sheep fat beasts, spring dream spiders and paper talisman dolls. They weren't offensive magical treasures for killing enemies, nor were they defensive treasures for protecting one's life. Among the cultivators of the Tongye continent, no matter if they were orthodox immortal masters or itinerant cultivators from the mountains, who would speak the lame language of the Tongye continent. The 2 young men, who obviously came from other continents, only traveled through the mountains and the city. They traveled thousands of miles to the north and did not visit the immortal mountains along the way. Also, no great cultivators took the initiative to pay them a visit. What did this mean? This meant that the 2 fledglings who were born in a noble family and were extremely wealthy must have been used to living a comfortable life since young. However, they did not know the depth of the martial world and the strong winds on the mountain. If he did not take down these two rich hotheads, would he be able to live up to his years of hard work? In addition to looking for opportunities everywhere and licking the blood on his blade, he also had to lower his head and bow to the immortal masters on the mountain like a dog. He took their money and helped them settle the dirty things that they disdained to do personally. Then he had to bear a bad reputation and run for his life, changing to another place and starting all over again. When would this cycle end? From the moment the brawny man was beaten half to death by the immortal drumming style 5 times in a row, to the moment the Qi cultivator used a secret technique to steal the luck of the mountains and rivers in this place and successfully treated the brawny man, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Qin Pingon was blocked by the sword aura controlled by the middle-aged sword master and could not completely kill the brawny man with the iron whip in one go. In the martial world, using qi to control the sword was a very remarkable divine ability of the immortals. In many ignorant mountains and rivers, poems and ancient books, the so-called flying sword that could take a head from 1,000 miles away did not actually refer to a sword cultivator, but to a sword master who often appeared in front of the world. Compared to the sword immortals on the mountain and the swordsmen in the martial world, a half-baked sword master was neither high nor low and especially liked to fish for compliments. When a sword master controlled the sword to kill the enemy, the sword that came out of his sleeve usually had both sword aura and real sword. The former was better in quantity while the latter was better in strength. A light cavalry would gain the upper hand while a heavy cavalry would cut through the formation and achieve victory. The cooperation between the two was indispensable. The sword master who was confronting Qin Pingon was obviously an expert in this field. His sleeves puffed up and the surface of his sleeves glowed with green brilliance. Streaks of green sword aura swept out from it and were unusually fierce. Fortunately, a sword master could control at most 2 streaks of sword aura at a time. Qin Pingon was still dodging easily and was far from being in a tight spot. However, he was very restrained. Qin Pingon did not use the method that would kill 1,000 of the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own men. After severely injuring the brawny man earlier, due to the sword master's restraint, even if the Qi cultivator who was proficient in the 5 elements would spell saved the brawny man, he still symbolically blocked the attack. This caused the sword master to make a mistake in his prediction and a streak of sword aura was already waiting near the brawny man. In the end, Qin Pingon suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the sword master, almost 10 feet away from him. The sword master who was scared out of his wits had no choice but to use his real trump card. The substantial sword did not fly out from his sleeve, but quietly appeared from his hair bun on the top of his head. It turned out that the jasper hairpin was the scabbard used to hide the small sword. It was a hiltless small sword shaped like an emerald willow leaf. It was extremely slender and spun around the sword master, bringing with it streams of tender green fireflies. The Taoist from the talisman sect reminded sternly, "My 2 dry well talismans can at most hold on for another 20 seconds. Let's end the battle quickly and kill this little bastard quickly. Once his flying sword breaks out of the cage, we'll be lining up to slit our throats." The old Taoist's face was haggard and his fingers were bony. As he spoke, his hands moved slowly. He should be controlling the 2 talisman that caught Chu Yi and Shiwu. The old Taoist was so angry that his voice trembled. "Isn't this kid a martial artist and swordsman in the secret report that you gave? Now not only is he a swordsman but he also has 2 flying swords, 2 flying swords. If not for the fact that I still have some money and saved up 2 talismans that I originally planned to pass down in my family, we would all be finished this time. The dividends that we previously calculated are not counted." The brawny man's expression was ugly. He strode towards Qin Pingon without looking at the old Taoist and said in a muffled voice, "About the dividends, that's easy. We won't shortchange you." The old Taoist snorted coldly. His heart was in turmoil as he stared at the white-robed youth. Since when did a swordsman have such a strong physique? As for the handsome young master who was still standing on the tree, he was also a swordsman with a natal flying sword. It was no wonder the 2 of them dared to do as they pleased in a foreign country. 2 swordsmen with 3 natal flying swords. Even if they swaggered from the Tongye Tontinent's Yugui sect to the Tongye sect, as long as they didn't provoke those immortal residences, how many wild cultivators would dare to provoke them? This group of people was a mix of good and bad people. Of course, they couldn't walk together, but because of benefits they gathered. Although everyone's cultivation realm wasn't too high, They each had their own strengths. Along the way there was an expert behind the scenes who gave them advice. Therefore, even if they wanted to kill a golden core cultivator, as long as the other party didn't notice beforehand, the group could arm wrestle. Who knows, they might even get a great fortune. For example, this time he had his eyes on that young sheep-fat beast. He was determined to get it. In fact, they had already overestimated the two young people, but they didn't expect them to be so difficult to deal with. This time there was a middle-aged swordsman who didn't hold back the youth, and there was also a wood element chi refinement warrior who was blessed by nature in this forest. He actually drove the ancient trees to uproot from the ground like an old man who was staggering. The burly man took out a vermilion pill and threw it into his mouth. The skin on his face turned hot and red. He wanted to invite the gods to descend once again. The branches of the big tree were like long whips, ruthlessly smashing towards Qin Pingon. In the process of dodging, Qin Pingon had to dodge one or two sinister and tricky green sword gleams in time. For a moment he was surrounded by danger. Fortunately, Lu Tai quickly transmitted his voice to Qin Pingon and taught him how to deal with those strange trees. After that, Qin Pingon's every punch accurately smashed the small string of concealment words pasted on the big tree. Only when Qin Pingon successfully smashed the words would there be the scene of the silver light shattering. The big tree would then collapse and the green leaves and trees would wither instantly. Lu Tai also reminded Qin Pingon that the talisman sex Taoist who imprisoned the two flying swords, the so-called 20 seconds, might not be real. It was highly likely that it was 30 seconds, or even that the talisman could hold on for a longer time. Qin Pingon was expressionless, probably because he couldn't be distracted. After smashing all the strange trees, the burly man who had already abandoned the iron whip had successfully invited the gods. His pair of snow-white eyes were devoid of any human luster, like a god who was coldly looking down at the mortal world. However, Lu Tai was a little surprised, because he noticed that Qin Pingon, after hearing his reminder, did not have any ripples in his heart at all. It was obvious that Qin Pingon had already seen through the old Taoist scheme, which was why he could be so calm. At such a young age he was already experienced in the Jianghu. Lu Tai supported himself on the tree trunk with one hand. Compared to Qin Pingon, who was fighting with various heroes, he was very bored here. His flying sword, needle tip, could no longer kill the old array master, and the ghost smoke emitted from the pottery jar could do nothing to him, Lu Tai. Besides, Lu Tai also took out a colorful silk rope casually and tied it to his arm. Although it was thousands of miles away from the colorful belt worn by women, it was already quite a good magical equipment for ordinary chi trainers. The colorful rope wrapped around his arm was respectively the life extension core, which could increase the absorption of spiritual energy, the invincible weapon puppet, which could be invulnerable to swords and spears. Of course, not all weapons couldn't get close to him, otherwise, it would be a half-immortal weapon instead of a magical equipment. The evil-avoiding rope, which could be raised high like a psychic snake and could disperse evil spirits. The sword silk, which could fly out by itself, was a bit like the flying sword driven by a sword master. The last one was a tiny, pocket-sized demon binding rope. The strength of Lu Tai's magical equipment was that it was comprehensive and had both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, at the end of the day, as long as his opponent was not a Jin Dan or Yuaning realm cultivator who was 1 or 2 levels higher than his opponent, he would be afraid of being bitten to death by ants. Fortunately, Qin Pingon was keeping the enemy's main force busy today. Lu Tai, who had nothing to do, felt a little guilty for the first time. He was indeed careless this time. He didn't expect that the enemy would be so bold as to summon so many people to besiege them. Their perseverance was even better. They had followed them for 1,000 miles. On the battlefield in the north, the evil cultivator probably felt sorry for the dissipating black smoke. He shouted at the old Taoist, "Do you still have any dry well talismans? If you do, just throw one out. I'll pay you back with the money later." The old Taoist was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed, "You have your father." The evil cultivator was furious, but he could only hold it in for now. He thought that there would be plenty of time in the future to settle the score with the old Taoist. The old Taoist looked down on the evil cultivator who couldn't tell the difference between a human and a ghost. He seemed to be afraid that the 20 seconds would be over. He shook his sleeves quietly as if he was preparing for something. The trembling of the 2 talismans on which the flying sword was imprisoned grew stronger. The old Taoist was in a dilemma. At first he shouted that the talisman could only trap the flying sword for 20 seconds. Just as Lu Tai had guessed, he was deliberately deceiving Qin Pingon, hoping that he would misunderstand that he could summon the flying sword back after 20 seconds. But now the old Taoist was forced to suffer in silence. It turned out that the two priceless talismans could only trap the flying sword for about 20 seconds, and not the 40 seconds he expected. The talisman was called the Dry Well Talisman. Could suppress the natal flying sword. There were 7 small nails made of thunderstruck wood, drawn in the shape of the Big Dipper. They were embedded in a special talisman paper using a secret technique. The talisman paper was then scraped off the flying dust that fell from the tail of the wind. It had to be the Buzhou wind, one of the 8 winds. The talisman's pattern was a sword trapped in a well, and the talisman paper had the word motionless written on it. This was the main trunk. The other talisman's branches and leaves had many other links. It was a superior-grade secret talisman of the Tongye State Talisman sect. Although it could not be compared to Lu Tai's so-called Scabbard Talisman and Mountain Ceiling Talisman, it was not to be underestimated. It was a life-saving talisman for Qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms to deal with swordsmen. It was worth a lot. It took time and money to develop a dry well talisman with complicated materials. Within 100 feet radius, as long as the talisman was used, it could immobilize the natal flying sword of a swordsman's natal flying sword when it encountered a flying sword. The quality of the talisman depended on how long it could trap the flying sword. If one wanted to break the restriction, one only needed to use a hand seal, flick one's sleeve, and the flying sword in the well would be able to fly away freely. Others took 10 years to sharpen a sword, but the old Taoist took 10 years to sharpen a talisman. It was never too much to cherish it. The 2 battlefields were in full swing. In the depths of the forest, 2 people were watching from afar. They were watching the fire from the other side. One of them was the customer who fought with Lu Tai for the mutton fat beast in the Fuyao Sec's shop. He had a short stature and an ordinary appearance, but he had a smug look on his face. The other was a red-robed swordsman with a long sword by his waist. He had a slender figure and a dignified appearance. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at the situation on the other side of the battlefield. He smiled and said, "Previously, everyone thought that you were making a mountain out of a molehill. Even I was no exception. Now it seems that your caution has saved me a lot of trouble." The red-robed man was a swordsman at the peak of the 6th realm of the martial Dao. In the underworld of the Tongye state, he was considered a true grandmaster of swordsmanship. Although he was already 70 years old, his face was still as handsome as jade. In the past few decades he had galloped across dozens of countries with his sword and rarely met a worthy opponent. Moreover, the long sword by his waist was an immortal treasure with unparalleled sharpness. This gave this swordsman the courage to claim that anyone below the Golden Core Earth Immortal Realm can defeat an enemy with a single sword. Anyone below the Dragon Gate can kill with a single sword. Moreover, there were few who doubted his claim on the mountain. He was famous for his fighting prowess and unparalleled. Countless women admired this swordsman who did not seek immortality. There were even rumors that Yunlu country's Empress Zhao had an affair with this swordsman. As for the heroines and fairies of the Jianghu, they worshipped this swordsman in red even more. The inconspicuous man smiled and said, "I, Ma Wanxing, am cautious. It is a habit. When I was young, I suffered too many losses and hardships. Therefore, I always remember one thing. To deal with these immortal masters with good backgrounds, we have to be like a lion hunting a rabbit. Otherwise, even if we are lucky enough to win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory." The red-robed swordsman smiled and said, "Ma Wanfa, we agreed before that I would help you hold the line in case of any accidents. The sword on the white-robed youth's back has long been mine. Now that an accident has occurred, I really need to kill the enemy personally." Then, the man nodded and said, "I can't give you the blade-strengthening gourd. Moreover, you are not a swordsman. However, there is at least a fengtsuan item on the 2 little fellows. If I want to share the items inside, you can take the fengtsuan item. How about that?" The red-robed swordsman smiled and said, "Excellent." The man hesitated for a moment and said, "Although the outcome is certain, we still have to be careful. The white-robed youth is most likely at his limit. Who knows, maybe the sissy guy still has some strength left. Why don't you deal with that guy first? The other one won't be able to jump around." The red-robed swordsman shook his head and said, The one on the tree has a Dharma treasure on his arm. He also has a flying sword flying around in the dark. It will be difficult for me to kill him silently. As for the white-robed youth, I can kill him with a single sword strike. When the time comes, he will lose his companion. His skin is softer than a sissy's and he will definitely be distracted. At that time it won't matter if I kill him or you do it yourself. The man thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That would be best. He then smiled and said, the old Taoist's 2 dry well talismans are about to collapse. When will you make your move? No. The red-robed swordsman's figure had already disappeared. His voice lingered in the air. The tree branch under his feet did not move at all. It was obvious that this Jianghu Grandmaster's speed and the level of his martial arts. On the battlefield in the south, Qin Pingon and the burly man who had invited God to descend were locked in a fierce battle because the latter had the help of 2 people. It seemed that the chaotic battle would last for a long time. A red rainbow fell from the sky. It was as fast as lightning and tore the battlefield apart in an instant. The dense sword chi filled the air. He unsheathed his sword and thrust it at the white-robed youth's heart. The sword hit its mark. There was no suspense. The red-robed swordsman's lips curled. It was interesting and boring at the same time. He had killed another so-called cultivation genius. However, in the next moment the red-robed swordsman was about to retreat. He even planned to abandon the immortal's Dharma treasure sword. Because his life was the most important. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The Sword Dao Grandmaster's aura was too strong. No one dared to do anything unnecessary. They all stopped in case the Sword Dao Grandmaster killed the youth and then casually stabbed them to death with his sword. In the end it would be called an accidental death. At that time 1 less person would get a share of the loot. It meant that the rest of the people would get a little more. Who would not be willing to live. However, the next scene would be unforgettable. After the red-robed swordsman's sword pierced the heart of the handsome youth in snow-white clothes. With the sword tip as the center, the snow-white robe rippled, revealing the true appearance of the robe. A golden robe. It was as if there were flood dragons hidden in the golden sea of clouds. Qin Pingon no longer deliberately suppressed the power of the robe that was left behind by an immortal from overseas. He no longer deliberately exposed flaws and injured himself. Therefore, when the sword pierced the golden robe, it did not pierce the robe at all. Lu Tai did not say anything. However, Qin Pingon had been waiting for this moment. He was waiting for the master hiding behind the scenes to make the final decision. If it did not come, Qin Pingon would not lose out. If it came, Qin Pingon would make a big profit. Along the way, from the first time he left Liju Cave Heaven for the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, to the second time he left his hometown for the inverted hanging mountain, Qin Pingon had been cautious all the time and pursued no mistakes, day after day. Finally he got his reward. In the blink of an eye. As soon as the red-robed swordsman let go of the sword hilt, the youth who strode forward recklessly reached out and pulled out the long sword on his back. He cut off the head with one sword. Even Lu Tai was stunned. Then she looked around and smiled at the guys who were scared out of their wits. You guys came 1,000 miles to deliver your head. It's really the thought that counts. Qin Pingon put the long breath back into the scabbard and took a few steps forward. He gently held the long sword with his other hand and stood still. He held the sword upside down. He was a little romantic. 290. At the waist of the headless swordsman's corpse, a faint golden light that was hard to detect flashed for a moment before disappearing. A drop of blood slowly condensed between the eyebrows of the head that rolled on the ground. Qin Pingon turned to look at Lu Tai on the branch of a tall tree. Lu Tai raised an eyebrow, stretched out a finger and rotated it gently. There was a trace of a small golden object that lingered on Lu Tai's finger and slowly rotated. If not for Qin Pingon's excellent eyesight, he would not have noticed it at all. Qin Pingon's golden robe, golden wine, had already repaired the wound on his shoulder that was cut by the swordsman's sword aura. It was flawless. The relic of an immortal of the upper 5 realms could be worn by a nascent soul old dragon all year round. Of course, it was not an ordinary robe. The robe ink bamboo forest of the nascent soul consecrator on Osmanthus Island was still inferior to this golden wine. It was like a stunning beauty that quickly turned behind the screen, hiding its beauty. Thus, Qin Pingon's white robe changed back to its original appearance. The 2 dry well talismans exploded in the air. The two flying swords, Chu Yi and 15, were free from their restraints. Qin Pingon could clearly feel the anger of Chu Yi. This was normal because even 15, with its gentle temperament, could communicate with its thoughts and emotions. It was full of anger. Qin Pingon could only say in his heart, "Don't worry. Maybe the enemy still has a backup plan." Flying sword Chu flew back and forth in the air, bringing with it streaks of white sword aura. It was a ghastly sight. The dark green flying sword 15 was obviously a little resentful. It circled around Qin Pingon slowly, very puzzled. They were, of course, the world's best natal flying swords. However, they were not Qin Pingon's natal items. The two of them did not have the relationship of monarch and subject, master and servant. It was more like Qin Pingon was taking care of two young children, one with a bad temper and the other with a gentle temperament. However, Qin Pingon felt that this was not bad. The atmosphere in the forest was heavy and treacherous. The red-clothed swordsman, who was the stabilizing force, was already dead. He died without any hesitation. If it weren't for the fact that he turned into a rainbow and came with a menacing aura, and that heart-piercing sword strike that was peerless, everyone would have thought that this fellow was a Jianghu swindler who had gained fame by deceiving the world. The silver eyes of the tall and sturdy man who had asked the god to descend gradually faded and returned to normal. This person's aura was the strongest earlier, and he had been in the limelight for a while. Now his face was pale and his lips were trembling. He looked pitiful, as if he wanted to say something. He glanced at the two iron whips in the distance. He only dared to stand in place and did not dare to move. How could he have the courage to pick them up? He was afraid that in the next moment his heart would be pierced by the flying sword. The middle-aged swordsman's eyes were dark and gloomy. He already had thoughts of retreating. His hands naturally drooped down. Previously, his sleeves were filled with clear light and there was nothing unusual about it. Only the small willow sword with the hollow jade hairpin as its scabbard hovered above his shoulder, like a loyal guard dog protecting its master. A group hunt that was originally thought to be no different from an autumn outing ended in a miserable situation with heavy casualties. As for the two young outsiders, one of them was unharmed, and the one on the tree was even more unharmed. At this moment, the fear towards the immortal's abode arose spontaneously in the hearts of these cultivators who could call the wind and summon the rain in their respective territories, and once again enveloped their hearts. The old formation master's heart was like dead ashes. The formation was so close to completion, but in the end, it was completely destroyed by this damned swordsmanship grandmaster. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The two outstanding disciples he was proud of also died on the spot. The two unlucky children did not have outstanding aptitudes, but they were obedient and easy to order around. The old formation master once again took out those precious pearls that he had kept in his sleeves and formed a formation one by one. The small formations formed a large protective formation. They were ready for battle. The Qi cultivator who cultivated the 5 elements with spell was silent all along. He was a cultivator who could both attack and defend. In addition to being able to move mountains and uproot trees, he could also raise flower demons, insect pets and plant spirits. He was like an auxiliary soldier on the battlefield, and he was often good at healing and detoxifying spells. They were often unable to win the battle in one fell swoop, but they were a type of Qi cultivator who was popular. If they could choose to travel in a group of 3, then the most lethal and invincible sword cultivator, the unkillable weapon cultivator, and a farmer's pharmacist, a disciple of the Taoist external elixir sect, or a wood elemental Qi cultivator could be said to be the best lineup for Qi cultivators to travel the world together and gain experience everywhere. No one was willing to take the initiative to speak. They all had their own ulterior motives. Qin Pingon held the long sword left behind by the red-clothed swordsman in reverse and looked down. The body of the sword was like a pool of autumn water. Under the reflection of the sunlight through the branches and leaves, the water rippled. It was definitely a good sword. But he did not know how much it was worth. The evil cultivator was the only one who was bold enough to make a move. He sneakily put one hand behind his back and held up a silver-white porcelain bottle. It was 1 foot tall with a narrow mouth and a big belly. Ferocious faces constantly swam across the surface of the bottle, like a cruel cage to imprison souls. This person silently recited the incantation. He was going to use the spiritual weapon in his hand to secretly collect the red-clothed swordsman's soul after his death. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once he succeeded, his strength would skyrocket. A martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the sixth realm had a strong soul. As long as he successfully refined it into a Yin soldier and nurtured it properly, he could go to the sixth realm and stay in the mass graves and ancient battlefields to let it constantly absorb the evil energy. He might even be able to refine it into an otherworldly item of the seventh realm. By then he would not need to care about other people's opinions. He was afraid that even the monarchs of small countries would have to give in to him. Lu Tai immediately saw through the evil cultivator's little trick and said angrily, "How dare you steal under my nose?" The incomparably huge life-bound flying sword named Needle Tip fell straight down from above the evil cultivator's head. The evil cultivator hurriedly fled. At the same time he put away the silver porcelain bottle that was his family heirloom. He had to give up on the idea of collecting souls and use the otherworldly items collected in the black porcelain bottle to resist the pursuit of that terrifying flying sword. No matter how the evil cultivator twisted and turned, the flying sword followed him like a shadow. If the mastermind behind this encirclement was Ma Wanfa, and if the old formation master's formation was successfully completed, as well as if the red-clothed swordsman did not suddenly die, then everyone's will was like an impregnable fortress. It would be more than enough to deal with a single golden core cultivator. If everyone did not fear death, then perhaps even 2 golden core cultivators would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. However, there were not so many ifs in the world. Taking a step back, a group of people gathered for the sake of benefits had the upper hand. That was because everyone was as fierce as a tiger. However, as long as they were at a disadvantage, their hearts would scatter and they would be reduced to a motley crowd. The burly man who was already an arrow at the end of its flight was suddenly pleasantly surprised. He said loudly, "My master said that he will rush over immediately and deal with the 2 of them personally." Everyone other than Dou Ziji's sword, Infatuation, the Fengzuan item that was originally promised to Dou Ziji as well as Dou Ziji's family property, I will give them all to everyone. The burly man was almost shouting with all his might. He said passionately, "Wealth comes from danger. Whether we return to burrowing into the ground like rats or have the qualifications to be on equal footing with the people on the mountain, it all depends on this." The middle-aged swordmaster's expression was cold and murderous. He said in a deep voice, "I agree. Those 2 brats deserve to die." He twisted his wrist and a green glow appeared on his sleeves, ready to strike at any time. The old formation master smiled. "The mountain shifting formation is about to be completed. We can fight. You just need to help me delay for a moment, at most half an hour." The evil cultivator who was being chased by the flying sword shouted, "Count me in. Let's make things clear first. Other than redistributing the dividends, I also want that old man Dou's soul. No one is to snatch it from me." The wood elemental chi refinement warrior nodded, still not smiling. The burly man reared his head in laughter. He reached out and pulled the 2 iron whips from the ground back into his hands. He took the lead and strode towards Qin Pingon. His family head had indeed sent him a voice transmission earlier on, telling him that he was going to rush over personally and kill those 2 fat lambs right here. Almost at the same time, the middle-aged swordmaster waved his sleeves and turned to leave at a shocking speed. The old formation master used more than 1 talisman to retract his talisman. Every time he appeared more than 100 feet away, he would disappear into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. The wood elemental chi refinement warrior tapped his toes and flew backward. He had clearly knocked into a huge tree, but all of a sudden, there was no trace of him. The evil cultivator was the only one who was still rushing towards Qin Pingon. The burly man was stunned on the spot. He cursed and did not dare to send himself to his death. His little bit of weight was already not enough to look at. This kind of attitude was just throwing a brick to attract jade. Qin Pingon was stunned at first. Then he understood. That made sense. He had learned a few more things. Lu Tai took a deep breath and said to Qin Pingon, "The mastermind has just escaped. I'll chase after him. You should be able to handle things here. I'll look for you later." Lu Tai put away the flying sword tip that did not live up to its name first. On his wrists and ankles, there was a purplish gold lotus pattern in the shape of a budding flower. Lu Tai said softly, "Bloom." 4 lifelike purplish gold lotuses bloomed instantly. Lu Tai gritted his teeth and leaped high into the air. Then he flew with the wind. Leaning forward, he squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. His sleeves fluttered loudly and his hair fluttered wildly. He looked around and found a direction before disappearing in a flash. The evil cultivator swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He held the jar filled with souls in one hand and bowed like a monk with the other. He said with a flattering smile, "Young Master Sword Immortal, I've offended you this time. I've been rude. The next time we meet I'll take the initiative to avoid you. If you're willing to order me to do something small, I'll definitely do it." As he spoke, the evil cultivator had been paying attention to the white-robed youth's eyes and expression. He quickly retreated. This person was also a decisive killer. Before he fled, he crushed the black jar that contained souls. Black smoke immediately filled the air. A gecko broke its tail. A thin golden light swam rapidly in the billowing black smoke. The eerie smoke that was as thick as ink dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, there was still some time before the filthy black smoke was completely dispelled. Qin Pingon frowned. He rushed forward and leaped onto the crown of a large tree. There was a fleeting figure that turned into a faint gray smoke that quickly fled into the forest. Chu Yi had already chased after it. Qin Pingon's thoughts moved slightly and 15 followed closely behind. Qin Pingon floated back to the ground. Before he landed, he flipped his wrist in the air and changed the red-robed swordsman Dou Ziji's immortal sword into a normal sword-wielding position. Although it was much heavier than the ghostwood sword, Qin Pingon still felt that it was too light. The burly man raised his head and looked in the direction where the platform disappeared. Finally, he lowered his head and looked at the iron whip in his hand. He smiled bitterly. He knew that he would definitely die today. Resentment, loss, and resentment were all present. They appeared one by one and faded away in his heart. He had lived a life of cowardice and sullenness. He had to die a hero for once. The burly man threw the 2 iron whips to the ground and began the 3rd god descent. The man stomped his feet and clasped his hands together. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. He laughed heartily and said, "Do you dare to wait for a moment and let me have a good fight?" Qin Pingon casually threw out the infatuation sword in his hand. It pierced through the burly man's heart. The sword was nailed into the trunk of a large tree. After successfully piercing through the man's heart, Qin Pingon clearly saw the red light flowing on the sword. It flashed and disappeared, like a hungry man eating a meal or a drunkard drinking to his heart's content. Qin Pingon made up his mind to find an immortal's ferry or an immortal's shop on the mountain to sell this sword. The resplendent golden light was still tirelessly melting the black smoke. It was indeed a high-grade magical treasure made from the old flood dragon's whiskers. 2 of them were already so powerful. He wondered how powerful the horsetail whisk in the hands of true monarch flood dragon and the old Taoist on the inverted mountain was. Qin Pingon collected his thoughts and hesitated for a moment before retrieving the sword. He picked up a tree branch that was as thick as an arm and sharpened it with his sword. Then he silently dug a few large pits and buried the red-robed swordsman, the burly man, and the 2 disciples of the array formation master. Finally, he added soil to cover them up. He tried his best to hide their traces so that no one who happened to pass by would be able to see them. Qin Pingon sat on a high tree branch and patiently waited for the return of the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month and the landing platform. He casually placed infatuation, which had an additional scabbard, on his knees. In the distance, the black smoke of the souls that were struggling against the golden light were retreating. Although they had already lost their intelligence, they feared death and sought life. Even the dead otherworldly items were no exception. Suddenly, a large cloud of black smoke wanted to leave this place and wreak havoc elsewhere. Suddenly he remembered that there was a castle in the distance. If it was a person of the Jianghu who did not know spells, he would probably be implicated. Qin Pingon held the sword and stood up. He first looked around. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he poured the true meaning of soul into his robe. In an instant, an ethereal Dharma idol that was dozens of feet tall appeared in the sky. Its face was blurry, but the golden light was clear. The Dharma idol floated in the sky and stood tall, blocking the path of the black smoke. With a sweep of its sleeve, it sucked the souls into its sleeve. The souls seemed to have entered a pool of lightning. With a sizzling sound, they quickly dissipated into thin air. Qin Pingon sat back on the ground. His face was pale and he had a splitting headache. This time he had unreservedly revealed his robe's golden wine. He had used up all of his true qi and there were signs that he would not be able to continue. If he was in a fight with someone, it was best not to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. If the other party had an unexpected life-saving ability, Qin Pingon would be offering his head with both hands. But to be honest, the feeling of his mind wandering as if his soul had left his body and traveled far away was extremely mysterious. Looking down at the mountains and rivers from above, Qin Pingon stretched out his finger and gently twirled the corner of his robe. It was soft, smooth and cool. The battle of life and death was mainly because he was on tenterhooks and had almost exhausted his mental and physical strength. Qin Pingon was a little sleepy. He leaned against the trunk of a big tree and closed his eyes to rest. After about half an hour, Qin Pingon finally calmed down and his breathing became smooth again. Qin Pingon's wrist was tied with a golden knot made from the demon binding rope. Soon, a dazzling white rainbow and a dark green light flew back as fast as lightning. Although the two flying swords were extremely small, the two fireflies stretched out for hundreds of feet and were still very eye-catching. The two of them entered the sword's strengthening gourd. He sensed their intentions from the sword's strengthening gourd. They should have successfully killed the enemy. Qin Pingon was relieved. The 1st and 15th day of the lunar month was the first time he had left Qin Pingon for so long. But this also led to a conclusion. These wild cultivators might not be as good as immortal disciples in killing enemies, but they were all proficient in escaping. Wasn't he the same? Since there was nothing to do, Qin Pingon began to sit and practice the sword furnace stance. Carrying a sword was cultivation. Wearing clothes was also cultivation. The golden wine, which had accompanied an immortal for hundreds or even thousands of years, was a small paradise for qi cultivators. It could gather spiritual energy. But for a pure martial artist, the golden wine was of course a rare protective talisman. But there was also a little trouble, which was that he had to resist the spiritual energy that was constantly coming to the golden wine. After all, a pure martial artist had to be determined from the beginning to disperse all the spiritual energy in his qi residence. Only then could he be considered pure and be on the path of martial arts. In the inverted hanging mountain, because of the abundant spiritual energy, it was more difficult to resist. After leaving the treasure-swallowing whale, it was much easier to walk in the forest. After all, the spiritual energy in the ordinary mountains was weak and could be ignored. Qin Pingon waited for nearly 2 hours. Lu Tai swaggered in the forest and rushed towards Qin Pingon. He was covered in dust, but fortunately there were no blood stains. And from the looks of it, he was a man who had returned from a rewarding journey. As he walked towards the big tree where Qin Pingon was, he casually put away the many formation flags left by the old array master into his sleeves. Lu Tai asked curiously, "You have a bodhisattva's heart. Why don't you let the corpses be exposed to the sun? The beasts gnawed on them and the birds pecked at them. That's what they deserve. Why are you pitying these villains?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I'm not pitying them. I'm just concerned about the matter of death is the most important thing and being buried in the ground is peace." Lu Tai shook his head, too lazy to think more about it. He suddenly turned and ran towards the grave mound, with the heaviest smell of blood. He asked Qin Pingon about the approximate location of the burial of the dead, and then Lu Tai solemnly promised that he would fill in the soil again later. Without waiting for Qin Pingon to agree and nod, Lu Tai had already slapped the ground with his palm. Dust flew into the air as he ran over and began rummaging through the corpses. He didn't even let the 2 disciples of the old array master go. It was hard to imagine that such a guy who liked rouge, face powder, blusher and black eyebrows could be so adept at digging up graves without any psychological burden. It was inevitable that the platform would be stained with blood and mud. However, with the 5-colored silk rope wrapped around the arm, the entire body would be cleaned up very quickly. Immortal magical treasures had all sorts of magical uses, which were unimaginable. Lu Tai muttered to himself, "For better or for worse, you're a Jianghu grandmaster but you're really a pauper. Look, this is Ma Wanfa's fountain. There's a mountain of gold and silver inside. Look at you. You should be so ashamed that you should come back to life and die again. I don't want to criticize you, but compared to your master you're really shabby. Only this stack of banknotes can solve our urgent needs. If we go shopping at the foot of the mountain and give them snow to spend money, the shopkeeper will beat us up. You two ill-fated lovers. In your next life, remember to find a better master. Even if you're not as good, don't find this kind of master again. Qin Pingon didn't disturb Lu Tai's busy work. But looking at the back, he felt very unfamiliar. In the end, Lu Tai filled in the soil again. He clapped his hands and looked at the flat ground, somewhat satisfied. The mastermind behind the scenes is already dead. Everything is fine. Lu Tai walked back to Qin Pingon's tree. He wouldn't go up the tree even if he was beaten to death. He raised his head and waved his hand, saying, "Time to divide the loot." 291. Qin Pingon asked, "Regarding today's storm, did you divine before and already have an answer?" Lu Tai raised her hand and paused for a moment. Then she stroked her hair and smiled charmingly. "I do it every day. This is the daily homework of Yin Yang disciples. Otherwise, I would have told you to run for your life. However, I can't tell you about this. It won't work if I do." Qin Pingon sized up Lu Tai. "Just this once." Lu Tai curled her lips and said disapprovingly, "What's wrong with taking advantage of the situation? I'll be struck by lightning if I don't take advantage of it." At this point, Lu Tai flipped her wrist and a green jade tablet appeared in her hand. Ma Wanfa's Fengtsuan item. His treasures are all in it. Compared to Dou Ziji, who practices martial arts, Ma Wanfa is doing quite well. He has a Fengtsuan item even though he's a Dragon Gate cultivator. However, do you know what's the best about him? Qin Pingon shook his head. Lu Tai chuckled. Ma Wanfa is a rare silkworm breeder. He's good at extracting silk from cocoons. That's why he covets the two of us and recruited such a large group to encircle us. Ma Wanfa is confident that he can capture our Fengtsuan item after we die. Ma Wanfa probably didn't expect us to be two sword immortals in the beginning. There's no need to think too much about my two intrinsic flying swords. As for yours, it's hard to say. Once someone snatches the blade-strengthening gourd." Qin Pingon remained silent. Qin Pingon had a general understanding of how intrinsic items, dharma treasures and spirit artifacts were refined into the void. Intrinsic items were like the intrinsic flying swords of a sword cultivator. They were gone after death and even immortals couldn't keep them. However, although ordinary refined items were secretly hidden in the Qi residence acupoints, there was a certain possibility that they would wander in the soul after death and would not dissipate quickly. If the quality was extremely high, even if the soul in the host body scattered, it could even jump out and return to the mortal world. There were so many secret realms in the world after the blessed paradises were shattered. After the restrictions of the immortal mansions were broken, there would often be high-grade magical treasures left in the mortal world near the remains of many immortals who were dismembered. To a Qi refinement warrior, the natal item was destined to be extremely rare. As for the refined items, although there were slightly more in quantity, they could be counted on one's fingers. After all, the higher the quality of a spirit artifact or magic treasure, the more difficult it was to refine, and the amount of time and energy it consumed was sufficient to make most cultivators below the earthly immortal realm retreat in the face of difficulties. As for the immortal sword in the Heaven Master Mansion on Mount Longhu, even if the person who wielded it had been a grand Heaven Master with heaven-defying Taoist magics, he still wouldn't have been able to make it his life essence item. Second Taoist sword was the same. There were many sword immortals in the 9 continents, so there were naturally many immortal swords as well. However, there were only 4 immortal swords in the truest sense. There were only 4. It had remained unchanged for 10,000 years. That was why Ruanju of the Wind Snow Temple swore to forge a brand new immortal sword that no one had ever seen before. If modern people were inferior to ancient people in every aspect, how boring would that be? As for the reason why the great cultivators of the military school were known as the Walking Armory, it was because they could refine more magic treasures. Think about it, a weapon cultivator complemented by secret skills such as the 3 heads and 6 arms, armed with divine weapons, wearing a top-grade divine armor and with a strong physique, who would dare to go against him? Weapon cultivators were famous for being unkillable, and even more famous for being able to kill others easily. Lu Tai was in an extremely good mood. He explained to Qin Pingon in detail what a silkworm cultivator was. The Fengtsuan item is a little special. It's not quite the same as the natal item or the refined item because it's different from the magic treasure and the flying sword. It's like a small cave and can't be destroyed immediately. Moreover, the Fengtsuan item is extremely difficult to refine as a natal item. Therefore, how to strip the Fengtsuan item from a qi refinement warrior has become a great knowledge. Once it's successful, it's a profitable business. There's a special kind of people on the mountain called the silkworm cultivator. They have their own methods and secret skills that have been passed down in their families or sections. They can intercept the Fengtsuan item from the soul of a qi refinement warrior. Lu Tai clicked his tongue and said, "If Ma Wanfa kills us, then he'll make a fortune. With your blade strengthening gourd and my Fengtsuan item, maybe he only needs to spend money to create a land immortal." Lu Tai suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to ask me how I killed the Dragon Gate cultivator?" Qin Pingon took a step back. Chu Yi and 15 rushed out of the blade strengthening gourd and guarded Qin Pingon on both sides. Lu Tai asked curiously, "How did you know?" Qin Pingon was expressionless and pointed to his arm. There was no colorful rope wrapped around Lu Tai's arm. Moreover, although Lu Tai deliberately acted like a woman, Qin Pingon always felt that it was not as natural as before. In addition, Lu Tai deliberately explained Ma Wanfa's identity as a silkworm breeder, which was a bit too obvious. However, when Qin Pingon asked about divination, Lu Tai's answer was flawless. This was the strange part. Could it be that Ma Wanfa was also an evil cultivator? Not only was he proficient in camouflage, but he was also proficient in capturing souls. Lu Tai looked gloomy at first, then he held back his laughter. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Qin Pingon. "If it were someone else, I would deliberately do this. I would put away the colorful rope, pretend to be awkward and secretly reveal a little murderous intent. I would just cast a coquettish glance at a blind man. But it's just right for you, Qin Pingon. Okay, Dou Ziji stabbed you in the heart with a sword. Hurry up and spit out the extravasated blood or there will be sequelae." Seeing that Qin Pingon still didn't believe him, Lu Tai laughed so hard that he almost cried. He said softly, "Needlepoint, come out." A huge flying sword hovered in the air with a hint of golden needlepoint. Qin Pingon felt relieved. After confirming Lu Tai's identity, he hurriedly turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He glared at him and said, "Lu Tai." Lu Tai snapped his fingers and the two intrinsic flying swords returned to their qi residences to rest. A bamboo fan appeared in his hand and he gently fanned himself. He laughed happily. "Who told you to let those small fries go?" Qin Pingon was so angry that he wanted to kick him. However, Lu Tai suddenly bent down and covered his mouth with his hand. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. It was not too difficult to hunt down a cunning Dragon Gate cultivator who had a core item. But to kill him, perhaps only a golden core cultivator could do it. Therefore, the price Lu Tai paid was definitely not small. Qin Pingon stretched out two fingers and pinched a corner of the golden wine robe on his body. With a slight tug, he actually peeled off the entire golden wine robe and gently threw it to the trembling Lu Tai. He frowned and said, "Try it on. I've already removed the seal on the robe." Lu Tai stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden robe. Without any movement, the golden wine robe was instantly on his body. He sat down on the ground and took a deep breath before sitting down cross-legged. He stretched out a finger and wiped his scarlet lips while cursing. But even so, it didn't seem vulgar at all. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to maintain my peak combat strength at all times and treated those medicinal pills and nectar as steamed buns and tea, how could I have ended up in such a sorry state? If we had split Ma Wanfa's square inch equally, you would have profited greatly, but I would have suffered a great loss. Qin Pingon squatted at the side and casually inserted infatuation into the ground. He said angrily, "Dou Ziji's saber belongs to me. You can take the rest." Lu Tai widened his eyes and said angrily, "This sword is the most valuable one, all right? Even a martial Dao Grandmaster of the Spirit Refinement Realm can use it. In order to obtain this Dharma treasure, Dou Ziji must have sold everything she had. She might have even gone bankrupt. That's why Ma Wanfa asked her to come and rob him this time." Qin Pingon grinned. "I don't care about that." After Lu Tai put on the golden wine robe, his breathing was much more stable. "All right, let's review. The array formation set up by the array master is called the mountain moving array. It can make one's soul flow stagnant as if one is carrying a mountain. It's very effective against Qi refinement warriors below the Golden Core realm. Those small flags are not of high quality. It's just that there are a lot of them, so they are worth some money. On my way here I bumped into that unlucky old talisman. He was almost split into two by the tip of the needle. He was so scared that he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. I asked him to hand over all his treasures. How could he be willing? He put up a desperate struggle and fought with me. I had no choice but to end his life. In addition, I also checked his soul to see if there were any Fengxuan items or refined Dharma treasures hidden in his soul. That's why my injuries worsened. It's a pity that I only got this silk fish talisman. It turns out that the talisman that imprisoned your two flying swords is the essence of this talisman book. It's called the Dry Well Talisman. The grade of this talisman is not as good as the Scabbard Talisman and the Mountain Ceiling Talisman that I mentioned. But it's still quite interesting. I brought it back to the family and placed it in the library. If you had killed the old Taoist, we would have split the items in half and my injuries would not have worsened. I risked half my life to kill the old Taoist and still had to split the items in half with you. Don't you think that's infuriating? Chen Pingon said. That evil cultivator had nothing left to lose. Previously Yin Qi filled the sky and black smoke billowed. If not for this robe we would not have been able to stop it. Otherwise the castle would have been destroyed by us. Wouldn't we have been caught in the crossfire and suffered an undeserved calamity for nothing? Lu Tai raised the jade tablet in his hand. This green jade tablet is even rarer than the Guyu coin. It can only be found by chance. Therefore, compared to ordinary Fengxuan items, its price is much higher. The things inside aren't that amazing. There are plenty of treasures and antiques from the mortal world. Their foresight is really bad and there are countless fakes. The few bottles of medicinal pills aren't anything special either. If you calculate them all together, even if you don't talk about the jade tablet itself, it's only worth about 10,000 snowflakes. We're both in the Dragon Gate realm, but Tongya continent is far inferior to the Central Plains. Lu Tai's words were filled with regret, as well as the pride of being a native of the Central Divine Continent. It was just like how some sword cultivators looked at other Qi refinement warriors. Some people came from the North Continent and looked at the Eastern Aquarius continent. Even Qin Pingon was secretly happy when he saw the group of Dali elite cavalry scouts who showed kindness in the snowstorm at the border. When the little boy in green and the girl in pink talked about the rotten and weak soldiers of the Huangting country, Qin Pingon was also secretly happy. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "It's only worth 10,000 snowflakes?" Lu Tai asked in return, "Otherwise?" Qin Pingon remembered that the Kuan ship in the ceremonial mountain in the North Continent was one of the few Dharma treasures with the highest price in the past few hundred years. It was worth 10 to 20,000 snowflakes. To the two sisters, it was like when Qin Pingon was still an apprentice of the Dragon Kiln. He heard Lu Xianyang say mysteriously that the mansion in Falu Street was worth a few thousand taels of silver. At that time, Qin Pingon had only seen a few pieces of silver. It was just that he did not know how many times Chen Shui and Qiushi had seen Guyu money later on. Lu Tai was busy healing himself with the spiritual energy contained in the golden wine and did not notice Qin Pingon's disappointed expression. He snorted and said, "My 5-colored rope was seriously damaged during the fight with Ma Wanfa. The other protective Dharma treasure was also completely destroyed. Let's not talk about the repair cost of the 5-colored rope. Do you know how much the latter is worth?" Lu Tai blinked his eyes. "If we count all the treasures in the Xian object and the scattered array flags, I barely made a loss. I made a small profit." Qin Pingon said in a methodical manner, "You forgot to mention the silk fish talisman that can be kept in the family library." Lu Tai suddenly realized, I forgot." Qin Pingon pointed at the Siyuan object in his hand, "And this jade tablet. Let's take a step back and say that we really split it equally. How much is half a jade tablet worth?" "A Siyuan object can't be cheap, right?" Lu Tai said angrily. "Qin Pingon, I suffered such a serious injury and you still won't allow me to complain that I'm poor?" Qin Pingon said sharply, "I've already said that aside from this sword, everything else is yours. What are you trying to achieve by going around in circles?" Lu Tai sighed, "Because I feel that I've taken advantage of you. It's not very kind of me. I just want to find a way to make a big profit and at the same time feel at ease." Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you bored?" Qin Pingon pulled out the long sword beside him and handed it to Lu Tai. He roughly explained the strange feeling after the sword pierced through the heart. Lu Tai waved his hand and did not take Dou Ziji's infatuation sword. He said straightforwardly, "I don't even need to touch it. I know that it's a heretical method." Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. "By the way, what did that man mean by touch?" Lu Tai said with a smile, "You'll know when you visit more brothels and drink more wine." Qin Pingon ignored his teasing. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and slowly pulled it out of the sheath. The autumn water was cold, as if the surrounding light was condensed on the sword. Lu Tai explained, "Anyway, it can be sold for a lot of money." Qin Pingon nodded and did not doubt it. The grandson of Song Yufan, the sword sage of Brush Country, once spent 900 snowflakes to buy a short sword forged in the mountain at the immortal ferry crossing the border between the two countries, which cost the villa a lot of money. Senior Song's martial arts realm was similar to Dou Ziji's. However, as the top swordsman in Jianghu, the two were very different in terms of their foundation and the essence of swordsmanship. However, Song Yufan, as a sword master who shocked Jianghu, had nothing to rely on but his sword. On this point, Dou Ziji was the same. She only put in a lot of effort in the matter of the sword. Compared with the Qi trainers who only hated that they did not have enough magical weapons, there was a world of difference. As for the swordsmen who were not in Jianghu but in heaven, they were the most straightforward. They pursued to break all rules with one sword. Qin Pingon asked about the transfer spell that the old array master used after smashing the talisman. Lu Tai saw it for the first time, but it was not the first time he heard about it. This knowledgeable disciple of the Lu family told Qin Pingon about the cooperation between the talisman and the array. Only then did Qin Pingon know that the overlapping of two land withdrawal talismans could bring about an unexpected effect. There were indeed all kinds of spells and techniques on the mountain. "It's almost time. The injury has been suppressed. Next, I only need to rest quietly." Lu Tai stood up and used his fingertips to pull out the golden robe and casually threw it to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon only needed to open his hands and the golden robe would automatically put on his body as if there was a maidservant waiting on it. Lu Tai kept the green jade tablet in his sleeve and smiled. "Sharing the spoils on the ground, what are you most afraid of?" Lu Tai asked and answered his own question. "Unequal distribution of spoils, deadly fights in the nest. So I calculated that I now owe you, Qin Pingon, half of the jade tablet. Converted to snow money." Lu Tai suddenly exclaimed and covered his chest. He frowned and said, "Speaking of this, I feel a little distressed." Qin Pingon slapped on Lu Tai's head and scolded jokingly, "Naughty." On Luopa Mountain, Wei Pai often did this to the little boy in green. Lu Tai was stunned for a moment and did not argue with Qin Pingon. "Let me check out the surroundings first. I'm not in a hurry to leave." After finishing his words, Qin Pingon leaped onto a high branch and looked into the distance. Lu Tai looked up and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he plucked up his courage and stood on the branch. He did not forget to hold the main trunk with one hand and felt slightly at ease. Qin Pingon held infatuation in one hand and took off the blade's strengthening gourd with the other. It was rare for him to drink a mouthful of wine. "Lu Tai, actually I know that if I don't kill Ma Wanfa there will be endless troubles. The following journey will be very troublesome. A Qi refinement warrior is determined to pester me. I once experienced it in Ji Shui country. So this sword is enough for me. You don't have to give me extra snow money." Lu Tai was about to speak. Qin Pingon turned and smiled. "But after knowing you, I increasingly feel that I can't only talk about my own reasons. The most frightening thing is to go to extremes. If you really have a conscience, I'll take the money." Lu Tai did not say anything. He simply leaned against the tree trunk and took out a bronze mirror with a smile. He looked left and right and began to comb his temples carefully while humming a tune. A horse would not get fat without eating at night. A man would not get rich without a windfall. Qin Pingon could not stand this. He stopped looking at him and suddenly frowned. "Someone is coming this way." Lu Tai followed Qin Pingon's line of sight and quickly continued to comb his hair in front of the mirror. "It's just a group of boorish men in the pugilistic world. They should be people from that castle. You're wearing a golden cloth. You'll be fine even if you stand there and let them slash you dozens of times." Qin Pingon said, "It's better to avoid trouble. If you can move freely, we'll continue to head north." Lu Tai hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Can we stop and rest for a few days?" Qin Pingon nodded. "That's fine too." A team entered the forest from the castle. Their figures were strong and healthy. All of them had a solid foundation in martial arts. However, this kind of solid foundation was only relative to ordinary martial artists in the pugilistic world. The leader was an elegant old man in a green robe with a long beard. His breathing was long and his footsteps were light. He should be an internal martial arts expert. Behind him were two young people, a man and a woman. Both of them were about 20 years old. The man was handsome and the woman was gentle. The two of them looked similar. They should be brother and sister. The man carried a horned bow on his back and the woman wore a pair of beautiful boots. She wore a delicate snake-shaped golden bracelet on her wrist. They were a perfect match. Behind them were more than 10 young and strong retainers. They were all wearing simple and neat tight clothes. Then in the forest they saw two young masters coming toward them. Everyone immediately stopped and held their weapons. They were full of vigilance and fear. The old man in the lead smiled and cupped his hands. "I'm Hiya, the steward of the Eagle Fortress. Have you seen any immortal masters or demons nearby?" Lu Tai smiled and said, "How can there be immortals or demons in the world? Old mister, are you joking?" The old man was speechless. When the young woman saw Lu Tai, who looked like an immortal from a book, her eyes lit up. She was in high spirits. Her elder brother was more mature and prudent. He sized up the two uninvited guests. Within a radius of 100 miles around the Eagle Fortress, there was nothing special that could be explored. There were only the most ordinary mountains and rivers. Moreover, there were two mountain roads leading to the Eagle Fortress. One was wide and the other was like a sheep's intestine. After a certain distance from the Eagle Fortress, the former road became a dead end. This was to prevent outsiders from following the main road and finding the Eagle Fortress, which was secluded from the world. 30 or 40 years ago, the Eagle Fortress was still a martial arts overlord in the Agarwood Kingdom. After a catastrophe, they began to live in seclusion. They took the initiative to destroy the main road, and the family members rarely traveled outside. However, they were not isolated from the world. There were still some necessary business contacts. Occasionally, some old friends of the pugilistic world would come here to relax or exchange martial arts. The appearance of the two in front of him was strange to begin with. Previously, when he saw the immortals fighting in the castle, it was shocking. It was either billowing black smoke, flowing lights, or overflowing colors. In the end, there was even a majestic golden figure floating in the air, outshining the rest of the forest. Most of the people in the Eagle Fortress had never seen such a scene. They were frightened and talked about it. Thus, after a series of discussions, the lord of the castle had steward Hiya come here to investigate. As for the young man and woman, they had snuck out behind everyone's back and appeared halfway. Steward Hiya had no choice but to slow down his pace and deliberately take a longer route. Only then did he arrive at this place leisurely. In the end, he saw the two people in front of him who seemed to be enjoying the scenery. Hiya looked calm, but in fact he was nervous. He was afraid that the two immortal-like young men would suddenly hurt them. In the Eagle Fortress, except for old Jianghu veterans like Hiya, even the current fort master did not know much about the strange secrets of the pugilistic world. Hiya was different. The old steward had been in the pugilistic world and had been to the mountainside several times. Therefore, under the insistence of the old man, the Eagle Fortress had many rules that confused the young people. For example, every New Year and Double Ninth Festival, the gates of several important places in the Eagle Fortress had to be pasted with talisman paper from the Taoist temple outside. The old man would often burn incense alone at the crossroads of the road and put up a plate of pastries and fruits. Outsiders would not know what he was doing. Every time someone died in the Eagle Fortress, if it was an unnatural death such as drowning or an emergency, the old man would have more rules. The young men would be buried in the coffin, where they would be buried, what time they would be born, what days they would be in charge of guarding the coffin, what incense would be offered on the 7th day, and so on. It was enough to annoy the young people. Lu Tai first asked the old man if he came from that fortress. After receiving an affirmative answer, he smiled and said that he wanted to stay there for the night. Recently, he had been sleeping in the wilderness and it was hard to bear. The old steward was hesitant, but the girl with the gold bracelet on her wrist had already nodded. Qin Pingon shook his head slightly. This girl was too careless. She was not afraid of inviting a wolf into the house. The old steward looked at the smiling green-robed young master and suddenly smiled. Those who come are guests. The two young masters have come from afar. Since we've met, Eagle Castle should treat you with great hospitality. Lu Tai and Qin Pingon followed the group to the Eagle Fortress that was more than 10 miles away. The mountain path was more than 10 miles. Along the way the girl chatted with Lu Tai. The old steward, Hia, pricked up his ears and did not want to miss a single word. The surname of the Eagle Fortress was Huan. The girl was Huan Shu and her brother was Huan Chong. According to the genealogy of the Huan family, they had escaped the flames of war 600 years ago and moved from the northern Changi country to Agarwood country. Qin Pingon did not understand this. Lu Tai could talk about anything. He told the girl that the surname Huan was a good surname, but Qin Pingon still did not understand. As they approached the Eagle Fortress, there was already a flat road under their feet. Lu Tai looked up and smiled. At the railing of the tallest building in the fortress, there was a woman wrapped in a mink coat who was afraid of the cold. She was anxiously looking at the road outside the fortress. She was only relieved when she vaguely saw the figures of her children. However, the woman herself did not know that no one in the Eagle Fortress had ever seen her miserable appearance of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Outside the railing the sun shone brightly. Inside the railing there was some shade. If one stood near the woman for a long time, one would feel a chill on one's skin as if one was immersed in a river. Therefore the servant girls by the woman's side had changed over the years. Without exception all of them had become sickly. However, after leaving the woman's side most of them recovered. As time passed it became normal to not find it strange. 292. The castle stood tall among the green hills and clear waters. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice the ancient talisman pasted on the left and right sides of the gate. Qin Pingon had good eyesight and was observant. He immediately noticed the 2 inconspicuous talisman. He turned to look at Lu Tai who was busy chatting with Huan Shu about the Jianghu of Agarwood country. Qin Pingon silently memorized the talisman pattern. There were thousands of talisman types in the world. There were many different schools of talisman. There were only 3 schools that were qualified to be called the orthodox talisman. The celestial master's abode of Longhu Mountain in the central divine continent was one of them. The other 2 were the Lingbao sect in the South Sa continent and the Tongye sect in the Tongye continent where Qin Pingon was standing. The 2 uninvited guests, Qin Pingon and Lu Tai, were arranged to stay in a small courtyard on the east side of the Eagle Fortress by steward Hia. Hia personally led the 2 of them to their residence. The 2 brothers Huan Chong and Huan Shu bid farewell to them. They agreed to stay here and rest well. There would be a welcome banquet tomorrow night in the main building. They hoped that Qin Pingon and Lu Tai would be there on time. The main bluestone road in the middle of the Eagle Fortress led directly to the main building. The rest of the streets and alleys were crisscrossed with yellow mud. Qin Pingon felt as if he had returned to the Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley in his hometown. The neighbors were all descendants of the Eagle Fortress. However, compared to the Clay Bottle Alley, the alleys here were clean and tidy. Almost every house had a peach blossom and apricot blossom. Children were running and playing. Some were holding bamboo swords and wooden sabers, competing with each other. Some were riding bamboo horses and shouting. They were not afraid when they saw the old steward Hia. They stopped in their tracks and greeted him as Mr. He. They bowed respectfully and soon whistled away, their childlike laughter echoing in the alleys. After leading Lu Tai and Qin Pingon to their accommodations, the bookish old steward quickly went to the top floor of the main building and met with Eagle Castle's castle lord Huan Yang. Huan Yang was a handsome man with a jade-like face. Although he wasn't young anymore, his hair was already white, which added to Huan Yang's charm. In the end, it was right to be good-looking regardless of gender. If one wasn't good-looking, it was probably a sin. Huan Yang sat on a simple arhat couch and gestured for Hia to take a seat. The old steward looked down at his muddy boots and shook his head with a smile. He moved a chair to the side and sat down. Huan Yang frowned. "Uncle He, why did you bring 2 outsiders into Eagle Castle? Are they related to the immortal master on the Western Mountain?" Hia said helplessly, "It's hard to say for now if it has anything to do with me. When we arrived, there was no more movement. I think the battle has ended and those immortals, demons and demons have all retreated. I secretly left 2 people there to look for clues, but they didn't find anything. It should be the winner who used the immortal's secret technique to hide the secret of heaven. Huan Yang smiled bitterly. If those 2 young people are really the legendary immortals, then that's good. I asked someone to send a secret letter to ask why the immortal hasn't arrived yet. Just now, I received a reply from a friend of mine in the capital. He reprimanded me in the letter, saying that the high and mighty immortal on the mountain is elusive. Even the officials in the capital have a hard time meeting him. It's already a great fortune that he was able to deliver a verbal message and finally get the immortal to agree to help. If he doesn't give him an inch and wants a mile, then he'll offend the immortal and cause trouble. Huan Yang's face was full of worry. He asked softly, Uncle He, you're experienced and know some things on the mountain. How do you think we should deal with this? Are we just going to keep waiting? Strange things have happened in the castle in recent years. If there are 1 or 2 more, we won't be able to hide the truth. By then everyone will be in a panic. What should we do? He said firmly, the friend of the castle lord is right. The immortal on the mountain is dedicated to Tao and his temperament is unpredictable. We can't guess it all. We can only wait. Huan Yang sighed. He grabbed a wine pot and took a sip of the sorghum soil brewed by the Eagle Castle. Then let's wait. But the Eagle Castle can't afford to wait. If not, I wouldn't have let you take the risk in the mountain and take the initiative to meet that Qi cultivator. I thought that I was lucky to meet an immortal master and help the Eagle Castle solve the problem. Even if I have to spend all my wealth, it's worth it. He hesitated for a moment and said carefully, the reason why I invited the 2 of them into the Eagle Fortress is because I think that although they are young, they might really be immortal disciples from a certain mountain. This time they are traveling the Jianghu and going out to gain experience. On the way here, I carefully observed their breathing, footsteps and facial features. The white-robed youth with a sword on his back is most likely a retainer. The other young master doesn't look like an ordinary teacher. His temperament is too good, really too good. Huan Yang stroked his beard and smiled. No wonder little Shu wants to stick by his side. Seems that she likes him at first sight. Not bad, not bad. She is indeed my daughter. Because of the appearance of the green-robed young master, the old man recalled many past events in the Jianghu. He smiled and said, when I traveled the Jianghu with the old castle lord, I only saw 2 or 3 people who could have such a temperament. One is the current privy emissary Lu of the capital. In his early years he was just a playboy who indulged in wine and women. But clearly he restrained his essence. It's just a self-deprecating method to deceive the world. The other one is Dou Ziji, who showed off her ability as a fledgling. In fact, there weren't many people who thought highly of Dou Ziji. They only thought that she was an ordinary genius and couldn't be considered a crane in a flock of chickens. But the old castle lord believed that in the future of the Jianghu in the Agarwood country, Dou Ziji would have at least 30 years of romance. The old castle lord has a unique vision. I don't know the last person's name or origin. At that time I climbed the mountain with the old castle lord to enjoy the sunrise. When we reached the top we found a white-robed man breathing. When he saw us he smiled and nodded at me. After getting up he flashed away and disappeared without a trace. You should know that it was the top of a mountain thousands of feet high. How else could one go down the mountain except for immortals riding on the wind or immortals riding on the sword? The old man sighed, but he was still in high spirits. But in the end he still felt a little gloomy. The Jianghu they lived in was so big. There were so many sections. The struggle between good and evil, life and death, honor and disgrace and righteousness were all there. In the end, was it just a small puddle in some people's eyes? If they wanted to cross it, it was just a matter of lifting their feet. If they were too lazy to lift their feet, they might step on the puddle and cause a storm in the Jianghu. Huan Yang found it interesting. Unknowingly, his gloomy mood lightened a little. He smiled and asked, Uncle He, why didn't you talk about this before? The old man said self-mockingly, what's the point of talking about this? A real man doesn't talk about his past achievements. Besides, I, Uncle He, haven't had any achievements in my life. The old castle lord who chopped the Ling official statue in one strike is a real hero. I'll just carry the old castle lord's burden and lead your horse. I'll try to live a few more days and arrange the young castle lord's wedding. I'll be satisfied with this life. Huan Yang sighed. Can immortals really achieve immortality? The old man smiled. When the immortal recommended by the castle lord's friend comes, you can ask. Lu Tai was quite satisfied with this courtyard. It was located at the end of the alley. The environment was quiet and the walls of the courtyard were covered with cedar trees. Then Lu Tai raised his head and waved at the eaves in the distance with a smile. On the other side of the roof, a disciple of the Eagle Fortress panted heavily. He bent down and went down the roof to inform Steward He that his whereabouts had been discovered. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be misunderstood as having evil intentions and would probably cause trouble. Qin Pingon sat on the stone bench and said softly, I feel that this place is a little strange. Lu Tai didn't care and said casually, Don't worry. I'm just looking for a comfortable place to rest. I won't cause trouble. As long as you don't provoke me, I can't be bothered with what happens outside this courtyard. Qin Pingon remembered the two old talisman on the gate of the Eagle Castle. He stretched out a finger and drew a talisman in the air. He asked, Do you know what talisman it is? Lu Tai went into the house to look for a tea set. Since he was living under someone else's roof, he had to do as the Romans did. The two of them didn't bring any luggage and couldn't just take things out of thin air. Without much rummaging, Lu Tai took out a set of items. Then he took a small bucket and prepared to leave. He told Qin Pingon that he was going to fetch water. He passed by a well just now and found it interesting. Originally, the well water was the lowest quality water used to brew tea. However, the well water over there had excellent water quality. Perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise. As for the talisman, Lu Tai said it bluntly. He didn't have the ability to recognize all the talisman styles in the world. The two talismans on the gate were unknown and could be the unorthodox work of the Tongya Tontinen's talisman sect. Anyway, the talisman's quality wasn't very good and its spiritual qi had long disappeared. Only the ignorant boorish people of the Eagle Castle would treat it as a treasure and worship it as a peace of mind. Qin Pingon always felt that there was a faint yin qi lingering in the Eagle Castle. However, compared to the black smoke and evil qi after the evil cultivator broke the clay pot, it was not worth mentioning. Lu Tai came back with the empty bucket. Qin Pingon asked, What's wrong? The well water is not suitable for brewing tea? Lu Tai curled his lips. The feng shui of the Eagle Castle has obviously been tampered with. The well water is especially gloomy. Not to mention brewing tea, even boiling water and cooking will cause problems for ordinary teachers who don't have enough yang qi. But it's not a big problem. I guess that in the past 10 or 20 years, there must be more girls than boys. If this goes on, the yin will flourish and the yang will decline. Qin Pingon frowned and didn't say anything. Lu Tai smiled and asked, Are you not going to do anything? Qin Pingon glanced at him. Let's not talk about the Jianghu grudges. We don't know anything now. Are we going to help or harm people? Lu Tai smiled and said, Then I'm relieved. I was afraid that you would be hot-blooded and want to help people. Qin Pingon said unhappily, I don't have a knife. Lu Tai threw the bucket aside and put his hands behind his back. He looked at Qin Pingon playfully and said, Oh, Qin Pingon. Not bad. You can tell jokes now. Qin Pingon laughed it off. He began to practice the 6-step pile walking in the yard. Lu Tai sat on the steps and looked up at the sky. He waved his bamboo fan gently. It's going to rain. In the twilight, a torrential downpour soon arrived as promised. The rain fell on the stone table in the yard, in the alley, and between heaven and earth. Qin Pingon was wearing a golden robe. He didn't have to worry about the cold at all. He didn't even have to worry about his clothes being soaked. He continued to practice. Every time he punched, he felt like he was breaking a ball of rain. Qin Pingon was addicted to it. In order to hide from the rain, Lu Tai was already sitting at the door of the house. Although it was autumn and the weather was cool, he was still fanning himself. He was either in a daze or occasionally glancing at Qin Pingon's fist technique. Lu Tai saw that Qin Pingon had switched from boxing to swordsmanship. He was still holding the long sword in a strange way. Lu Tai smiled and said, The ancients have always seen rain as the meeting of heaven and earth, the meeting of yin and yang. The ancients' thinking is really interesting. I don't know how the future generations will see us. Qin Pingon didn't say anything. Lu Tai was always so mysterious. There was no need to pay attention to him. That night, the lights in Lu Tai's room were turned off. As usual, Qin Pingon read the annals of mountains and seas under the light. It was still raining heavily outside the window. It was rare to see such heavy rain. Qin Pingan's ears moved slightly. He vaguely heard the laughter of children chasing and playing in the alley outside the yard. After a while, Qin Pingan had just turned a page when he heard the soft voice of a woman outside. It sounded like she was crying and complaining. Qin Pingan was indifferent. There was a series of old man coughing and it gradually faded away. The yard was located at the end of the alley. It was a dead end. Qin Pingan closed the book in his hand and picked up the blade-nourishing gourd on the table. He walked out of the room while drinking. After opening the door, it was as if the rain between heaven and earth was blood. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Other than the cold weather and the water vapor around the yard, there was nothing unusual. Qin Pingan moved a chair and sat outside the door. He slightly released his aura. His pure fist aura slowly flowed through his body. It quietly blocked the incoming rain a few feet away. There was a series of knocks on the door of the courtyard. Qin Pingan was about to get up and open the door. The knocking on the door stopped abruptly. After a few times, Qin Pingan simply ignored them and started to practice the sword furnace stance. After about half an hour, the rain gradually stopped and turned into a continuous drizzle. There was the sound of fingers scratching on the door again. Qin Pingan opened his eyes and sighed. He took out a yellow paper pagoda demon subduing talisman from his sleeve. He stood up and slowly walked to the door. The yellow paper talisman at his fingertips was shining and emitting a golden light. It was like a blazing sun tearing apart the night sky. Lu Tai suddenly opened the door and yawned. Quickly put it away. If you're not careful, you'll scare the ghosts to death. Qin Pingan ignored this cold joke. He was about to open the door and throw the talisman into the alley without caring about anything else. Lu Tai reminded him, "Don't alert the enemy." Qin Pingan thought for a while and still walked straight to the door. After pulling out the door bolt, he felt gloomy. There was no one in the muddy alley outside the door, but there were whispers floating around. There were footprints of different depths on the ground. Qin Pingan turned around and put the talisman on the door. Before entering the door, he turned around and saw two people, one big and one small, walking in the rain in the distance. They were both wearing plain white linen clothes. The child did not turn around but twisted his whole head and looked at Qin Pingan. He opened his mouth and laughed silently. 293. The child with a pale face and dressed in white robes thought for a long time before continuing to move forward with the adults, and his figure disappeared into the depths of the alley. Qin Pingan looked calm and did not continue to look at the strange scene. He glanced at the demon-suppressing talisman pasted on the door. It was only made of ordinary yellow paper, so it was not too painful to use it. After such a heavy rain, the door was soaked, but Qin Pingan casually pasted it on the door and it was abnormally firm. On the door were the two most commonly seen painted gods of martial arts. It was unknown whether they were the saints of the martial temple in the Tongya continent or the great generals in the history of the Agarwood kingdom. More than half of the year had passed. The painted gods of martial arts had faded greatly due to the wind, sun, and rain. They were a little dim and had a trace of decay. After Qin Pingan reached the four realms of martial arts, his qi and blood were vigorous and his soul was tough. The way he looked at the world had changed a little. Similar to the way qi trainers looked at qi, he could catch the flow of spiritual qi. Especially after he wore the golden wine, he could verify the degree of spiritual qi absorbed by the robe. He had gained a lot. He raised his head and looked at the two door gods who seemed to be wearing bright armor and dignified attire. In fact, a bit of divine spiritual light had already disappeared in the long river of time. It was nibbled away bit by the baleful yin qi in this strange alley until there was nothing left. Was this called a hero being short-tempered? Qin Pingan sighed. He stood on tiptoe and smoothed the fine wrinkles of the talisman with his fingers. According to the market price, how many pairs of painted gods of martial arts could be bought with a demon-suppressing talisman of the pagoda? Thinking of this, Qin Pingan was a little annoyed. Qin Pingan was well aware of the general meaning of those sneaky and evil spirits. It was a show of strength. They probably wanted him and Lu Tai, two foreigners with strong yang qi, to be tactful and leave this place as soon as possible so that both sides would mind their own business. Qin Pingan walked into the yard and locked the door. Since Lu Tai was awake, he didn't want to sleep anymore. Just like Qin Pingan, he moved a chair and sat by the door. Before Qin Pingon opened his mouth, Lu Tai took the initiative to explain, some weak otherworldly items can only scare people. At most they can harm ordinary people with weak yang qi. They can scare them when they are walking at night and steal some of their souls when their souls are shivering. Or they can choose the time when the people are having nightmares to do that. Some people are looking for trouble. They don't know the rules. They pee at the crossroads of the ghost road where otherworldly items wander and bring trouble to themselves. Lu Tai took out the bamboo fan and began to fan it. The chill in the courtyard suddenly disappeared and for some reason there was a bit of warmth. In the rain, wisps of gray smoke rose in spirals and dissipated. Lu Tai laughed. These ghosts are ignorant. They are just like the living people of the Eagle Fortress. They can't see our depth at all. It's a pity that the demon subduing talisman, if it was drawn by the celestial master of the Zhang family or the master of the Lingbao sect with your material. Lu Tai paused for a moment, deliberately rubbing salt on Qin Pingon's wound. With a talisman at the gate of the Eagle Fortress, it can protect hundreds of people for at least 3 to 5 years. They won't be attacked by otherworldly items. Unlike you, a layman who only breathed on the talisman with pure qi. You are destined to be unable to connect with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This talisman is like water without a source. How many days can it enjoy? Qin Pingon sat on the chair opposite him. Why didn't you show up earlier? Lu Tai smiled. Why would I show up? Why don't you chat with them about the local customs and customs here? To ask them how they arranged the order of appearance in order to scare you? How they turned the rain into blood? I would only tell them sincerely that ghosts are not good enough to scare people. By then I might not be able to resist teaching them a few tricks. Lu Tai was getting more and more unreasonable. Qin Pingon pointed out the door with the wine gourd, indicating that Lu Tai could go out and get close to them. Lu Tai sat in the same place as still as a mountain. He closed his folding fan. Since I was young, I liked to deal with the demons and spirits in my family. You can even say that I get along with them day and night. I'm already used to it. If it wasn't for you, Qin Pingon, who found them annoying, I would have a better sleep with them floating around outside. Qin Pingon was confused. You disciples of the school of Yin Yang don't have to avoid this? Lu Tai looked up at the rain and said softly, if you don't get close to evil, you won't know what's good. Qin Pingon asked curiously, are there real ghosts hiding in the Eagle Fortress? Lu Tai nodded. Otherwise, why would I say, a place with good feng shui for framing others before the fight? Qin Pingon nodded. He remembered it clearly. Lu Tai's hands rested lazily on the armrests of the chair, his sleeves hanging down. If the two of us died and became a pair of lovebirds, do you think anyone would believe us if we framed those Wulin boorish men of Flying Eagle Fort? Of course they would frame the nest of otherworldly ghosts. Qin Pingon's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly stood up and walked to the door. There was a commotion in the alley outside the courtyard. The demon subduing talisman on the door shone brightly and disappeared in a flash. Lu Tai turned his head and smiled. There's no need to go. Those ghosts won't give up. They must suffer some losses before they're willing to remember. Now that they've learned their lesson, they should stay away from us in the near future. It'll be difficult for me to hear those moving sounds of nature again and sleep well. Qin Pingon opened the courtyard door and stepped over the threshold. He looked up and sized up the demon subduing talisman. Other than a faint stain, the talisman did not show any signs of the talisman's gall collapsing or shaking. As Lu Tai said, the ghosts that came to test the talisman did not have high cultivation. Qin Pingon returned to the courtyard and made up his mind. If they still came to provoke him, then don't blame him for being an evil neighbor. Lu Tai clasped his hands behind his head and said, this Tongyi continent is a very conservative place. They don't like foreigners from other continents. If it was here, the heavenly monarch Xianxia of the Julu continent would have been beaten half to death. Unlike your Aquarius continent, you can still sit down and drink tea, reason and bargain. Qin Pingon rubbed the mud on the bottom of his shoes on the steps. He thought for a while and said slowly, the Aquarius continent is too close to the Julu continent. Dolly and Xiaxia's relationship is also very mysterious. They are both related. It is not just a matter of the customs of one continent. Lu Tai, what do you think? Lu Tai clicked his tongue and said, good. Qin Pingon, you are becoming more and more capable of looking at problems from the top of the mountain. You are indeed someone who has passed through the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon was about to move the chair back into the house when Lu Tai suddenly said, Qin Pingon, if we include Ma Wanfa, it is actually not difficult for them to deal with a half-golden core cultivator. It is actually not easy for the two of us to win this battle. Qin Pingon stood by the side of the chair and asked, if the two of us go against a golden core chi refinement warrior, do we have a chance of winning? Yes, but the chances are not high. Lu Tai smiled and said, almost every golden core cultivator is a person with a strong heart. Moreover, they have endless spells and divine abilities. So we either have to fight with him or we will be exhausted to death by him. You should know that the 9th realm of Qi refinement warriors, the Golden Core realm, and the 7th realm of pure martial arts, together with the previous realms, are said to be earth-shattering. Qin Pingon sat back on the chair and shook his head. Actually, I am not too sure. Can you tell me more about it? Lu Tai's eyes lit up. If I tell you all these, can I give you a discount of 100 snowflakes the next time we officially split the spoils? Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. You still care about 100 snowflakes spending money? Lu Tai laughed and said, of course I don't care about the snowflakes spending money. I just like the feeling of taking advantage of others. Qin Pingon stretched out a hand indicating that Lu Tai could make money now. Lu Tai was in a good mood. He kicked off his boots and sat cross-legged on the chair. He smiled and said, the 7th realm of pure martial arts is called earth-shattering. Apart from the 7th realm of pure martial arts, the wind-controlling realm, which allows the martial arts to ride the wind and travel far away like immortals, there is also the ability to condense the soul, spirit, and guts into one, and display the world before one's eyes. It is a completely different scene. As for the Qi refinement warriors entering the Golden Core realm, only when you become a Golden Core cultivator can you be considered a member of my generation. This golden rule has almost been repeated too many times. The real mystery lies in the fact that before the formation of the Golden Core, there is a huge bottleneck when a cultivator uses spells and divine abilities. Based on the number of mansions they have, they can roughly calculate the total amount of spiritual energy stored. When fighting with others, it is just like you, Qin Pingon, if you want to spend money you need to spend it wisely. But after the formation of the Golden Core, the spiritual energy stored by a cultivator is not limited to the number of Qi mansions they have. It is like a rich man building an ice house. Even in the scorching summer one can still eat ice. More importantly, one can also temporarily borrow spiritual energy from the world. Longevity bridge, longevity bridge. After all that talk, what exactly is it? Apart from embarking on the path of cultivation, it is also to be able to connect with the world, to have one's own little paradise, to be able to be a great blessed land of the world. Qin Pingon listened attentively. Lu Tai smiled and asked, so it is not strange that the two of us killed so many of Ma Wanfa's men, but we may not be able to defeat a single Golden Core cultivator? Qin Pingon nodded. So that is the case. Lu Tai looked as if he had seen a ghost. He asked doubtfully, the people who taught you fist techniques, sword techniques and talisman, none of them told you these? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, they did not teach these. The old man who taught me fist techniques only taught me. Qin Pingon stood up and gently punched the curtain of rain. I have to punch the curtain of rain back 100 feet or 1,000 feet. Qin Pingon withdrew his fist and gently twisted his wrist as if he was drawing a talisman with a brush. I have to infuse the true meaning of talisman on the tip of the brush. A little bit of great spirit, 1,000 miles of wind. Qin Pingon held his sword in the air and gently waved it forward. The boundless universe is full of strange things. I only have one sword. Lu Tai stared blankly at the white-robed youth under the eaves across from him. He was different from usual. Lu Tai curled up on a chair with his hands in his sleeves. He was silent for a long time. Qin Pingon grinned. He picked up a chair and was about to return to his room. You should also sleep early. Lu Tai asked seriously, Qin Pingon, if you could only choose one of the three, which one would you choose? Qin Pingon was stunned. He had never thought about this question. After thinking for a moment he answered, when I first practiced fist techniques, it was to extend my life. It was my foundation. I will continue to practice fist techniques in the future. If I live long enough, I hope to be able to perform 10 million punches. Of course, during this period I must reach the 7th realm of martial arts. As for drawing talismans, it is just a way to save my life. I will not delve too deeply into it. I will let nature take its course. Do you really want to go far or? Qin Pingon stuck out his thumb and pointed to the sword on his back. It is to practice the sword. Qin Pingon looked calm and determined. I want to become a sword immortal, a great sword immortal. Lu Tai tilted his head. What do you want? Qin Pingon smiled and did not speak. He picked up a chair and ran back to his room. He closed the door and went to sleep. Lu Tai rolled his eyes. He was no longer sleepy. He hummed a folk song in boredom. Finally he stood up and danced slowly on the chair. His sleeves flipped like flowing water. After that he sat back on the chair and yawned while waving his fan. If not, he would make hand seals to calculate his fortune. He would even put his head on the chair's handle, roll his eyes and stick out his tongue, pretending to be a hanged ghost. He stayed up until dawn. Qin Pingon woke up on time. He opened the door and took back the demon suppression talisman. Then he walked back and forth under the eaves to practice his fist techniques. Lu Tai glanced at Qin Pingon's boots. I will find you a pair of immortal's boots. Then you won't have to worry about rain or snow. The more expensive ones can even protect you from fire and water. Qin Pingon said unhappily, what do I need those things for? I have to worry about whether my boots will break when I fight. What a hindrance. Another worry for nothing. Lu Tai sighed. You don't have the life to enjoy life. Qin Pingon asked, nothing strange happened after last night, right? Lu Tai nodded. There really was. It seems that someone from the Eagle Fortress saw a ghost. It's not too far from here. The two sides fought. It was quite bloody but no one died. Qin Pingon thought for a moment. Then let's walk around during the day and see if we can find out the truth. After we know what's going on we can decide whether to make a move. Lu Tai did not care about this. He was quite good at geomancy, searching for dragons, divination and astrology. There was nothing he could do about it. The ancestors had given him food to eat. Even if he didn't study hard and found ways to slack off all day, he was still far ahead of his peers. This made him very annoyed. With just a few words, Lu Tai had casually summarized a bloody battle. Actually, for the people involved at that time it was far from easy. Last night in the rain, there was a young man dressed in black with a padao hanging from his waist. He was traveling with a Taoist priest at night. Under the bamboo hat, one of them was ready to die while the other was worried. After the torrential rain turned into a soft drizzle, the two walked into an alley and came to a dilapidated house that had been abandoned for a long time. The young Taoist priest's face was slightly pale. The evil spirit tonight is especially strong. The other man held a padao in his hand. His skin was slightly tanned. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. If we wait any longer, I don't know how many people will die in vain. We can't delay any longer. There were very few people living in this alley. There were only 3 or 4 families here. Most of them were elderly people who were lonely and didn't have much contact with the outside world. When the martial arts disciples of the Flying Eagle Castle were young, they would compete with each other on courage and insight. They would choose a night to see who dared to walk through this narrow and dark alley alone. It was said that there was a bloody battle in this alley. Before the Eagle Fortress was quiet in Jianghu, a group of enemies had sneaked into the Eagle Fortress when the old fort master had just passed away. Their hands were stained with blood. They were either masters of the demonic cult or masters of the evil path. They were all Jianghu heroes who had been injured and crippled by the old fort master. They accidentally leaked the news and were trapped in this alley by the well-prepared Eagle Fortress. Blood flowed all over the ground in that fight. Both sides killed each other until heads rolled down. There were not only heads of the murderers but also the heads of the older generation of the Eagle Fortress. There were broken limbs and broken bones. Almost none of the corpses were whole. It was said that when the Eagle Fortress collected the corpses, none of them did not vomit bile. The Flying Eagle Fortress was a martial arts faction whose ancestors were even more prosperous than the House of Qian. It had a glorious century-long history. Among the older generation of Jianghu people in Agarwood Kingdom, even though the Huan family had been silent for decades, they were still quite famous. Especially the late Old Master Huan, who was highly respected in Jianghu and was a well-known Jianghu hero. It was a pity that the current fort master Huan Yang was mediocre in martial arts and could not support the reputation of the Eagle Fortress. Huan Chong was still young, but he had a bleak situation where there was no successor. But if one casually flipped through the old almanac, there were too many things that the Flying Eagle Castle could bring to the table to talk about, starting from old Master Huan's generation. Therefore, the 400 or so people in the huge Eagle Fortress were all very proud of themselves. Although they were located in a remote corner, the Eagle Fortress could not be considered a frog at the bottom of a well. Almost everyone had heard of the legends of the Eagle Fortress since childhood. Master Huan was one of the 4 great Grand Masters of Agarwood Kingdom. Master Huan was a close friend of Master Huan when he was young. Today there were 3 of the 10 great masters. As for the old madam, it was rumored that she was a princess of a neighboring kingdom. She fled to Jianghu and was saved by Master Huan. They fell in love at first sight. During this period they were constantly bumpy and suffered all kinds of hardships. But in the end they were still together. The young master of the castle, Huan Chong, had displayed an outstanding talent in martial arts since he was young. He was born with astonishing physical strength, and in the past 10 years he had sought guidance from the heroes outside or sparred with those famous heroes of the Jianghu. His achievements were remarkable. As for the fort master's daughter, Huan Shu, it was said that she was engaged to the eldest son of one of the 10 great masters of Agarwood Kingdom. She was only waiting for that young man to come and marry her. The leader of the younger generation of the Eagle Fortress was not Huan Chong, but someone with a different surname, Zhou Xian. He was the direct disciple of the fort master Huan Yang. Since young he had learned Confucian classics and profound martial arts from the head butler, Master He. In terms of popularity he was even better than young fort master Huan Chong. Zhou Xian was warm-hearted and had a good reputation in the Eagle Fortress. He was cheerful as if he was not afraid even if the sky fell. Among the group of people who entered the Eagle Fortress, the Grand Master was a famous hero of Jianghu. Among them there was a beautiful woman who was praised as a fairy. She had a good relationship with Zhou Xian and often traveled with him in and out of the Eagle Fortress. She could smile like a flower while drinking the cheapest wine on the street with Zhou Xian. In recent years Zhou Xian had started to help the fort master and butler Hia. He tried to manage the affairs of the Eagle Fortress and came into contact with a lot of inside information. His life was not easy. Guests from all over the world had to be well received. The incense sticks left behind by the ancestors of the Eagle Fortress could not be quietly extinguished. They had to maintain the incense sticks in secret. Going to the capital, going to the famous sects in the mountains, going to the powerful sects in the big cities, sending money to the rich and powerful officials, and building relationships with the local tyrants of the county, all of these required Zhou Xian, an outsider, to run errands. Therefore Zhou Xian's knowledge and experience in Jianghu were outstanding. The machete man who came to this alley tonight was Zhou Xian. The young Taoist who came with him was a good friend of Zhou Xian's in Jianghu. They hit it off at first sight. Zhou Xian knew some of the young Taoist's secrets. He could see those evil things and had some methods that were unheard of in Jianghu. After the young Taoist received Zhou Xian's secret letter asking for help, he came to the Eagle Fortress without hesitation. After a careful search, the young Taoist's heart grew heavier. Just as Zhou Xian said in the letter, the Eagle Fortress was indeed haunted by ghosts. Their skills were so high that they directly destroyed the foundation of the Eagle Fortress feng shui. The young Taoist knew himself well. He was never a true mountain dweller. He followed his master who liked to travel around the world. He had only practiced Taoist magic for 5 years. He had only learned some superficial skills of observing qi and drawing talismans. Moreover, the talismans he drew were sometimes ineffective. The copper coin sword on his back was made up of 49 copper coins. Until now he had not had the chance to use it. He had no idea whether it was really enough to suppress evil spirits and slay evil. The young Taoist's name was Huang Shang. He was a descendant of an aristocratic family who had no hope of passing the imperial examinations. He practiced Taoism for almost 5 years but still could not reach a higher level in drawing talismans. His master who taught him Taoism was not by his side most of the time. Huang Shang spent almost all of his savings to gather the copper coin sword of the previous dynasties Shen Shu, Yuan Guang, and Jing Da. His master said that these 3 copper coins contain the most yang qi. As for the talismans that Huang Shang drew, the quality was not good. He could only rely on quantity to make up for it. Letting a half-baked Taoist like him deal with the ferocious evil spirits of the Eagle Fortress was indeed a tough task. However, he was a close friend of Zhou Xian and was driven by the spirit of brotherhood. Seeing that Zhou Xian was determined to come here and get rid of the evil for the people, he couldn't just watch his brother die here. The two of them called each other brothers. It was not like the Jianghu heroes who exchanged cups at the table. It was an exchange of lives. Before this house was abandoned, the original owner must have been from a well-off family. The threshold was quite high and the door was made of high-quality cypress wood. It was also decorated with a beast-faced knocker, ancient and profound. The Taoist priest Huang Shang took out a piece of yellow paper talisman from his sleeve. It was raining heavily earlier. At this moment the Taoist looked at the wet door and high wall and smiled bitterly. The time and place are not on our side. The machete man Zhou Xian nodded and stared at the door. With one hand on the hilt he suddenly turned around and patted the Taoist priest's shoulder with the other hand. I'll go first. If the situation is serious and you can't save me, you don't have to worry about me. Just go back and find me a haunted house with good feng shui. Huang Shang was about to speak. Zhou Xian grinned and smiled brightly. I'm not being polite. If the two of you die here, won't I be fighting for the wine down there? Zhou Xian withdrew his hand and concentrated his qi in his dantian. He slashed at the door. Open for me. The momentum of the blade was ferocious and it directly split open the door. Zhou Xian strode in resolutely. For a moment his steps were heavy as if he was in a quagmire. Zhou Xian was fearless. He shouted and swung his blade forward, slashing at the void. The blade light was dense and slightly shiny. It was obvious that he had peeked into the door of martial arts. Zhou Xian opened a path with his blade and went straight forward. The two gentlemen's talismans hidden in his chest and waist turned black instantly as if they were dyed with ink. The little spiritual qi that was originally not much disappeared completely. Just as Huang Shang was about to catch up, he felt a gust of chilly wind rushing out of the door. He had no choice but to find two slightly dry places on the inner wall of the door and stick two talismans to guard the house. Only then did he feel slightly better and did not have to stop breathing. Then he held a talisman in each hand. They were respectively the talisman of Lord Guanghua and the talisman of the Yellow God. Both of them were famous protective talismans left behind from ancient times and were widely circulated. However, Huang Shang only took 3 steps forward against the cold wind when he realized that the talisman of the sword and talisman of the seal had turned black, as if they were 2 talisman that had just been pulled out from an inkstone. The young Taoist was shocked and could not help but shout, "The evil spirit is as thick as water. The ghosts here are definitely not the ghosts that died in the alley back then. They must be ghosts that have wandered for more than 100 years. Xiang, quickly leave the house." However, the door of the house in the distance opened by itself. Zhou Xiang swung his blade and entered, and the door slammed shut. Huang Shang's face was filled with grief. He tried his best to pour a thin amount of spiritual energy into the 2 talisman in his hands and shouted angrily, "Transfer the disaster and get rid of the blame." The talisman of the sword did not move. It was soaked in the ink formed by the evil spirit of the ominous land. Huang Shang's fingers that were holding the talisman felt as if they were burning. He quickly threw the talisman away. Fortunately, the talisman of the seal rippled with spiritual energy and suddenly lit up, illuminating the surroundings. The talisman suddenly ignited and burned fiercely. The yellow paper was quickly consumed and emitted a pungent green smoke. Around Huang Shang, eerie laughter rose and fell one after another, but there was not a single person in sight. The young Taoist felt as if his neck had been licked by an ice-cold long tongue, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Huang Shang threw away the talisman of the seal that had been burned and was about to take out another talisman from his sleeve. The back of his left hand that was reaching into his sleeve felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. Huang Shang shuddered. There was an inexplicable downpour above his head. Huang Shang looked around and saw that it was drizzling. The young Taoist raised his hand and wiped his face in a daze. He opened his hand and saw that it was full of blood. The next moment Huang Shang subconsciously raised his head. A pale face without an eyeball was very close, almost touching the tip of Huang Shang's nose. Huang Shang was dumbstruck. In an instant his shoulder was forcefully pressed down and pulled back. Huang Shang's entire body flew out of the house and fell into the muddy alley outside, dizzy. He only saw a familiar tall and thin figure. It was the old steward of the Eagle Castle, Tao Xiang's master. The old man held a talisman with both hands. The talisman paper was probably not made of the yellow paper of an ordinary talisman. It was sparkling and translucent. Although it was floating in the cold wind and rain, like two candles in a strong wind, the talisman's spiritual energy did not dissipate. The old steward moved his feet and mumbled. Huang Shang had just breathed a sigh of relief when his neck was grabbed by a pair of snow-white hands with extremely long nails. He was pulled back in an instant. The young Taoist slapped the muddy ground with his hands but to no avail. The back of his head and back hit the wall of the alley heavily. It was as if someone had infiltrated the wall and wanted Huang Shang to follow them. Huang Shang rolled his eyes and fainted. When the young Taoist woke up, he had already returned to the guest room in the main building of the Eagle Castle. Next door was Tao Xiang's residence. Huang Shang staggered out of bed and saw the old man walking out of the room with a serious expression. He sighed. Xiang's body is not seriously injured but... The old man did not continue. He wanted to say something to Huang Shang. He should not have been so reckless as to accompany Tao Xiang into that alley without permission. However, when he saw the young Taoist's panic, especially the ink-black scratch marks on his neck that had not faded after a night, the old man could not bear to see him like this. He sighed and left quickly. He had to boil some medicine to help his disciple cultivate his essence. Huang Shang wanted to push the door open a few times, but he retracted his hand every time. Tonight Qin Pingan and Lu Tai were going to the Huan family's mansion for a banquet. There was still an hour before the banquet. During the day the two of them wandered around. They walked through the streets, the wells, the ancestral hall of the Huan family, the martial arts arena, the execution platform of the Eagle Castle and other places. Lu Tai observed the various door gods on the doors of every house. Qin Pingan occasionally squatted down and silently picked up a handful of soil and put it into his mouth to chew. When they returned to the courtyard, Qin Pingan suddenly thought of something. "Steward, he asked us to enter the Eagle Castle and arranged for us to stay here. Is he selfish?" Lu Tai nodded. "It's most likely that the Eagle Castle is at their wits' end. They're trying everything they can. Perhaps during the banquet tonight, if we shed all pretense of cordiality and pursue this matter, the Eagle Castle will be open and honest. It's nothing more than an apology. Then they'll throw money at us and ask us to help them get through this difficult time." Qin Pingan sighed. If the two of them were weak and could not defeat those wandering ghosts, would they have died suddenly in that house last night? If they died, then so be it. Would they have rolled up 2 rotten straw mats and thrown them out of the Eagle Castle? Lu Tai seemed to have seen through Qin Pingan's thoughts. He smiled. "Are you lamenting the dangers of the martial world? Then have you ever thought that the Eagle Castle and Hia might have their own hidden troubles? After hearing their grievances, you might be filled with righteous indignation and stand up for them." Qin Pingan shook his head and said softly, "There's a sequence of things. Right and wrong must be separated into big and small. The sequence must not be messed up. After that, we have to weigh the weight, define good and evil, and finally decide how to do something." Lu Tai smiled. "It sounds simple, but it's not easy to do." Qin Pingan nodded. "It's very rare." Not long after, the siblings Huan Chong and Huan Shu arrived together. Today Huan Shu had changed into a warm yellow dress and was slim and elegant. Huan Chong was still dressed the same, but he had taken off the horn bow. Before this, Lu Tai asked Qin Pingan if he wanted to give the Eagle Castle and Huan Shu a surprise. Without waiting for Lu Tai to finish, Qin Pingan's face darkened and he slapped the blade-strengthening gourd. Lu Tai immediately shut his mouth and put his palms together as if begging for mercy. At the railing of a tall building far away, a woman was in a good mood. Her face was radiant and her smile was gentle. Last night she heard her daughter talk about some boudoir talk. She said that there was a handsome young master from outside the village who was going to visit with his friends today and wanted her as his mother to help him. The woman found it interesting and agreed. As for the child marriage in the early years, not to mention that the Eagle Castle no longer took it seriously, the other party hoped that it didn't happen at all so that they wouldn't be dragged down by the Eagle Castle. When the virtuous woman thought that one day her daughter would be like her mother, wearing the most beautiful red wedding dress and marrying her favorite sweetheart in the best years of her life, the woman felt gratified but also a little disappointed. The woman's eyes were red. She lowered her head slightly and took out an embroidered handkerchief to gently wipe the corners of her eyes. The woman didn't know, and no one in the Eagle Castle could see through her. Countless cracks appeared on her face that was bleeding from all 7 orifices. They crisscrossed and intersected like a porcelain that was about to shatter. 294. 2 things. First, the official WeChat account released the first issue of the 1655 journal. Those who like Jianlai and Shuizhong should read it. Second, there are a lot of things to do this month. I can only try to update 120,000 words. There are always helpless things in the world. However, since Jianlai started writing, there's a phrase that I've deeply felt. It's, ask about the work, don't ask about the harvest. Qin Pingon wasn't blind, so he could tell that Huan Shu, the daughter of the Eagle Fort, was interested in Lu Tai. As for the lingering haze between the 2 siblings' brows, Qin Pingon could also see that while the siblings were being courteous and warm, they couldn't get rid of that haze between their brows. It seemed that this place was haunted by ghosts and unscrupulous people, which brought a lot of trouble to the Eagle Fort. Even if you were from a rich family or a big sect, you still couldn't deal with this kind of thing. The group of people went to the main building of the Eagle Fortress. The building was built in an imposing manner. There were plaques and couplets written by famous people, painted door gods that were as tall as a man, and white jade lions on both sides of the door. All of these reflected the glory and heritage of the Huan family of the Eagle Fortress in the past. The banquet hall was brightly lit. There were red candles as thick as a baby's arm. There were also many old objects, large landscape paintings and screens with immortal scenes. The fort master Huan Yang and his wife, the old housekeeper Hiya, and several elders of the Huan family were waiting at the entrance of the hall to welcome the 2 young people who came to the Eagle Fort for the first time. Behind them stood many young people from different families and branches. They were curious about Lu Tai and Qin Pingon. After all, it was rare to see such a big scene. Lu Tai told Qin Pingon telepathically, "Don't hit a smiling face. Believe it or not, if the Huan family of the Eagle Fort is smart enough, they'll apologize to us after 3 rounds of drinking." Lu Tai soon became serious. He looked around and said in Qin Pingon's mind, "There are many old antiques here. The ancestors of the Huan family of the Eagle Fort are quite generous. It's not bad to be at the foot of Tonggishao Mountain. If it weren't for the accident that forced them to hide here, we wouldn't even need to show up. We would have asked the immortals of the Agarwood country or the surrounding areas to deal with those otherworldly items." Lu Tai had mentioned before that the business people in the world called it old money and new money. There were old and new banknotes. There were old and new banknotes that were issued and circulated by the 2 groups. Naturally, there were old and new banknotes issued and circulated by the 2 groups. Before he sat down, Qin Pingon was keenly aware of the abnormality of the Madam of the Castle Lord. Her aura was shrouded in clouds and mist, and it was the kind of dark clouds and black mist that was obviously tainted with a filthy aura. The woman looked gorgeous and well-maintained, but in fact her vitality was exhausted and she was on the verge of death. Lu Tai didn't even look at her. There were no exotic delicacies in the banquet. Huan Yang didn't put on any airs from the beginning to the end. He was very humble. Even Qin Pingon could clearly feel the discomfort of the Huan family's descendants. They were very perfunctory when they raised their cups to drink and picked up food. Most of the time, it was only when the lord of the castle suggested a toast that they would make a move. However, Lu Tai guessed wrong. Even when the banquet was coming to an end, Fort Master Huan Yang didn't mention the strange alley where they stayed. He only said that the Eagle Fort was poor and didn't take good care of them. He hoped that the 2 young masters would forgive him. However, after drinking the last mouthful of wine, everyone got up and left. Huan Yang and his wife personally brought Qin Pingon to tour around the main building. When they arrived at a balcony on the top floor and looked into the distance, Huan Chong and Huan Shu each brought over a gift which was placed in a wooden box. Huan Yang said that it was an antique passed down from the ancestors of the Eagle Fortress. It wasn't worth much, but it was still considered rare. It was just a small gift to show their respect. They hoped that the 2 young masters would come to the Eagle Fortress more often in the future and would definitely welcome them with open arms. Lu Tai's hospitality was flawless. He touched the railing and thought, "Good place." Thus the guests and the host left happily. Huan Shu wanted to send the 2 to the alley, but Huan Chong found an excuse to stop her. Although Huan Shu was dissatisfied, she didn't insist on leaving the main building. She looked at the backs of the two walking side by side on the wide street. Huan Chong whispered, "Why didn't you go visit Xianxia when he was injured so badly?" Huan Shu frowned. Father and Grandpa, he both told him not to act rashly. He's still so reckless. If it weren't for the immortal master coming to the Eagle Fort tonight, how would we clean up this mess? Tao Xianxia is an adult and he's in charge of half of the Eagle Fort's affairs. How can he be so impulsive? He's only been in the Jianghu for a few days and he already doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Huan Chong said angrily, "No matter what, Xianxia was injured for the sake of the Eagle Fort. Don't be so sarcastic." If Xianxia heard this, no one would have the face to stop him if he left the Eagle Fort in a fit of anger. Do you really not know how many righteous sects have taken a fancy to Xianxia's talent in martial arts and economic skills? Huan Shu curled her lips. A small temple can't accommodate a big bodhisattva. What else can the Eagle Fort do? Cry and beg Tao Xianxia to stay? Huan Chong turned his head and sternly lectured, "Huan Shu, why are you becoming more and more disgraceful? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Xianxia and you grew up together and he's a good brother to me." Huan Shu's eyes were red and she felt wronged. This was the first time she saw her brother so angry. She said with a trembling voice, "But I don't want to marry him. He likes me but I don't like him. What can I do?" Huan Chong sighed. Every family had their own difficulties. This matter was difficult to resolve. Huan Chong couldn't understand why such a beautiful fairy would fall in love at first sight with Tao Xianxia, but Tao Xianxia didn't like her. Why did Tao Xianxia like his sister for so many years? Why didn't he like her when the conditions were right? If Tao Xianxia married his sister, he would have old steward He's support. After so many years of traveling, everyone in the Eagle Fort respected Tao Xianxia. Would the Eagle Fort change their surname one day? Huan Chong didn't think too much about it, or rather he didn't want to think too deeply about it. The autumn night was cool and the stars shone brightly, as if they were the sorrows of the human world. That night, before Qin Pingon and Lu Tai reached the alley, an otherworldly person arrived at the entrance of the Eagle Fort. Only the fort master Huan Yang and steward He came out to greet him. The atmosphere wasn't lively, but it was obviously more practical than the banquet for the two young people. The person who walked over was a tall man whose eyes were shining brightly. He was leading a snow-white horse and he looked to be around 40 years old. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and a peachwood talisman token hung from his waist as he floated over. 2 bundles of pine and cypress branches were hanging on both sides of the saddle. One of the horsetail whisk was engraved with the words, "To relieve sorrow." The fort master Huan Yang and old steward Hia hurriedly bowed, "Welcome, immortal master Taiping Mountain." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, "You're welcome. It's our duty to go down the mountain and kill demons." Before Huan Yang could speak, the man leading the horse looked up at the sky above the castle. "The Yin Qi is indeed very strong. If I'm not wrong, there should have been a heavy rain in the Eagle Fort. You should know that it wasn't a normal autumn rain, but a spell cast by the demons and demons entrenched in this place. They want to end the Eagle Fort's bloodline." Huan Yang and old steward looked at each other. Huan Yang cupped his hands and said, "As long as Immortal Master can save more than 500 lives in the Eagle Fort, the Eagle Fort is willing to build a shrine for Immortal Master and hand over the treasured saber, Snow Stopping, that our ancestor accidentally obtained. The descendants of the Huan family will worship Taiping Mountain and Immortal Master for at least 100 years and do their best to repay Immortal Master." The man smiled and waved his horsetail whisk. "Save them first. Otherwise, a good deed will become a business transaction. Wouldn't I be stained with the stench of money?" Huan Yang was so excited that he cried, "Immortal Master is noble and pure. I'm sorry for my rudeness." The man ignored him and led the horse forward, showing the demeanor of an immortal. That night, another dusty and unkempt old man visited the Eagle Fort. He almost couldn't open the gate. Later, Tao Xiang's friend, the young Taoist Huang Shang, heard the news and hurried over. Only then was the old man brought to the Eagle Fort and lived in a random alley. Huang Shang was full of guilt, but the old man didn't care. He walked around in the middle of the night and even leaned on the mouth of the well to smell the water. After the old man settled down, he made a sound of surprise. With a tap of his foot, he flew up to the roof of the courtyard. He looked up and carefully observed for a moment. After returning to the courtyard, he asked, "Is there already an expert in the Eagle Fort?" The young Taoist was stunned. "I'm not sure if there's an expert or not. I only know that 2 young masters came to the Eagle Fort 2 days ago. One of them is very elegant and good-looking. The other carries a long sword on his back and doesn't like to talk much." The old man asked, "When you and Zhou Xian were in danger, those 2 didn't help?" Huang Shang smiled bitterly. "It was the old housekeeper who saved us. Those 2 didn't appear." The old man nodded. He does know a little bit of Tao, but compared to the talisman that those 2 pasted on the door, he's a bit lacking. The young Taoist was stunned. "Those 2 are about the same age as me. Are they already immortal masters like Master?" The old man sneered. "So what if they're young? At such a young age they can move mountains and seas. That's what a real immortal master is. A half-baked person like me, who relied on my years of cultivation to reach this level, would never be seen as a fellow immortal in the eyes of a real immortal master on the mountain." Huang Shang still didn't quite believe it. He always felt that his master was a noble master who didn't care about fame and fortune. He didn't like to brag about his immortal cultivation. The old man didn't say anything more. Compared to those immortals who rode the clouds and rode the wind, he was like a dog who had lived for so many years. It wasn't a comfortable thing after all. On the other side, Qin Pingon pasted another demon suppression pagoda talisman outside the courtyard. Both of them didn't feel sleepy, so they chatted in the courtyard. Qin Pingon's expression was solemn. Lu Tai was still smiling as he sat on the chair and fanned himself. Qin Pingon was just about to speak when Lu Tai raised his hand to stop Qin Pingon from speaking. "It won't work if you say it." Lu Tai changed the topic and joked, "A golden necklace, Taoist robe, 2 flying swords in the blade strengthening gourd, and a demon binding rope that is ranked as a magic weapon. When you become a 7th-tier martial artist one day, what will happen?" Qin Pingon smiled knowingly and said cheerfully, "The bitterness of it is not worth telling others." Lu Tai sighed and said, "Are you curious why I don't think I'm a sword cultivator?" Qin Pingon said unhappily, "What's so strange about it? Isn't it because you're afraid of heights? From Old Dragon City to Inverted Hanging Mountain, we took the Osmanthus Island. From Inverted Hanging Mountain to Tongye Continent, we took the treasure-swallowing whale. Then have you taken the Kun boat?" Lu Tai's face turned red. He threw the bamboo fan in his hand to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon stretched out 2 fingers and spun them lightly. The bamboo fan seemed to be pulled by a thread and started to spin. It flew around Qin Pingon and returned to Lu Tai's side. Lu Tai caught the bamboo fan and said, "Applying what you've learned so quickly. The sword master's sword control technique might be very mysterious in the Jianghu, but to Qin Pingon, who had reached the 4th level of martial arts, it was easy. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques." (295). It was a warm autumn day and Lu Tai was sitting alone in the courtyard doing some homework. Qin Pingon was practicing swordsmanship proper beside him. Ever since Lu Tai noticed the investigation of the Eagle Fortress's disciples, the Eagle Fortress had not offended him in private. Lu Tai took advantage of the moment when Qin Pingon stopped practicing and suddenly asked, "Qin Pingon, do you want me to teach you how to play Go?" Qin Pingon was still twisting his wrist, looking for the most suitable and smooth way to hold the sword to deal with the changes. If he wanted to draw the sword quickly, he had to look for changes in the details. This was the same principle as the extremely clever jumping knife technique in porcelain making. It seemed to be motionless at first glance, but in reality it was not. After hearing Lu Tai's suggestion, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. I've learned it before, but I'm not good at it. When I first went out to travel, I saw masters play Go, but I still prefer to watch people play Go." Lin Shuyi, Xianxia Yu Lu, and the young imperial tutor who changed his name to Cui Dongshan. Each of them was better at Go than the other. Qin Pingon often watched Go, but he could not even tell whether the chess was good or bad, far or near and deep, so he admitted that he did not have the talent to play Go. However, just like watching Lu Tai brew tea, it was pleasing to the eye. On the way to the Great Sui Kingdom, Lin Shuyi and Xianxia played Go, which also made Qin Pingon fascinated. Qin Pingon felt that the feeling of sitting and forgetting while playing Go was very beautiful. Lu Tai did not pester him and asked with a smile, Do you know what the highest level of Go is? Of course Qin Pingon did not know. Lu Tai played a piece and his eyes were burning. There is no one in front of you. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. This time it was Lu Tai's turn to be surprised. He raised his head and squinted at Qin Pingon. You can really understand? Qin Pingon walked slowly in the yard. His chi sank into his dantian and his fist intent poured out. At first glance he looked inconspicuous, but it turned out that he had already reached the realm of silent water. He smiled and said, "There's someone's sword and the old man who helped me train the 3 realms of martial arts." His fist felt like this. Just like what you said, there's no one in front of me. Lu Tai. Even though Lu Tai had seen too many extraordinary people and beautiful sceneries, he had seen bells and cauldrons and food, yellow and purple nobles, feather fans and silk headscarves and drinking dew. Watching Qin Pingon boxing was a form of enjoyment. But Lu Tai felt that Qin Pingon could do better. He stood up and took a deep breath. Between his nose and ears, 4 wisps of white smoke slowly drifted out. They did not leave nor did they disappear. They hung on his face like 4 slender white pythons. Qin Pingon was a little puzzled. He did not know why Lu Tai did this. Lu Tai walked to the center of the yard and said slowly, "Pure martial artists cultivate qi. Qi cultivators cultivate qi as well. Breathing and exhaling can't escape the word, qi. Qi is like gossamer. If it were an ordinary person it would be used to describe a person who does not have long to live. But if it were a swordsman it would be a different scene." Lu Tai exhaled slowly. The qi condensed into a gossamer, and eventually turned into a pocket-sized flying sword in front of him. Lu Tai blew gently. Qin Pingon's heartstrings trembled. He quickly turned his head. A wisp of white light flashed past his ear. Then that extremely thin wisp of white light flew rapidly across the entire yard. It constantly pulled out streams of flowing light that did not dissipate for a long time, weaving the yard into a sword qi cage, a thunder pool filled with fierce sword qi. Lu Tai stomped his foot and the strange phenomenon disappeared instantly. Lu Tai smiled and said, "Although I am not a pure martial artist I still understand the principle. You Qin Pingon are a maniac in boxing. You have practiced the most common boxing stance 1,000,000 times. Therefore your fist intent is natural. But you actually don't understand the true meaning of it." Lu Tai faced Qin Pingon. One hand behind his back, the other stretched out and opened his palm. The boxing stances in the world, besides strengthening the muscles and bones and nourishing the soul and spirit, the real mystery lies in the essential qi that does not rely on the power of heaven and earth. Instead it commands the heaven and earth. It is closely connected so that the punch can be unreasonably fast. Lu Tai stretched out his fist. With a bang, the fist aura exploded and the sound of silk tearing could be heard. Lu Tai punched again. It was slightly slanted. With a stroke and a slide, the final point of the punch was still the original position. But the momentum was silent. But when the fist touched the air, the qi movement collapsed. The momentum was shocking. Lu Tai explained, "I used the same strength and spirit for the 2 punches. The punch went straight out. Seems to be the shortest path, but it is like trekking through mountains and rivers. The fastest way is to find the mountain road and go with the flow. If you go straight all the way you will not be able to go fast enough. Legend has it that the real limit of martial arts is the 10 realms. Above that is the martial god realm. That is the heavenly scenery that even qi cultivators envy and fear." Lu Tai withdrew his fist and sighed. He looked at the sky and said in a daze, "The world is in chaos. Qin Pingon, you must live on. If you can survive till the end, that is." Blood seeped out from the corner of Lu Tai's mouth. He continued, "You must live on and guard a certain place. Don't be swept away by the general trend. You must be the cornerstone. When the time comes, the heavens and the earth will work together. Qin Pingon, don't fight for temporary gains and losses. I believe that you will go further than that Xianxia. You will rebuild the longevity bridge and become a great sword deity. Heaven's secrets could not be revealed. To ordinary qi cultivators, this might be a casual remark that could be casually made. But the school of Yinyang was different. People who were good at divination, fortune-telling and astrology often did not die of old age. Occasionally they would die of old age. But they should not expect to be blessed by their descendants. They might even live beyond their means, causing their ancestors to lose their virtue and harm their descendants. Qin Pingon had already sensed that something was wrong. He shouted softly, "Lu Tai, that's enough." Lu Tai nodded. He raised the back of his hand to wipe away the blood stains. He sat back at the stone table and smiled brightly. "Since I have found this place and found the balcony in the Eagle Fortress, then you will have to travel alone in the future." Qin Pingon sat beside him and nodded. "After this matter is settled, I will go north alone. You don't have to worry." Lu Tai asked, "What are your plans?" "Of course." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The nearest is to find the ruins of an ancient battlefield. I will look for the souls and spirits that are still condensed after death. I will refine the 3 souls and strengthen the foundation of the 4 realms of martial arts. As for the distant, after I return to my hometown, I will continue to learn martial arts from the elders. If I walk step by step steadily, the possibility of reaching the 7th realm will be greater." Lu Tai nodded. "Don't worry about me. I am fine. This bit of retaliation from the heavenly Tao is just a common occurrence for the disciples of the Lu clan." After Qin Pingon confirmed that Lu Tai was not puffing himself up at his own cost, he relaxed. He held the back of his head with both hands and said leisurely, "There is also something that I have thought about before but did not have the time to do. I will pave a road for my hometown, the kind where there is a pavilion every 3 to 5 li. No matter how much money it costs, I will not feel the pinch." Lu Tai said unhappily, "It is just a road. It will not cost much." No wonder this fellow's 2 life-bound flying swords were called Needle Point and Wheat On. It seemed that he was born to compete with other people's thimbles. Qin Pingon did not argue with him and continued, "When you return to your hometown, try to personally manage the 2 shops in Dragon Rider Alley. As long as you can make money, even if it is only a few copper coins a day, it is fine. Then there are those broken statues in the Immortal Tomb. Although I have already done some things on my previous trip back home, such as building many sheds and repairing some, it is still not enough. I still need to formally reconstruct their golden bodies." "Is that why you bought those books on statue creation?" "Yes. Try to know more taboos and rules to prevent yourself from doing bad things out of good intentions." Lu Tai said with a smile, "You are really busy." Qin Pingon kept looking into the distance. "If it is further, are you willing to listen?" "Go ahead. If you say something bad and dirty my ears, I will plunge into a well and wash myself." Qin Pingon ignored his sarcasm. "I want more buildings to be erected in my hometown's Luapa Mountain other than the bamboo buildings. From the foot of the mountain. Forget it, from halfway up the mountain all the way to the top of the mountain. There must be those tiles, water droplets, cornices, caisson wells, mortise and tenons that you mentioned." When Qin Pingon said this, he stretched out his hand and gestured fiercely. Lu Tai rolled his eyes. What a terrifying ambition. Qin Pingon was somewhat discouraged. Lu Tai hurriedly raised his hands. All right, continue. I won't make fun of you anymore." Qin Pingon then continued, "I want to buy a lot of books. I want some of the writings of the saints of the 3 religions, the 100 schools of thought and the predecessors. Before the Black Pearl Grotto heaven was destroyed, it was hard to find a book in a marketplace like my clay bottle alley. You can't imagine it. It is rarer than seeing a piece of silver. I want to have a lot of spiritual artifacts and magical equipment in the buildings on the mountain. I also want to collect the specialties of various countries in the world. I want to raise some of them. 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 Exotic flowers and herbs, high mountains and flowing rivers, pavilions and terraces, dense forests and tall bamboos. Every day there will be a sea of clouds and fog surging over the mountain like a river. Li Baoping and Li Huai can study in peace there. Lin Shui can concentrate on cultivation. Yulu can reach the peak of martial arts and ask the old man surnamed Cui about fist techniques. Xianxia can be there, and not be bullied by Cui Dongshan. The little boy in green and the girl in pink can cultivate and slack off as they want. There is a girl named Ruan Xiu who can often come to my house as a guest. I can take out the pastries made by my shop to entertain her. Every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, many people will go to the mountain temple of Luapa Mountain to burn incense. I want to make the mountain path wider and have the same blue stone as Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley. People won't be afraid of mud on their shoes when it rains. I will prepare many straw raincoats and bamboo hats in the mountain temple. Even if it rains suddenly, the people won't be afraid. They can just borrow them and go down the mountain. They will return them the next time they burn incense. No matter what the world is like, how people live at the foot of the mountain or how other people live on the mountain, I only hope that everyone on my side can love each other and live a more comfortable life every day. I hope that I and the people around me won't be like Zhou Xian, feeling that we can't do anything. When we are in the right, if others don't listen, then let them listen, no matter whether it is by fist or sword. Lu Tai had been listening quietly the whole time. It was like watching Qin Pingon build his own snowman in the summer with his own eyes. 296. This chapter is not a long one. It only has 7,000 words because there is one more chapter later. Lu Tai pointed at the entrance of the courtyard and said that there was a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman. Outside the door is the Jianghu, but inside the door is the mountain. Qin Pingon wanted to drink. After that, the Eagle Fortress became lively and lively. Compared to the dead silence and tranquility before, the Eagle Fortress now obviously made people feel more at ease. This was because 2 foreign masters had come to the Eagle Fortress. They were not the wandering heroes that the Eagle Fortress was familiar with, nor were they the famous gurus. Instead, they were the mysterious old master, he who was already strange enough. They were even more interesting than him. The middle-aged man who was invited by the fort lord was leading a white horse through the streets and alleys of the Eagle Fortress. 2 large bundles of pine and cypress branches were hung on both sides of the saddle. Every time the horse stopped, the man with the horsetail whisk would burn a branch. He did not use a flint, but when he rubbed his fingers, the pine and cypress branches would burn. Waves of fragrance rose into the air. Some of the people of the Eagle Fortress who were watching from afar, some white-haired old men who knew a little about the ancient history, began to show off their knowledge. They said that this was called Ting Liao, which was an extraordinary celestial spell that could drive away evil spirits. Because pine trees were the tallest trees, they were known as the 18 Dukes, which was equivalent to the Duke of the Imperial Court. Cypress trees were second only to pine trees. Especially some pine and cypress trees from famous mountains, they were very expensive. Therefore, by burning pine and cypress trees together with the celestial spell, they could be connected to the gods. Compared to the tall man's horsetail whisk and white horse, the other sloppy old man was much more vulgar. He did not look like his peers, and his methods were also rustic. Therefore, there were not many people of the Eagle Fortress who came to watch the fun. The old man's identity was said to be the young Taoist Huang Shang's master. He was a Taoist who lived in the mountains and was an old friend of the fort lord. This time the old man calculated that the Eagle Fortress would be in trouble. Therefore he came down the mountain to help the Eagle Fortress. The sloppy old man did not wear a Taoist robe, nor did he know how to draw talismans. He only asked people to catch 7 or 8 roosters and hung them at the gate of the Eagle Fortress, the ancestral hall, the well, the martial arts field, and other places. Then he stared at the roosters all day long. He had a small rice bag on his waist filled with glutinous rice and a pot of water to serve the roosters. The pot of water was not the well water that the Eagle Fortress drank daily, but the spring water that his disciple Huang Shang fetched from the distant mountains. Qin Pingon and Lu Tai parted ways. Lu Tai liked to watch the so-called celestial master of Taiping Mountain play tricks, while Qin Pingon observed the old man's methods. The layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. Qin Pingon was in between the two. Although he did not know the origin of the old Taoist behavior, he was sure that after hanging the roosters everywhere, the evil spirit would be weaker. It was like 2 armies facing each other, and one side would avoid the sharp edge. However, this kind of retreat did not cause any casualties. They just hid in the dark to accumulate power. When the old man was feeding the roosters with glutinous rice and water, it could be seen from his worried face that the old Taoist was not relaxed. As for the flamboyant man with the horsetail whisk, he had a complacent expression, as if he could destroy all evil with a snap of his fingers. The siblings Huan Chong and Huan Shu were in charge of opening the way for him. Tao Xiang's face was pale and he often coughed. He only followed behind the old Taoist with Huang Shang. Lu Tai did not mention the difference in their cultivation. He only said that the man was definitely not a qi cultivator from the Taiping Mountain of the Tongye continent, while the sloppy old man was a true Taoist who lived in the mountains. He studied Taoism in seclusion, benevolence, wisdom and peace. The Taiping Mountain was one of the largest sects in the Tongye continent. It was not weak, but it was reclusive to the point that it almost hated the world. Very few cultivators left the mountain. It was a master of both internal and external alchemy. Lu Tai had heard of it in the Tushan continent, but it was not as famous as the Tongye sect and the Yugui sect. Another 2 days of peace and tranquility passed. Even the commoners of the Eagle Fortress who lived in the streets and alleys noticed the abnormality in the sky. It was supposed to be the first glimmer of dawn, but the sky above the Eagle Fortress was filled with rolling black clouds. They were like living creatures baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the Eagle Fortress, causing everyone's hearts to feel heavy. The old steward, Hiya, who was the teacher, spread the word that there was no class in the school today. He wanted them to quickly return home, causing the children to be overjoyed. On the way back they gathered in groups and pointed at the black clouds. They said that it looked like a centipede and that it looked like a water buffalo. In the end they saw the black clouds that looked like a woman's ferocious face. The children were so frightened that they immediately scattered and ran home. Qin Pingon was practicing his boxing stance in the courtyard. He had long noticed the strange weather. Lu Tai sat beside the stone table and silently pinched his fingers to deduce. His expression was calm. It was supposed to be early in the morning, but it was as dark as night. Not a single ray of sunlight shone into the Eagle Fortress. Qin Pingon heard the eerie laughter from outside the alleyway again. It drifted here and there. Qin Pingon stopped his boxing stance and ran to open the door. He turned around and raised his head to take a look. The demon suppression talisman was made of ordinary materials. As time went by, the spiritual qi in the talisman's gallbladder was continuously draining away. It had already become dim and lightless. The originally brand new yellow talisman paper looked like a couplet that had been pasted up for more than half a year. It was badly faded and wrinkled. There were even a few spots of black ink that had been seeped through. No wonder those otherworldly ghosts dared to appear and provoke them. Lu Tai folded his hands into his sleeves and walked out of the courtyard. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Pingon. He raised his head to look at the decaying authentic alchemy script and muttered to himself. In an era extremely long ago, the talismans drawn by people who were equivalent to 7th realm martial artists were only scratching the surface. Only those who were 9th realm martial artists could draw talismans. Therefore it is easy to imagine how powerful the talisman of that time was. He also had the obscure title of Mr. Marquis of the 3 Mountains and 9 Marquises. He was regarded as the authentic talisman. Unfortunately, we descendants don't even know whether he was a person or just a nickname. Qin Pingon stood on his tiptoes, took off the talisman and put it into his sleeve. Suddenly there was a clamor all around. Fog rose from the muddy alleyway and quickly spread out. The fog first reached the ankles, then the knees and soon the waist. It was as if Qin Pingon had opened the lid of a pot. Fog immediately rose up. However, the fog on the stove was the fragrance of hot rice and coriander. On the other side of the alleyway there was a sticky, damp fog suffused with a faint fishy smell. Qin Pingon turned his head to look. Fortunately, the fog did not surge into the courtyards of the city gates in one go. It was just that the various door gods, martial saints, martial gods and so on that were pasted on the doors of the houses gave off a faint sizzling sound. The originally thin and scattered spiritual qi vanished like smoke into thin air, no longer able to protect the owners. In Qin Pingon's field of vision at the end of the alleyway, a pair of figures dressed in white appeared again. The child continued to stare at Qin Pingon. Blood constantly seeped out of his scarlet eyes, flowing onto his snow-white face. However, the blood did not leave the face. It crawled in and out of his eyes like worms as if the child's eye sockets were their nest. The adult holding the child's hand had no facial features. It was as if a thick layer of white cloth covered his face, making it impossible to see his ears, nose, eyebrows, eyes and mouth. There were also many filthy otherworldly items walking toward the courtyard at the end of the alleyway. There was an old woman with a pair of dead fish eyes on her hands and feet on the ground, nimbly climbing the wall of the courtyard. She looked at Qin Pingon and kept repeating that she wanted to eat meat. There were also many children squatting by the wall, hugging their knees with their hands and pressing their heads against their knees. They let out intermittent whimpers from between their teeth, swaying with the wind. It was as if they wanted to tell a sad story, but they were too young and couldn't articulate it clearly. Although Qin Pingon had been worshipping ghosts and gods since he was young, he was not afraid of them. Imagine a 4 or 5-year-old child daring to run into the immortal tomb alone, rain or shine. Then he would practice martial arts and travel to the Tongyi continent 3 times. Along the way he had seen a lot of strange things. How could he be scared by this kind of situation? Therefore, even though the adult and the child had already walked to the alleyway facing the courtyard, Qin Pingon was still indifferent. Instead, he took a step forward and stood at the edge of the stairs, as if he was waiting for them to make a move. The child with the blood-stained face stared at Qin Pingon. When he turned his head and looked at Qin Pingon, he said, "Your meat smells good. Can I have a few bites? I only want half of your heart. Is that okay?" The child spoke very slowly and his footsteps didn't stop. When he said the word heart, his back was already facing Qin Pingon. However, his head had already turned around and he was still looking at Qin Pingon. He even stuck out his pitch-black tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. The old woman who was walking along the wall was the first to make a move. She jumped up and pounced on Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon didn't even look at her. He took a step forward and walked down the stairs. Without waiting for his boots to touch the ground, he casually threw a punch at the old woman's head. The old woman was sent flying backward, crashing into the opposite wall and shattering into pieces. She didn't even have time to cry out in pain. Seeing this, the otherworldly items in the alleyway became ferocious. Black smoke surged, and the otherworldly items formed by the resentment of their dead bodies madly pounced on Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon put one hand behind his back and kept it in his sleeve. He only used his right hand to fight. His fist intent was still limited. It only flowed in his right arm and his earth energy condensed and didn't leak out. However, every time he punched, an otherworldly item would be destroyed. To the current Qin Pingon, this little bit of fist intent was like a bucket of water from a deep well. On the other hand, in the eyes of the group of otherworldly items, the white-cloaked young man's arm was like a small section of sunlight that cut through the curtain of the night. It was scorching and dazzling. In just a few blinks of an eye, most of the otherworldly items in the alleyway were gone. Lu Tai was sitting on the threshold, watching with a smile on her face. The child who had threatened to eat Qin Pingon's half of his heart got rid of the adult's hand. He flashed and appeared behind Qin Pingon. He used his palm as a knife and stabbed Qin Pingon's back. He wanted to cut Qin Pingon's heart from his back. His hand knife was swift and fierce. However, the child thought that he was about to succeed and screamed in pain. It turned out that when his 5 fingers touched the white robe, he felt like he had bumped into a stove. He didn't have time to withdraw his hand and half of his arm was gone. Qin Pingon's left hand, which was still behind his back, didn't move. The corner of his eyes was still watching the otherworldly item that didn't have any facial features. He leaned back and bumped into the otherworldly item. When his golden robe touched the otherworldly item, the child melted like a candle and turned into a wisp of extremely pure black smoke. He wanted to fly away. However, Qin Pingon turned around, twisted his wrist and punched him. The black smoke had no head or tail. Lu Tai joked, "That's a little bullying." Qin Pingon curled his lips. "What kind of person is that?" Qin Pingon abruptly turned his head and looked at the end of the alley. The gloomy water from the well on the other side of the street climbed up the wall of the well. Using the fog on the street to cover the yang energy, the water quickly flowed out of the well and poured into the alley where Qin Pingon was. After entering the alley, the water saw Qin Pingon subduing the otherworldly item. After hesitating for a while, the water from the well flowed back. Qin Pingon took out his right hand and held a brand new demon-subduing pagoda talisman on his fingertips. He silently said, 15. An exquisite green flying sword flew out of the blade's strengthening gourd and streaked behind Qin Pingon. The tip of 15's sword nailed the yellow paper talisman. In the blink of an eye, the talisman left a trail of golden light in the air. This talisman was supposed to be used to deal with the otherworldly item that was holding the child. After fighting for a while, Qin Pingon made up his mind. It was enough for him to use his fist. Since the otherworldly item in the well had taken the initiative to come out, Qin Pingon let 15 take the demon-subduing pagoda and rush to the well to block the escape route of the well water. The well water was moving very fast, but how could it be faster than 15's flying sword? 15 came to the well where the sound of crying was coming from. He poked the sword into the well and nailed the golden demon-subduing pagoda talisman to the edge of the well. Then it slowly rose into the air and circled around the well. The well water that had crawled out from the bottom of the well rippled, revealing the twisted faces of resentful women. They unwillingly split off a small stream and rushed to the well. Soon they all turned into smoke. After a few times, the talisman that was stuck to the well's mouth remained motionless. The well water was full of spiritual light. Only then did the well water give up. They kept gathering together and finally turned into a humanoid otherworldly item with faintly visible limbs. It was 3 meters tall and the well water kept rolling around its body, making it impossible to recognize its appearance. Flying Sword 15 naturally took it as a provocation. It pierced through the otherworldly item's forehead and suddenly stopped. Then it flew back through the back of the otherworldly item's heart. It repeated this process repeatedly and never got tired. Perhaps it didn't expect the flying sword to be so full of sword intent. The well water that had just turned into a humanoid figure scattered and turned back into a layer of water that spread in all directions. It began to roll around and escape. 15 didn't care about these tricks. The tip of the sword just poked the water again and again. On the other side of the alley, the otherworldly item that originally wanted the well water to turn showed a trace of fear. Not only did it not have the intention to fight with Qin Pingon, but it also swept toward the wall at the end of the alley. Qin Pingon took a step and rushed to the wall of the Broken Head Road first. He slapped the wall with his palm. It was another demon-subduing pagoda. The wall suddenly showed its original appearance. It was full of bones mixed with the skeletons of many young children. There were even some that looked like babies that had been cut open. It was a tragic scene. When the wall appeared, the children squatting at the foot of the wall immediately sobbed. Seeing this scene, Qin Pingon's heart was filled with hatred. Just as the man was about to fly up and leave the alley, the furious Qin Pingon turned around and stretched out his hand. He grabbed the face without any facial features. His 5 fingers were like hooks. The golden sleeves of his robe fluttered, emitting bursts of light as if they were a shrine that had been burning incense for thousands of years. The otherworldly item let out a cry that came from the depths of its soul. Qin Pingon grabbed the otherworldly item with his right hand and punched through the otherworldly item's heart with his left hand. His entire arm glowed with golden light. It had both his own fist force and the aura of the golden nectar. Qin Pingon twisted his right arm and forcefully poked a big hole in the otherworldly item's heart. Not giving up, Qin Pingon still tried to tear the otherworldly item's soul into pieces. He deliberately controlled his strength and peeled the soul bit by bit, as if he was peeling off the skin and pulling out the tendons. He pulled the soul bit by bit into the golden sleeves of his robe. He wanted the otherworldly item to suffer the pain of being cut into pieces by a living person. Lu Tai stood up and gently reminded him, "Qin Pingon, it's done." Qin Pingon took a deep breath. He loosened the 5 fingers of his left hand and pulled his right hand out of the otherworldly item's heart. He smashed the otherworldly item with one punch. Then he flicked his sleeves and collected everything into his robe. Afterward he shook his sleeves. Fine dust rustled and fell. Qin Pingon looked at the otherworldly items squatting at the foot of the wall. They didn't run away. They were shivering and shaking violently. They were still hugging their knees and waiting for death. They were babbling and crying. No one knew what they were crying about. It seemed like they were suffering a great pain and suffering. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at the talisman pasted on the wall of corpses. He hurried to pull it down. After Qin Pingon put away the demon-subduing talisman, he strode forward 70 to 80 feet. He squatted down and approached an otherworldly item that was hugging its head. The otherworldly item was only 2 or 3 years old. Qin Pingon reached out his hand. Although Qin Pingon had tried his best to restrain his fist intent and golden spirit energy to make his robe look like an ordinary robe, the child was still shivering more violently. Qin Pingon quickly rolled up his sleeves until they almost reached his shoulders. Then he gently patted the child's head. Qin Pingon didn't know what to say. There were so many sufferings in the world. Even if he couldn't escape the karma of his previous life, shouldn't he wait until the child was a little older and more sensible? Qin Pingon felt that it wasn't right. It wasn't good. Because he could empathize with the child the most. Qin Pingon retracted his hand and raised the back of his hand to wipe his eyes. He turned his head to look at Lu Tai and asked, "Do you have a way?" Lu Tai slowly walked over. He didn't have his previous carefree attitude. He nodded and said, "Don't you know the Yang Lantern lifting talisman? As long as you draw this talisman, it'll be a Yin guiding talisman. Then I'll draw a netherworld ferrying talisman. You drew that talisman to persuade these otherworldly items that haven't gained intelligence. You want them to walk on their instincts. Mine is to open a door for them so that they can walk on a path without breaking their heads." Qin Pingon softly called Flying Sword 15 in his mind. It quickly flew back from the entrance of the alley. Qin Pingon took out a yellow talisman paper and the small snow all from the core object. He sat cross-legged, holding a brush in one hand and the talisman paper in the other. Under Lu Tai's guidance, he began to draw the Yang Lantern lifting talisman for the first time. Because his state of mind was unstable, he failed in the end. Lu Tai didn't say anything. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and took out the talisman paper again. Unexpectedly, he still failed at the last step. For Qin Pingon, who had practiced boxing, this was extremely rare. Qin Pingon was a little confused. Lu Tai sighed. Because a fragment of Qin Pingon's state of mind, the heart mirror, was shaking. Lu Tai simply took out the bamboo fan and gently fanned it. He didn't look at Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "Don't put yourself in their shoes for everything. You have to learn to stay out of it. You don't have to rush to draw the talisman. They have suffered for so many years. Those little guys shouldn't mind waiting for a while." Lu Tai fanned the breeze, helping the dark wind to disperse the fog in the alley. He covered up the invisible yang energy that seeped from the dark clouds above. He said slowly, "When I'm done here, I will go directly to the bamboo house to find the wife of the fort master. Qin Pingon, you don't need to come with me because I need you to help me disperse the dark clouds and the otherworldly items that are hiding in the dark. Your cultivation might not be too low. You don't need to worry about me." Qin Pingon nodded. Lu Tai looked up at the sky and said, "We can more or less confirm the truth now. The Eagle Fort's Yin has been flourishing and the Yang has been declining. It was deliberately done by someone behind the scenes to let the madam of the fort, who was born with an extreme Yin body, give birth to a ghost baby that is hard to come by in 100 years. It takes several years to be born from a woman's heart aperture and feeds on a woman's qi, blood, and vitality. It is not like an ordinary woman who carries a baby for 10 months. As the saying goes, the heart has ulterior motives, and in this situation, the madam of the fort is not a cultivator, so her vitality is insufficient. This is why there are so many strange things happening in the Eagle Fort in order to maintain her life and wait for the ghost baby to break out of her heart. That is when the madam of the fort dies. She has committed too many sins, so after death, the madam of the fort can no longer hope for peace." Qin Pingon frowned. Lu Tai said slowly, "According to the records of several Taoist classics in my family's library, the moment this filthy thing is born, it will have a cultivation level of the 6th realm. It is very difficult to deal with and it will gather and disperse erratically. Unless it is killed in one blow, it will be very difficult to destroy. Likes to devour the organs of living people. If no one restrains it, it won't even need 100 years. As long as it is given a few cities and tens of thousands of people, it will be able to smoothly ascend to the nascent soul stage. A ghost baby is already very difficult to kill. So for an Earth immortal ghost baby, I'm afraid that without 3 Earth immortals joining forces, there is no hope of eliminating it. If a nascent soul stage cultivator were to go alone, it would be more likely that he would become its food." Lu Tai sneered, "This is nothing in the Earth continent, but in the Tongyi continent it is very big." Lu Tai did not say anything else. He waved the bamboo fan in his hand and a cool breeze brushed his face. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment and said softly, "You can continue to draw talismans." Lu Tai glanced at Qin Pingon beside him and smiled. This time it was finally done. Qin Pingon wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to put away the Yin Qi guidance talisman. Lu Tai was confused. "What is this for?" Qin Pingon answered, "The talisman paper's material is not of high quality. It is just for practice." Lu Tai snatched the talisman paper and said unhappily, "Silly, a bunch of little things. This talisman is more than enough. If it is better, it might attract their greed and continue to choose to live in the gap between Yin and Yang. It is a bad thing to be a lonely ghost." Qin Pingon nodded and handed the small snow cone to Lu Tai. Before taking out the talisman paper, he asked, "Your fairy talisman of the underworld needs to break through the boundary between yin and yang. It is very different from my simple guidance talisman. So, the better the material, the more effective it is, right?" Lu Tai wanted to say something but stopped. He did not speak. Qin Pingon already knew the answer. He took out a golden talisman paper. Lu Tai did not take it. He asked, "Is it worth it?" Qin Pingon nodded. Lu Tai shook his head. "I don't think it is worth it." Qin Pingon turned to look at the 2 rows of children at the foot of the wall. He turned to Lu Tai and grinned. His eyes were firm. "Just use this talisman, but don't draw the wrong one." Lu Tai sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. He solemnly held his breath and focused his mind before opening his eyes. He held the small snow all tightly and drew the fairy charm on the golden charm paper. This was the unique charm of the Lu clan of the school of Yin Yang of the Earth Divine Continent. The design was a lone boat with an old man holding it up. There were strings of ancient seal characters on both sides of the boat. Qin Pingon believed in Lu Tai's talisman and turned to look at the children. Someone once heard the words, "not worth it," in the Yang family's shop. Qin Pingon looked at the children as if he was looking at dozens of himself, waiting for an answer. After a while Lu Tai smiled. "It's done." Lu Tai returned the small snow all. Then the 2 of them stood up. Qin Pingon picked up the Yin Guide talisman and poured a wisp of pure true energy into it. The talisman emitted spiritual light. The light was soft and gentle. It was a completely different scene from the lantern lighting talisman. Sure enough, after the guide talisman appeared, the children under the wall raised their heads and looked at the talisman in Qin Pingon's hand. Their eyes were full of nostalgia and joy. Lu Tai threw the fairy talisman of the underworld to the wall of corpses at the end of the alley. The talisman stuck to the wall. A golden line appeared around the talisman. The center of the talisman began to dissipate. The golden line continued to expand until a golden door frame appeared. Lu Tai asked Qin Pingon, who was holding the guide talisman, to walk to the door slowly. The children's otherworldly items stood up and followed Qin Pingon, who was leading the way, to the end of the alley. Lu Tai sat on the steps in front of the courtyard. She supported her chin with one hand and looked at Qin Pingon's back. Qin Pingon followed Lu Tai's instructions and gently placed the Yin Guide talisman inside the door. The talisman hovered motionlessly on the threshold. Dozens of children's otherworldly items walked in one after another. Some were jumping, some were swaying, and some were holding hands with the younger ones. After they entered the door one after another, all of them suddenly squeezed their heads behind the threshold and smiled at the white-robed young man standing outside the door. Although they were otherworldly items, their smiles were so innocent and bright. Lu Tai couldn't see Qin Pingon's expression. She was wearing a man's green robe. In fact, her real name was Zhou Xian. She raised her head high as if she was angry with the ancestor Lu Qin. She only saw Qin Pingon waving goodbye to the children. 297. Inside the main building of the Eagle Fortress, dozens of people from the Huan family, who were the pillars of the fortress, were livid with despair. The fortress master Huan Yang would never have thought that the immortal master of Taiping Mountain, who was hired by his longtime friend, was the real culprit. In the 4 corners of the hall there were 4 braziers. The pine and cypress branches inside had long been burned to ashes. Previously, the immortal master said that this main building was the key location that the evil spirits had coveted for a long time. Therefore he had to gather everyone and gather here. Then he would use the Ting Liao technique and the unique talisman of Taiping Mountain to set up a formation to dispel the filth. That way the evil spirits with ulterior motives would not have a chance to take advantage of them. He also said that only after the safety of the main building was ensured, he would go out alone to slay the evil spirits and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The Eagle Fortress had no objection. The dark clouds outside made people feel suffocated and nauseous. It was obvious that they had encountered real demons. They, the Eagle Fortress, were a group of Jianghu boorish men. For the survival of their families, they would raise their swords against the enemy. Even if they had to face the Devil Path heroes of the Agarwood Kingdom, they would not shirk their duty and die. However, the thought of fighting with otherworldly items and ghosts made their scalps numb. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. The yang energy in their bodies weakened even more. Huanyang didn't completely trust the immortal master of Taiping Mountain. Even though the immortal master had the demeanor of a celestial being and was pulled by his longtime friend, Huanyang still didn't dare to let his guard down. This was the temperament of a noble family in Jianghu. Therefore, when the immortal master led his horse around the streets and alleys, he specifically asked the old steward, Hia, to follow him closely in the name of leading the way. At that time, the pine and cypress were lit and the fragrance filled the air. Although Hia was not an expert, he had traveled extensively with Old Master Huan in his early years, so he could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person. After confirming that the immortal master's method was a righteous immortal, the Flying Eagle Fort, which was already at a dead end, was completely reassured. Therefore, an hour ago, the white-robed immortal master was holding a horsetail whisk in one hand and a brush in the other. He was writing the talisman of alchemy on the Nanmu pillar in the lobby. His movements were smooth and pleasing to the eye. Hia, who was the teacher of the Eagle Castle, even stayed by Master Immortal's side and took the initiative to hold the box of bright red cinnabar for him. Old Master Hia slumped into a chair. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the man in white standing between Huanyang and his wife. He wanted nothing more than to drink the man's blood and eat his flesh. An old man of his age had long since become indifferent to worldly affairs. Furthermore, he had no children. Every extra day he lived was a blessing from the heavens. What was there to fear about death? But Hia couldn't imagine how he would face the ancestors of the Huan family after his death. Most of the people who were qualified to sit in the hall were old men with the surname Huan from the Eagle Castle. Most of them were old and most of them had suffered serious injuries from the fight in the alley. Their qi and blood were exhausted, and after inhaling the smoke from the burning pines and cypresses, their faces turned blue and their limbs twitched. The white-robed man probably didn't even need to do anything to kill them. As for the young disciples who did not have a seat, they stood behind the seniors of the various houses. Their martial arts skills were not high and they were all paralyzed on the ground. Some of the better seedlings could even sit cross-legged and meditate, trying to keep themselves awake. The tall man in white was still holding the snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, but he pressed the shoulder of Fort Lord Huanyang with one hand. He said with a smile, "Fort Lord Huan, you don't have to blame yourself. You feel that you have let a wolf into your house. I schemed against the Eagle Castle so that I could save some energy. If we really fought, you Wulian heroes wouldn't be able to escape death. After decades of careful planning and scheming, who will die if you don't?" The madam beside Huanyang was trembling. She was the only one in the hall who didn't seem to be affected by the smoke. However, she was already scared out of her wits. After all, she was a native of the Eagle Castle and liked to be quiet. Other than the occasional spring and autumn excursions, she had never walked more than 100 miles away from the Eagle Castle. How could she withstand such a storm? The tall man lifted his hand from Huanyang's shoulder and pinched the woman's cheek. His action was gentle and full of love. But it wasn't the lecherous gaze of a man who coveted a beauty. It was a craftsman who was looking at his proudest work. He reluctantly withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Fortunately, that inexplicable exchange of blows didn't affect our Eagle Fortress. Once someone with ulterior motives saw through this plan, then we would really lose all our hard-earned money. Actually, according to the previous plan, you could still enjoy another half a year of peace. But my master was really afraid of those fellow cultivators who fought to the death. What if they attracted the attention of the fuming sect again? So I rushed over as soon as I received the secret letter." No one in the lobby could speak, so this immortal master felt a bit bored. He was a bit of a fly in the ointment that no one was there to support him. The tall man looked at everyone and mocked, "Are you all hoping that the old Taoist and the young Taoist can save you? I advise you to give up. He's just a Realm 5 independent cultivator. He's lucky that I can't kill him with one slap. The reason why I didn't touch him was that the qi, blood and spirit qi of the master and disciple were the icing on the cake." He was a bit regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have put so much secret medicine in those pine and cypress branches. A room full of mutes, but they didn't even curse, let alone kowtow and beg for mercy. It was really too boring. Taking advantage of the fact that his master hadn't made a move yet and the situation had already been decided, he wanted to have some fun. He looked around and his gaze finally stopped on a woman who was circulating her qi to resist the medicine. He really couldn't tell that such a delicate woman was a hidden realm 4 martial cultivator. It wasn't easy for a woman to have such a martial cultivation. He slowly walked forward, squatted down and pinched her chin. The woman's expression was firm and her eyes were sharp. He smiled and took out an exquisite porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of a young man who looked like a woman. His body was weak and he had already fallen to the ground. His limbs twitched, his eyes rolled back and he foamed at the mouth. He didn't have long to live. The man's eyes lit up. This was interesting. He actually had some aptitude for cultivation. If he was thrown into a third-rate sect, he might even be an important direct disciple. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well give him a hand. Whether this kid succeeded or not and whether he could live to become an external disciple of his sect would depend on his luck. However, before that, regardless of whether the young man lived or died, he had to enjoy his good fortune with women. As for the other people in the lobby, they were going to feast their eyes. The man disguised as a Mount Taiping cultivator extended a finger and pressed it between the young man's eyebrows. Then he raised his hand casually, bringing out a wisp of stinky dark green smoke. It condensed into a round ball. With a gentle flick of his finger, the ball of smoke dissipated in the lobby. The handsome young man immediately came to his senses. Just as he was about to say something, the man slapped a scarlet pill into his mouth. He threw the young man into the middle of the lobby and waved his horsetail whisk again, dispersing the pure Xianxia in the woman's body that was struggling to resist the poison mist of pine and cypress. Then he moved her to the young man's side. The man said with a smile, "Everyone enjoy this." The young man's face was flushed. His body was curled up and he was trembling like a pendulum. When he saw the woman, his eyes gradually burned with desire. He slowly crawled towards her. The man clicked his tongue and said, "Our crooked path can't compare to those sects and schools that are steady and step by step. Some of the visualization methods can only be unconventional and go against the etiquette of the secular world. The most hateful thing is that our final achievements are limited. Even touching the threshold of the Jindan realm is an extravagant hope." Speaking of this, the man was somewhat resentful. Then he smiled at the young man and said, "But don't look down on the Seaview realm and the Dragon Gate realm. Little guy, you've eaten my Nank pill with endless effects. Now your mind is relaxed. It's a rare feeling of immortal ascension. However, one of the 7 emotions and 6 desires in your heart will be infinitely magnified. This is also the secret of our sect. As for what emotions and what desires, the Nank pill has a corresponding response. The one I rewarded you is the most expensive. Don't waste it. As long as you maintain a trace of clarity from beginning to end, you can enjoy yourself during this period. If you survive to the end, I will take you as my disciple. Your early path of cultivation will be smooth. There is a certain possibility that you can enter the middle 5 realms." The woman panicked, but her body was unable to move. Finally, she revealed a trace of despair and fear. The man said to the young man bewitchingly, "Don't worry. Everyone in the hall will die, so you don't have to have any scruples. The heavenly Tao is merciless. There is no good or evil in cultivation." The tall man's heart trembled. He suddenly raised his head and gripped his horsetail whisk tightly, as if he was facing a great enemy. Languid yawns could be seen on the beam. He lowered his head and looked at the evil cultivator. He took out a bamboo fan from his sleeve and fanned it slightly. "You're really bored. You like to talk to yourself so much?" It was Lu Tai. The man narrowed his eyes. "Friend, you and the young man with the sword on your back, are you just passing by to watch the show, or are you here to spoil the fun? Or perhaps back then in the mountain outside the Eagle Fortress, the two of you were part of the plan?" Lu Tai glanced at the sea on the ground. The young man who was intoxicated made a series of tut-tut-tut sounds. His face was full of disgust. "Do you think that everything is because of that harmful pill? I don't mind telling you the truth. At this moment, at least 30 to 40% of your thoughts came from your own heart. No wonder you caught the eye of this guy. It's because you're not a good person to begin with." The young man whose hand was about to touch the woman's knee began to struggle. His heart and body were like this. As a result, blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. However, it was black blood. His face was covered in blood and he rolled all over the ground. The tall man was indifferent. He only felt that it was a pity. After that gentleman on the beam exposed the heavenly secrets, The young man's fragile Dao heart had also collapsed. Originally, if the young man didn't have anyone to help him expose that layer of window paper, he could have walked down this path to the end. In fact, it could have been considered a way out. He really could have become the man's inner disciple and embarked on the path of cultivation. Lu Tai's expression was indifferent. He put 2 fingers together and lightly swiped from top to bottom. The life origin flying sword called Needlepoint broke through the air and slashed directly at the young man who was in endless pain. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted at Lu Tai, "No!" The needlepoint flying sword that was only an inch away from the young man's neck suddenly stopped. Lu Tai looked at the woman whose face was full of tears and said, "It will be easier for him if he dies. If he walks out of here alive today, either he hardens his heart and kills you and then falls into the demonic path again, or in the following years he will suffocate himself to death by the words of others." The woman only shook her head and repeatedly murmured, "Immortal Master, please don't kill him. Please don't kill him." The man held a horsetail whisk and asked with a smile, "I'm very curious. How did you silently enter this formation?" Lu Tai held a fan in one hand and supported himself on the beam with the other. He smiled and said, "When it comes to formations, there seems to be no one in the world who is better than my family. Don't you think it's infuriating?" The man laughed loudly, but his laughter came to an abrupt end. In an instant his body began to twist and turn. The snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand that was inscribed with the 2 words, "Relieving sorrow," let out howls of wind and thunder in the air. Every time he waved the horsetail whisk, there would be a thread made from the tail of some mountain or swamp spirit beast that would leave the horsetail whisk and shoot towards the beam above Lu Tai. The threads of the horsetail whisk turned into white snakes that were as thick as arms in the air. They had a pair of wings and emitted a cold air. They moved as fast as lightning. Lu Tai did not pay any attention to the dozens of white snakes. He closed the bamboo fan and began to use it as a brush to write talismans on the beam. Under the brush tip at the top of the bamboo fan, ancient silver characters and patterns constantly flowed out. Then the characters that were like living creatures began to flow along the beam, the pillars, and the ground. They soaked into the alchemy book talisman that originally existed and covered them one by one. The guest overshadowed the host. As for the white snakes that left the horsetail whisk, as long as they came within 20 feet of Lu Tai, they would automatically turn into powder. The man could not tell what kind of Dao technique this was at all. This was the most terrifying part. However, something even more terrifying than this happened. The green-robed man who was more beautiful than a woman revealed the heavenly secret himself. He smiled and said, "I just set up a small array around here. It's common in the blessed enclave. It can block all kinds of Dao techniques from outsiders. I'm a saint in the middle. Doesn't it sound amazing?" The man's heart was surging. He hesitated for a moment and stopped the horsetail whisk in his hand. He placed it heavily on his arm and said, "Immortal Master, not only do you have a long history of learning, but you also have great abilities. I admire you. As long as Immortal Master is willing to be magnanimous, my master and I are willing to show enough sincerity. For example, all the secret treasures of the Eagle Fortress will belong to you 2 Immortal Masters. I can also make the decision on my own and privately give you a reward. When I return, I will ask my master for a superior spiritual weapon. What do you think, Immortal Master?" Lu Tai did not answer the question. "Your master is in the Golden Core realm?" The man smiled and nodded. "To show my sincerity, I'm willing to tell you my master's Dharma name. He is the one who killed the 2 Dragon Gate realm cultivators of Peace Mountain." Lu Tai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop. You are too scheming." The man had an innocent expression. "Why do you say that, Immortal Master?" Lu Tai sighed. "A mere Golden Core wild cultivator from the Tongye continent was used by a sea-viewing realm cultivator like you. You can't scare me to death, but you can make me laugh to death. You almost succeeded." Then Lu Tai started to laugh while holding his belly. Of course, whether the mastermind behind the scenes was really in the Golden Core realm was another matter. The man's face was gloomy. Motherf **Ker, he had met someone with a hole in his head. Most importantly, this person who was neither male nor female had a very deep cultivation base. Lu Tai restrained his smile and even wiped the corners of his eyes. It seemed that he was really happy. "Apart from you and your master who are raising that ghost infant, do you have any other experts as allies?" The man was shocked and said with a bitter smile, The people at the foot of the mountain think that this kind of rebellious behavior is very far from the Fuyao sect. However, in our eyes, it is not far. Do you think that just the two of them would dare to set up such a big trap? That they would be able to control this scheme? Lu Tai said, "It seems that you and your master want to eat it all by yourselves." The man pretended to be calm, but he was already cursing in his heart. Lu Tai joked, "Isn't it very awkward? You can't give me the reward I want, but fighting to the death with us two foreigners might ruin your decades of painstaking effort." Having his thoughts exposed, the man's face was filled with murderous intent. "If you are really determined to interfere, aren't you afraid of dying together?" The man's chest was filled with anger. "Indeed, as you said, my master and I can't give you enough benefits. But then again, what benefits do you get by interfering? The ghost infant was raised by my master using a secret technique. It is unique in the world. Moreover, the ghost infant has already recognized its master. Even if you were lucky enough to snatch it, would you be able to raise it?" Lu Tai flipped the bamboo fan and gently tapped the beam with the end. He was very relaxed. "Can't I do some righteous good deeds?" The man was so angry that his lips were trembling. If it weren't for the fact that the woman with ulterior motives was on the spot, even the slightest injury would affect the growth of the ghost baby after it was born and ruin his master's great plan for the next 100 years. If it weren't for all kinds of concerns, he really wanted to fight this guy to the death with all his strength. Lu Tai added fuel to the fire. "Now you don't feel bored, right? How are you going to thank me?" This time it was the man's turn to become livid. He was not much better than the people of the Eagle Castle who had been poisoned by the sinister secret technique. Lu Tai suddenly lost interest in chatting. He put away the bamboo fan and poured out snow-white pills from his sleeve into his palm. Then he threw them into the burning pines. It wasn't that the man didn't want to stop him, but that exaggeratedly huge flying sword appeared again and again. It fell from the sky again and again, sinking into the ground and then reappearing in the air. It was very difficult to dodge. Then true killing intent flashed and disappeared. The man with the horsetail whisk was almost hit. He roared angrily and left only the long handle of the horsetail whisk. The snow-white threads all fell off and transformed into countless white snakes with wings. They quickly spun and buzzed, piercing the eardrums. They densely covered him and protected him in the middle. The man touched his cheek. There was a bloody groove that was deep enough to see bone. If he hadn't turned his head fast enough, his head might have been pierced through by the sword. Two life-bound flying swords. They were also proficient in array formations. And they boasted shamelessly, claiming that their family's array formations were unparalleled in the world. Lu Tai sneered. "You walked right into the trap. You can't blame anyone." On the pillar, the silver runes shone brightly. Then they pulled each other and formed a net in the hull. The fishing lines of this fishing net were the words and pictures that were floating in the air. In the net, other than the man who had carelessly drawn a prison, there were also Lu Tai's needlepoint and Mai Meng's life-bound flying swords. Lu Tai floated down from the beam. He ignored the cage and walked toward the pale-faced wife of the castle master. The woman's eyes were lifeless and she was sweating profusely. There was a faint smell of blood coming from her seat. He passed by the woman in the center of the hall. The woman who had been sneaking around the fourth realm martial artist was already able to move freely. She held the withered and lifeless youth in her arms. When Lu Tai had thrown the beads into the brazier, the snow-white dust had scattered in all directions. After being inhaled by the old and young members of the Huan family of Eagle Castle, color gradually returned to their faces. Everyone's bodies were fine, but their spirits had been greatly damaged. It was inevitable that they would lose their lifespan. The woman suddenly turned her head and questioned Lu Tai's back. "Why did you say those things? You are also the culprit." Lu Tai turned his head and glanced at her. He asked with a smile, "Why don't I kill the two of you right now? Once and for all, there will be no more worries." The woman held the youth and quickly lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at Lu Tai again. Lu Tai walked in front of the wife of the castle master. He put his hands behind his back and bent down to look at her. "You don't have much life left. You will die no matter what. Now it depends on whether you choose to die a worthy death or be killed for the sake of the people." In Lu Tai's eyes, the woman's seemingly beautiful face had long been shattered. Her ravines were crisscrossed and wisps of black death aura seeped out. Her pair of watery eyes, which were very lively in the eyes of an ordinary teacher, were pitch black. This pampered woman was ignorant and didn't react. Wu Tai smiled. Stop pretending. I know you've come back to your senses. Take advantage of the fact that you still have the energy to make your own choice. I'll respect your decision. In another half an incense stick's worth of time, you won't be able to control yourself. At that time I won't be courteous with you. Huan Yang was about to stand up and speak when Lu Tai waved his sleeve and sealed his 5 senses. He sat there like an obedient puppet, but his eyes were filled with pain and pleading. The woman slowly raised her head and murmured, "Can I not die?" Lu Tai sighed and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long silence, Lu Tai turned to face the door. He leaned against the chair the woman was sitting on and said softly, "Then live a little longer." Outside the main building of the Eagle Castle, the sloppy old man watched the roosters that ate glutinous rice and drank clear spring water die one by one. Today Huan Chong and Huan Shu happened to be with Taoist Huang Shang and Tao Xiang. The brother and sister didn't want to hide in the happy nest of the main building. They didn't want to hide under the protection of the immortal master Taiping Mountain. Since the old man was still outside, they wanted to help him. The old man looked up at the black clouds that kept pressing down. He gritted his teeth and had to use his trump card. He took out 2 big white bowls and held one in each hand. He turned to the brother and sister and said, "I need to borrow 2 or 3 liters of your blood to move the 2 stone lions at the gate of the ancestral hall. They are the treasures your grandfather asked for from a master to guard the house. They are the real trump card of the Eagle Castle." The old man raised his hands and said in a low voice, "Hurry, then let's hurry to the ancestral hall. We can't delay any longer." Huan Chong and Huan Shu looked at each other and then cut their palms without hesitation. Their blood flowed into the white bowls in the old man's hands. The old man turned his wrist and the 2 white bowls disappeared. "There may be ghosts and otherworldly items on the way. I can't take care of you. You first should take care of yourselves. You even have to help me clear the way. If you die, no one will collect your bodies. So, now is the time to decide whether you want to go or not." The brother and sister, the 2 good friends, nodded at the same time. The old man shouted, "Let's go." As the old man expected, the otherworldly items hiding in the Eagle Castle seemed to know the old man's intention. They finally stopped hiding and rushed out. A young man in a white robe suddenly appeared on a roof. He stood on top of a raised eave and looked into the distance. He was looking at the old man and his companions who jumped on the roof and rushed to the ancestral hall. Qin Pingon held a talisman in each of his hands. He gently let go and said, "First day, 15th day." 2 sword lights carried the 2 talisman and rushed to the Huan family's ancestral hall. In an instant they nailed the demon suppression talisman onto the 2 pillars. 2 balls of dazzling golden light exploded from the beam. Then the 2 sword lights returned to Qin Pingon's side. Another 2 yellow talisman were brought to the 2 roofs not far from the old man. The last round trip on the 1st and 15th day brought 2 more demon suppression talismans to help the sloppy old man open the way. Qin Pingon had used up all the demon suppression talismans. He didn't care about what was happening in the ancestral hall. In the Jianghu, one had to be responsible for one's own life and death. It was the same for doing evil and the same for doing good. The dark clouds above were about to press down on the city. It was as if the sky was hanging low and people could touch it. A few loud words in the marketplace could alarm the immortals in the sky. Qin Pingon looked up. The Jianghu people in the Eagle Fortress couldn't see the scene above the dark clouds, but he could. An unknown laurel old man was sitting cross-legged on a red futon. He was chanting and controlling the sea of dark clouds that covered the Eagle Fortress. He was falling bit by bit into the human world. The time had come. The old man was going to massacre the Eagle Fortress and absorb all the essence of flesh and blood to feed the newborn ghost baby that was about to break out of the heart. Qin Pingon began to skim across the roofs. His figure flashed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Because he was wearing a white robe, he seemed to stretch out a snow-white rainbow. He finally landed on the martial arts field of the Eagle Fortress. Other than Qin Pingon, there was no one else. Qin Pingon lightly stomped his feet and took a deep breath. Both of his knees were slightly bent, and he slowly formed a majestic and ancient fist stance. The clouds steaming great swamp style. Qin Pingon's robe, the golden cloth that had been used as a camouflage, also revealed its true appearance at this moment. On the golden robe a flood dragon swam. Qin Pingon closed his eyes. The pure qi in his body flowed rapidly through the circulation method of the 18 halting sword qi, like the water of a great river flowing into the sea. Qin Pingon suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily. Not only did the entire martial arts field shake, countless weapons on the wooden racks fell to the ground. Dust flew up from the nearby streets at almost the same time. He punched towards the sky first. Then he punched out. It was the fist stance of the steaming cloud swamp style, but the fist intent was the drum-beating style of the deity. The old man surnamed Chui in the bamboo house had never taught Qin Pingon this fist technique. Qin Pingon punched again and stomped his feet to borrow strength. The earth shook and rumbled like an earth bowl turning over. The old man once said that he had comprehended the steaming cloud swamp style. When this fist appeared for the first time, it forced the rain curtain in the sky to retreat 1,000 feet, not daring to touch the human world. Qin Pingon did not think too much. He only wanted the rolling sea of clouds at this moment to be like the heavy rain curtain above the old man's head in the past. Before his fist technique it would all roll back to the sky. Unknowingly there was no one in front of him. (298) Before Qin Pingon threw the first punch, the old man on the cloud wore a crown of 5 mountains on his head, which was painted with the true shape of the 5 mountains. The crown was shining and colorful, and the sound of pines, cranes, and flowing water could be vaguely heard. The old man controlled the sea of clouds to descend, as if he had thousands of soldiers and horses in his hand. Naturally he was confident. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the martial arts field of the Eagle Fortress. He couldn't help but laugh. How dare an ignorant kid try to shake a big tree? The master and disciple had been plotting for nearly 40 years to get the ghost baby in the heart of the lady of the castle. They were determined to get it. The hardships and difficulties, the extravagance and the mysterious coincidences were not something outsiders could know. The original intention of the Flying Eagle Fortress, which was hidden in the forest, was probably buried with the first owner of the fortress. The old man knew that 2 earth-level deities of the Fushuan sect and the Taiping Mountain, the 2 largest immortal clans in the central area of the Tongye continent, had a conflict and fought with each other. The Golden Core cultivator of the Fushuan sect had never thought that the cultivator of the Taiping Mountain he had provoked was actually a nascent soul stage cultivator. The latter knew that his life was coming to an end and there was no hope for him to break through, so he left the sect and began to travel around. Although his body and soul had decayed, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He almost killed the Golden Core cultivator of the Fushuo sect. The latter fled all the way but was still intercepted by the nascent soul cultivator of the Taiping Mountain in the area of today's Eagle Fortress. He didn't care about the Fushuo sect at all and was determined to kill the Golden Core cultivator of the Fushuo sect. When the Golden Core cultivator saw that there was no hope of escaping, he had the resolute thought of burning both jade and common stone. Thus he used a forbidden technique of the Fuho sect. At that time the Golden Core cultivator was an arrow at the end of its flight, and the orthodox inheritance of the sect had no hope of summoning those powerful gods. Thus he didn't hesitate to use all of his life essence and blood to summon an ancient demonic creature recorded in the Fuho sect's secret scriptures. The demonic creature was over 100 feet tall, and its yin qi had condensed into a solid substance, as if it was wearing a pitch-black heavy armor. In fact, after the Golden Core cultivator summoned the demonic creature, he had already died. His hollow skin had long turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. It wasn't impossible for Taiping Mountain's nascent soul to retreat from the battlefield, but in the end he still chose to fight the ancient devil to the end. Magic treasures appeared one after another, and magical techniques rained down on the ancient devil. The old cultivator's skin was lacerated and his soul was shaken. Even after his golden core was shattered and his yin spirit, which had left its body to fight, was killed, the nascent soul cultivator still cried out in joy as he perished together with the ancient devil's avatar. It was an earth-shattering battle that caused yin qi to condense within a radius of 100 miles under the feet of both sides. It was no less than an ancient battlefield where hundreds of thousands of warriors were buried. The nascent soul cultivator of Taiping Mountain was still worried about the secular world. He was worried that the yin qi here would spread and affect the fate of the surrounding mountains and rivers. His remnant soul struggled to survive and found a young woodcutter who had entered the mountain to chop firewood. He taught him a secret technique and a fighting technique. It was a blade technique with the purest yang energy. The nascent soul cultivator also asked the young woodcutter to build a castle here and spread the leaves. He wanted to borrow the power of the descendants of the pure martial artist to suppress the yin qi. At the same time, the descendants of the Huan family practiced the blade technique here. Because of the formless yin qi, it was like the best whetstone. The Huan family's martial arts progress was often twice the result with half the effort. This also contributed to the Eagle Castle's position in the Jianghu in the future. Old Master Huan and the other lords of the Eagle Castle all liked to travel the Jianghu on the surface after they achieved success in martial arts. In fact, they secretly traveled the famous mountains and rivers in search of immortals. They might have wanted to solve the problem of yin qi in the Eagle Castle once and for all. However, Old Master Huan died in a strange way. His son Huan Yang, who was not very talented in martial arts, took over as the lord of the Eagle Castle in a hurry. Soon, the demon cultivators of the Agarwood Kingdom joined forces to attack the Eagle Castle. Therefore, there were no clues about the fate of the nascent soul immortal and the ancestor woodcutter. Many of the relationships that the ancestors worked hard to build were also lost. For example, the relationship between Old Master Huan and the master of the young Taoist Huang Shang was completely unknown to Huan Yang. Instead, he had to run to his friends in the capital for help. Even the existence of the 2 stone lions at the entrance of the ancestral hall was unknown to everyone in the Eagle Castle. Then this disaster happened. The Laurel Old Master was a notorious demon cultivator in the central part of the Tongye continent. He used to be a top Jindan cultivator with outstanding combat ability. As a wild cultivator, he was not inferior to the Jindan cultivators of the Fuyang sect and the Taiping Mountain. However, after the magnificent feat of killing 2 Dragon Gate cultivators of the Taiping Mountain, he was soon hunted down by the Taiping Mountain. A young Jindan cultivator of the Taiping Mountain went down the mountain alone and chased him for thousands of miles. The old man was beaten to the point that he lost all his fortune. Even the only thing he had left was broken. In the end, he had to give up half of his cultivation and body to deceive everyone and escape death from the young cultivator who looked like a god from the heavenly court. The old man who hated the Taiping Mountain always wanted to take revenge. Therefore, he had the meticulous plan of the Flying Eagle Fortress that lasted for decades. First, he had the wife of the fort master who had the potential for cultivation but had fallen back to the Dragon Gate realm when she was young. He had personally broken her longevity bridge. Thousands of cracks had appeared on the bridge, but only the bridge section at the heart was intact. It made her like a porcelain pot that constantly absorbed the yin qi from the ground. Moreover, the yin qi flowed into this spring at the heart of the heart. Finally, under the guidance of the old man's secret method, the ghost infant who was crying for food was born. Once it was done, the ghost infant would break out of the heart and find a few remote small countries far away from the site of the mountain. After all, the old cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm could be an imperial tutor at will. He could also support a few palace puppets or even secretly control the monarchs of the small countries and start wars to feed the ghost infant. After 100 years, the ghost infant would become an earth immortal. Even if the deep-rooted Taiping Mountain would not be destroyed because of the ghost infant's attack, it would definitely hurt the Taiping Mountain and weaken its vitality. 100 years was not a long time for the grudges of the cultivators on the mountain. As for the grudges, some people did not care about the life and death of the ordinary teachers at the foot of the mountain, such as the old man on the cloud. However, some people also cared, such as the nascent soul cultivator of Taiping Mountain. However, such a compassionate earth immortal still could not enter the upper 5 realms. In the end, he could only wait for death. It could be seen that the great Tao was ruthless and did not distinguish between good and evil people. The old man with the tall crown on the cloud still found it comical after the young martial artist threw out 3 punches. No matter how strong his aura was, if he didn't have a solid state to support it, then it was just a beautiful pavilion in the sky. However, the old man really coveted the golden robe on the young man's body. It was simply an unexpected surprise. There was actually such a Jianghu fledgling who didn't know how to cherish his life despite having such a precious treasure on him. Good stuff. It was indeed good stuff. Might be a real magic weapon of the immortals. Could it be that the wheel of fortune had turned and it was his turn to make a meteoric rise? He no longer needed to be a rat who dug holes in the ground and would recover his former glory earlier than expected. As for whether the young man in the golden robe was a disciple of the immortals, the old man Laurel did not care about that. He had even fallen out with Taiping Mountain. As the black clouds sank, almost everyone in the Eagle Castle began to feel dizzy. Some weak old people, women and children who did not have strong yang qi began to vomit at home. In the streets and alleys, in the high houses and low courtyards, there were endless cries. Many young and strong men of the Eagle Castle who practiced martial arts looked up at the dark sea of clouds pressing down on their heads. They only felt that their limbs and bones would be crushed into powder. Some young warriors who did not have a strong state of mind did not even have the heart to resist. They trembled all over. Even if they had the chance to escape today, their future in martial arts would be ruined. Following the huge movement that seemed like an earthquake, some people also found that in the direction of the drill ground, in the flying dust, there was a magnificent scene shining with golden light. Streaks of fist force were like rainbows and became bigger and bigger. At first they were as thick as an arm, then the size of a bowl, and then the size of a well. They increased in succession and rushed to the sky with irresistible force, as if someone was punching at the sea of clouds. Some people could not help but think, that person must be relying on his high martial arts to dare to punch. On the drill ground, Qin Pingon did not stand in the same place and punch toward the sky. After each punch he would quickly move. He used the 6-step pile walking stance of the mountain shaking fist, the 18 halting sword chi, the great cloud steaming swamp style, and the deity drumming style of the fist intent. After the 10th punch, the momentum of the punch had completely suppressed the movement of his feet stomping on the ground. The fist force rushed to the sky with the roaring sound of wind and thunder. The roof tiles around the drill ground from inside to outside, layer by layer, suddenly cracked and cracked. With Qin Pingon as the center, cracks appeared on the walls around him like a spider web. The bluestone floor of the drill ground was already full of potholes, and there were 10 pits of different depths. Although the first 9 punches were more powerful each time, they only pierced through the sea of clouds. However, the 10th punch directly hit the praying mat that the tall crowned old man was sitting on. Although the old man was slightly frightened, he had already silently regarded the young man as a person that must be killed and must be killed first. However, in the face of this powerful punch, he still did not feel that it was too difficult to handle. Instead, he felt a little competitive. With a cold smile, the old man stretched out a palm and a large ball of dark green light suddenly bloomed. He flipped his palm and pressed it down, just in time to meet the punch that broke through the sea of black clouds. With a loud bang, the futon shook slightly, but the entire sea of clouds under the old man Laurel shook violently. The fist force from the drill ground and the brilliant green light around the old man's palm shattered at the same time, turning into thousands of specks of starlight. The fist force scattered into the nearby sea of clouds, making the dark sea of clouds, which was originally heavy with death chi, like a layer of ink that had been ground out, sprinkled with a pinch of golden dust, making sizzling and burning sounds. The old man shook his wrist, and through the hole in the sea of clouds created by the fist force, he looked down at the drill ground that was less than 300 feet away from his head and laughed eerily. "Good boy, at such a young age you can be considered a master of martial arts at the foot of the mountain. You don't want to mingle in your jianghu, but you have to go against me. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." While speaking, the old man Laurel raised his hand, put 2 fingers together, and gently drew near the laurel with the painting of the 5 mountains. From it he extracted a touch of the true meaning of an ancient Dongyue mountain, and quickly fell into the hole. When he left the 5 mountains crown, it was a pocket-sized mountain peak, and when it fell to his feet, its size was no less than that of the futon. After sliding out of the hole in the sea of clouds, it was as big as a table. The old man laughed wildly and was extremely pleased. "After being a coward for so many years, God didn't let me down. Finally, my luck has changed. As long as I grind away your chi of flesh and blood, Ghost Baby may be able to break through to the sea-viewing realm the moment he appears." On the drill ground, Qin Pingon saw the mountain coming from the sky, but he was not afraid at all. When he was in the ancestral house of the Sun family in the old dragon city, the flood dragon in the sea of clouds swooped down, and its momentum was no weaker than this immortal's supernatural power. Didn't he also punch out? Qiji was born and it was mighty. The fist intent was vigorous and he firmly believed that one punch could break all laws. His golden robe fluttered in the wind, making the young man of Clay Bottle Alley look like a mountain immortal for the first time in his life. $2.99. The 11th punch was extremely fast. The true strength of the deity's drum-beating fist intent lay in the fact that as long as the puncher's body and spirit could withstand the intense pain brought about by the circulation of qi within his body, he would be able to deliver a new punch. Then he would be able to accumulate the power of each punch and topple mountains and cities. It was absolutely not a fool's dream. Qin Pingan's punch caused the house-sized, exquisite mountain to fall back several meters. Without another word, he stomped his foot and punched upward. Old Man Laurel's expression turned serious. He no longer had the intention to play around and silently recited an incantation, drawing down 4 times near the 5 peaks crown with 2 fingers. Even though it would consume a fair amount of spirit energy, the 5 peaks crown on his head would temporarily lose its abilities. He was determined to kill this troublesome youth in one go. As a rogue cultivator who did not ask for help and had no one to rely on, this was the only magical treasure that the old man had. He had obtained it in a secret realm. In order to monopolize this item, he had killed his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him. Before the latter died, he had begged him to take good care of his children and ensure that they could enjoy 100 years of glory in the secular world. The old man had nodded and agreed. However, when he turned around, he had used some small tricks to quietly eliminate the 100 or so people in the mansion. Back when the young golden core cultivator of Mount Taiping had chased him for thousands of miles, this priceless 5 peaks crown was still perfectly preserved. The damage wasn't serious, and after 100 years of repair, it had been restored to its peak condition. Unfortunately, the old man couldn't find the root of the true form diagram on the 5 peaks crown despite looking through countless ancient texts. As a result, the old man could only bring out half of the magic treasure's power. It was truly regrettable. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would be the one chasing after the little bastard of Mount Taiping back then. The 2 mountains stacked on top of each other and fell down as fast as lightning. Qin Pingan's 13th punch only caused the east peak below to rise several meters. Very soon another mountain came crashing down. Was it the weight of the mountain that gave him the advantage, or was it the height of his fist art that made him invincible? The 5 great mountains' crown on the old man's head had already dimmed, and there was no longer the melodious sound of cranes and pines. Qin Pingan's qi and blood were surging, showing no signs of exhaustion. However, Qin Pingan didn't want to be trapped by these 3 mountains. God knows what other secret techniques Old Man Laurel had. Taking advantage of the deity's drum-beating fist intent, he was temporarily able to stay connected. Therefore, he prepared to leave the martial arts field and change the battlefield. Then he hurriedly threw out the 14th punch. However, Qin Pingan, who had prepared the mind talisman in advance, was surprised to find that in the shadow of the mountain, he felt as if he was standing on a platform, the so-called lawless land. The mind talisman, which had performed miraculously in several great battles, did not react in the slightest. As a last resort, the 2 flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 in the sword-nourishing gourd scattered to the left and right, soaring high into the sea of clouds. Qin Pingan, on the other hand, had no choice but to throw out a new punch, causing the falling mountain to slow down slightly. Then he rushed forward, trying to leave the area covered by the shadow of the mountain. Laurel laughed out loud. "You want to run?" He pressed down with his palm and the 4th mountain came crashing down. The 4 mountains overlapped and crashed down on Qin Pingan's head with a rumble. Moreover, the martial arts field at the foot of the mountain was suppressed by the majestic spiritual energy, causing Qin Pingan's forward movement to slow down a little. The golden-robed youth with the astonishing fist technique was finally suppressed by the mountain. After succeeding, Laurel was slightly astonished. Since when can a pure martial artist use the natal flying sword? Mountains were often accompanied by flowing water. The old man sensed the 2 flying swords piercing through the air and plucked 2 rivers from the 5 mountain crown. After manifesting, they were as slender as a woman's waist. One was turbid and yellowish, while the other was clear and green. They circled around the old man's futon, rolling and flowing. Again and again they blocked the fierce attacks of the two flying swords, splashing water everywhere. The amount of river water was constantly decreasing. Laurel still paid more attention to the martial arts field. At this moment, the sea of clouds was less than 20 feet away from the ground. The futon the old man was sitting on almost touched the peak of the fourth mountain. His vision was blocked. Laurel stretched out a finger and tapped between his eyebrows, silently saying open. In his vision it was pitch black at first, then the clouds dispersed like the curtain of night, revealing the true appearance of the moon. The world was clear. Laurel's vision successfully passed through the four mountains and saw the golden-robed youth's figure. Good fellow, he's like a loach trying to slip away. The young man first lowered his head and bent his waist, using the strength of his shoulders to carry the mountain as he ran forward. As the four mountains sank, the young man simply bent his waist and rushed forward, using his back to support the mountain. The golden robe on his body displayed results that stunned the old man. It forcibly helped the young man win precious time in a critical moment, allowing the young man to roll when the mountain was only 4 feet away from the ground of the martial arts field, barely avoiding the fate of being crushed into meat paste by the mountain. Laurel sneered in his heart. Virtue is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. I was just waiting for the moment when you mistakenly thought that you had escaped. The fifth mountain that had been waiting for a long time was the most respected middle peak. One could vaguely see that the mountain's true form was steep. The youth being able to withstand the 4 mountains was already beyond Laurel's expectations. He originally thought that 3 mountains would be enough to crush this little fellow. That kind of fist technique that seemed to have no end to its power was really strange. If the youth could leave behind a fist technique manual after his death, it might not be inferior to the golden robe. The old man lightly shouted, "Go!" Middle Peak just happened to smash towards Chin Pingon, who was rolling on the ground. At the same time, the previous 4 mountains began to scatter, surrounding Middle Peak, and one after another took root. Some crushed the buildings of the martial arts field, some crushed the high walls, some fell on the street outside the martial arts field, and some smashed into a private courtyard next to the martial arts field. Once the 4 mountains stood on the ground and with Middle Peak in the center, it would form a natural formation. The 2 flying swords above the sea of clouds seemed to be connected to the youth's thoughts, and they attacked the 2 true meanings of the river with all their might. Laurel laughed heartily. "I'm afraid of you 2 little things. Good, this old man will play a game of tag with you 2. Let's see what you 2 will do when your master dies." The old man reached out with both hands, grabbing 2 black clouds. Then he clapped his hands heavily, and the clouds covered the old man's figure and disappeared. Chin Pingon, who was surrounded by the 5 mountains, was already on the verge of death. Although Chu Yi and 15 sword energy was awe-inspiring, they were helpless against the hiding old man Laurel. They could only do their best to reduce the sea of clouds. Even though Chin Pingon had summoned the demon binding rope that was made from the 2 whiskers of the old flood dragon, it shone with a golden light and suddenly grew in size. It was like a golden flood dragon that coiled around the middle mountain, forcibly raising it up by several feet. It was not pressed down and connected with the earth, causing the 5 great mountains formation to be temporarily unable to take shape. However, even though the demon binding rope continued to shrink, squeezing the middle mountain, causing it to continuously crumble and fall, the middle mountain was still slowly sinking. The sea of clouds above Eagle Fortress was less than 10 feet above the ground. If someone stood on the viewing terrace of the main building and looked around, it would be like standing on the peak of a mountain thousands of feet above the ground. It was magnificent, with wind and clouds surging and raging waves crashing on the shore. In the main building of Eagle Fortress, the man with the horsetail whisk who had drawn a circle around the ground was exhausted from being chased by the 2 natal flying swords, one big and one small. The members of the Huan family of Eagle Fortress had personally experienced the dazzling methods of the immortals on the mountain. While everyone rejoiced, some inevitably felt hopeless. They were martial artists of Jianghu, but they were not worth mentioning in front of the immortals on the mountain. Lu Tai didn't wait and see. He didn't let the 2 flying swords of high quality slowly exhaust the Qi cultivator of viewing sea state. Instead, he took out the magic weapons that he had plundered from all over the place from the colorful ribbon one by one. Through the gap of the cage created by the flying swords, he penetrated the cage and attacked the guy who turned the horsetail whisk's silk rope into a white snake insidiously. For the Qi cultivator, This was no different from adding fuel to the fire and making him suffer unspeakably. The tall man first begged for mercy and persuaded Lu Tai that everything could be discussed. As long as Lu Tai stopped, he was willing to hand over all his belongings and let Lu Tai do whatever he wanted to his spirit. Seeing that Lu Tai was indifferent, the man who only had the iron handle of the horsetail whisk in his hand began to threatening to destroy Lu Tai's 2 life-source flying swords. He must damage Lu Tai's soul and make it difficult for him to progress in his cultivation in this life. Lu Tai leaned against the chair of the lady of the castle and waved the folding fan in his hand. He did not pay any attention to the viewing sea realm cultivator who was struggling to make ends meet. The door of the hall had been forced open by him. Therefore the scene of Eagle Fortress outside could be seen clearly. The sky was dark. Presumably, the hundreds of people in Eagle Fortress would never forget the scene today. The feeling of helplessness was deeply engraved in their bones. And this kind of influence was destined to be far-reaching. As long as these people could survive, today's incident about the immortals fighting and the mortals suffering would be passed down from generation to generation. If the 9 great continents of the vast world were all so lawless, they would have long been in a state of utter chaos. That was why the 3 Confucian academies and the 72 academies appeared. The purpose was to prevent the immortals on the mountain from destroying the mountains and rivers with one punch and smashing the cities in the mortal world with one magic weapon. After all, the people on the mountain came from the mortal world after all. If the mortal world was gone, what was the point of being on the mountain? Therefore, this was the boundary between good and evil, the difference between good and evil. Some Qi cultivators pursued the freedom of immortality. Since they were already standing on the mountain, they did not care whether the mortal world was dead or alive. Some cultivators either had a pure heart and few desires and did not care about the affairs of the mortal world, or they abided by the rules and were willing to live less happily for the peace of the mortal world. They did not pursue absolute freedom. The world was full of different states and everyone had their own desires. Right and wrong were a mass of paste, because there were too many people who only spoke the truth for others to hear. They did not use it to restrain their own hearts. It was the same on the mountain and under the mountain. Lu Tai was a disciple of the Yin-Yang school of Lu. He had a deeper understanding of human nature. Moreover, his family background and himself were very special. Not only was he not a sword cultivator, but he had raised 2 natal flying swords casually. He did not even get that strange colorful belt when he was playing in the ancestral hall of the family when he was young. Lu Tai's existence in the Lu clan of the Central Plains was somewhat restrictive. To those silent and lethargic old ancestors of the Lu clan, this junior was too awkward. At the same time he was stunning. It was as though he had been born from the Tao. There was almost no precedent in history. Therefore, the massive Lu clan's attitude towards Lu Tai had always been ambiguous. The sage said, "The big man changes into a tiger, the small man changes his face, and the gentleman changes into a leopard." Lu Tai's body was like a magic weapon. It was even more wonderful than the body that the young Cui Dong Chen Pingan's student had stolen in his early years. Lu Tai paid attention to the sea of clouds outside the building, looking for the best time to make a move. The scene in the lobby of the main building had been covered. It was almost impossible for the man with the horsetail whisk to send a message out. The lady of the castle said softly, "Immortal master, I've made up my mind." Lu Tai was puzzled. He looked down and asked, "What do you mean?" The lady's face was sad, but her eyes were resolute. She put her hand over her heart and asked, "Can he survive?" Although the lady was not a cultivator, the strange feeling in her heart had lasted for several years. She was not a fool. Connecting the disaster of the Eagle Fortress and the conversation between the man with the horsetail whisk and Lu Tai, she had guessed most of the situation. Lu Tai shook his head and said, "The little guy has deviated from the great Tao. He is violent, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Even if you die and he survives, he will still be a disaster in the future. When the time comes, a small Eagle Fortress will not even be qualified to be buried with him. It may very well be the entire Agarwood kingdom," the lady cried sadly, "but I want him to live. I can feel his existence. After all, he is like my child." Lu Tai was neither moved nor disdainful. She just smiled indifferently and stated a fact for the poor woman. "Then do you know that the little guy has already developed spiritual intelligence? That's why it can deliberately transmit false emotions to you. It can even subtly influence the host's mind with its instinct. Otherwise, why didn't you tell your husband about it when you knew that your body was strange? The lady covered her heart with one hand and raised the other hand to cover her mouth. Her face was full of pain. She was at a loss and just shook her head at Lu Tai. The lady silently endured the heart-wrenching pain. She looked at Lu Tai with eyes full of pleading. Lu Tai sighed. Why did you do this? Do you really want to abandon the hundreds of lives in the Eagle Fortress? Think about it. Your husband Huan Yong, your children Huan Chong and Huan Shu, and the castle that gave birth to you and raised you. Just for this filthy thing that has yet to be born and already belongs to the evil path? The lady just shook her head with tears in her eyes and put down her arm. Blood immediately gushed out of her mouth. It was as black as ink and extremely terrifying. The lady couldn't care less about her appearance as a housewife. She was already in a daze. She begged Lu Tai, let him live. I beg you, immortal master. What did he do wrong? Now he only killed his mother. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. So, immortal master, please teach him more in the future and persuade him to be good. Don't go astray. Immortal master, you are omnipotent. You can definitely do it. My child will definitely be a good person. The lady was like a porcelain piece that was full of holes. As her heart trembled violently, it couldn't bear the burden and finally shattered completely. But she still stared at Lu Tai's face. Lu Tai smiled and nodded. All right, he can live. The corner of the lady's mouth twitched and she slowly closed her eyes. Shocking black blood still gurgled from her eye sockets. It turned out that her eyelids were broken. Her eyeballs also fell in front of her, then slid down from her dress to the ground and rolled behind the chair. In the hall there was dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. Only the owner of the Eagle Castle, Huan Yong, whose 5 senses were sealed, was tied to the chair. The man's eyes were red. He was full of unforgettable anger towards the woman who slept with him day and night. How could she be so selfish? She must have been possessed by the devil and gone mad. She didn't die unjustly at all. She should die together with that little bastard, the freak in her heart. Lu Tai came to the front of the dead lady. He bent down and stared at her blood-soaked chest. He murmured, "Your mother sacrificed so much for you. She gave you everything and even gave up her conscience. What about you? Why are you still crazily absorbing the corpse's spirit and soul? When she was alive, you already tormented her enough. Now that she's dead, can't you let her have a moment of peace after death?" The lady's undulating heart suddenly stopped. It was as if there was a faint cry that came to the mortal world, just like all the babies in the world. She came crying. It's too late. Lu Tai suddenly stabbed the bamboo fan in his hand, piercing through the lady's heart and nailing it to the back of the chair. He said expressionlessly, "The mortal world is very boring. It's better not to come." An ear-piercing scream suddenly resounded in the hall. The candlelight was extinguished and the sound of pillars shattering sounded at the same time. Everyone's courage was torn apart. Only Huan Yong was relieved of a heavy burden. Then he was disappointed. His eyes were empty as he stared blankly at the chair beside him. That gentle girl, his childhood sweetheart, had died an ugly death. This man didn't even know that he, who was unable to calm down, was already crying. "300. Outside the Huan family's ancestral hall, the sloppy old man used the secret technique taught by Fortress Lord Huan to cast the spell using the 2 bowls that contained the blood of the Huan family's descendants. After waiting for a while, the old man fell to the ground and murmured, "Why is it like this? It shouldn't be like this." The Huan siblings were covered in blood and their faces were pale. The young Taoist's lips trembled. "Those demons and ghosts, I don't know what kind of evil method they used to deplete the spiritual energy of the 2 stone lions." Tao Xiang sat on the ground and supported himself with his saber. The old Taoist turned his head and looked at the sea of clouds in the martial arts field. The mountains sank and the fists met the enemies. Above the sea of clouds there was sword light. A glimmer of hope appeared in the old Taoist's heart. He struggled to stand up and said to the 4 young people, "The 4 of you quickly leave the Eagle Fortress. You escorted me here and now it's my turn to escort you children. You can consider it as leaving behind some descendants of the Huan family in the Eagle Fortress. Don't hesitate, quickly leave this place and go as far as you can. Don't think about revenge in the future." Tao Xiang didn't show any signs of getting up. He raised his head and looked at the Huan family girl that he had admired for many years. He said with a hoarse voice, "Huan Shu, you and Huan Chong should leave together. I want to stay here. After traveling for so many years, I'm really tired. I won't leave today." The young Taoist was about to speak when Tao Xiang shook his head and said, "Huang Shang, don't try to persuade me. I've already made up my mind." The old Taoist sighed and led his disciple and the Huan siblings to the north gate of the Eagle Fortress. Tao Xiang sat cross-legged facing the ancestral hall and began to wipe his saber with his sleeve. Huang Shang followed his master and ran. His vision was blurry and he didn't dare to look back at the young warrior. Huan Shu suddenly turned her head and looked at the familiar man's back. She couldn't bear to see him like this. There were thousands of words in her heart, but when they reached her mouth, they disappeared. Between life and death, one's temperament was the most sincere. The young woman was dragged away by her elder brother and didn't stay any longer. Tao Xiang lowered his head and stared at the face reflected by the blade. He twitched the corner of his mouth. He still didn't like her. The instant the ghost infant was stabbed to death by Lu Tai's bamboo fan, its anguished wails could be heard from the main hall of the building. Above the black sea of clouds outside the building, the old man Laurel appeared again, his expression extremely ugly. He was so angry that even the 5 great mountains' crown began to tremble. The sea of clouds that had almost drowned the ridge of the roof rolled like boiling water. The old man roared at the main building, "Trash, trash! What's the use of keeping you alive?" Laurel stretched out a hand and suddenly clenched it. In the main hall, the man with the horsetail whisk who was struggling to deal with the 2 flying swords was controlled by the old man's secret method at the beginning of learning Taoism. At this moment his heart exploded without any warning, and then his soul was scattered. His bones and flesh were separated and all the blood was stripped clean. It turned into a big ball of scarlet blood and rushed out without caring about the cost. The explosion of the ocean of qi of a watering sea state cultivator had already blown the talisman array that was occupied by Lu Tai into a mess. When the blood gushed out, it was like a tired bird returning to its nest, trying to fly to the old man outside the building. Lu Tai frowned and withdrew the needle tip to prevent it from being contaminated by the filthy blood. At that time, it would not be as easy as consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He no longer poured spiritual energy into the talisman formation. As a result, the blood was like a stream, stretching out into a long river from the main hall to the old man with the tall crown on the sea of clouds, pouring into the old man's palm. The old man was like a starving man. His eyes shone with bloody light. He waved his sleeves and 2 streams of red qi surged out from his sleeves. For a moment the astral wind blew, and the 2 flying swords drifted in the sea of clouds. Laurel's face was ferocious. He lowered his head and looked at the central mountain that hadn't touched the ground. He said angrily, "What a last-ditch struggle. I thought the ghost baby was just born and didn't have enough appetite, so I pressed you under the millstone of the mountain and squeezed your blood bit by bit. Now that you have ruined everything, I don't need to be so particular. Go to hell." Lu Tai had already arrived at the observation platform of the main building of the Eagle Fortress. He drove the 2 flying swords to the old man and laughed heartily, "Old bastard. My Taiping Mountain has been waiting for this day for a long time." The old man's face froze and then he laughed crazily, "Even if I die here today, I will bury the 2 genius cultivators of Taiping Mountain with me." The old man kept waving his sleeves, trying his best to stop the 4 flying swords of Chu 115 Needlepoint and Mai Mang. His other hand clenched into a fist and smashed down fiercely. "Little bastard, you won't die even if you die?" Lu Tai's eyes changed slightly and he silently said, "Go." A colorful ribbon flashed from the balcony, and together with the demon binding rope that wrapped around the mountain like a golden serpent, they pulled up together. They could not let this middle peak join the other 4 peaks that were rooted in the ground. When the 5 peaks formed a formation, Qin Pingon would probably be crushed into a pile of meat paste, let alone a 4th realm martial artist. Even if he had a 6th realm physique, he would probably be crushed alive. Lu Tai shouted angrily, "Rise." The mountain began to rise a few feet. Who doesn't know how to risk their lives? The old man Laurel was indeed a wild individual cultivator who was famous for his ruthlessness. He laughed wantonly and stood up. After putting away the futon, The lower half of his body began to rot like dead wood and ashes kept drifting away. The old man still didn't care. He rushed to the central mountain and pressed down after his feet touched the mountain peak. The mountain peak that was bound by the colorful belt and the golden demon binding rope was successfully pressed to the bottom. When the central mountain fell to the ground, the entire Eagle Fortress began to tremble, and cracks began to appear in the mountains outside the fortress. The golden demon binding rope slid down the mountain to the ground. The old man Laurel laughed and grabbed the demon binding rope in his hand. When the 5 mountains were gathered, the formation was completed. On the upper balcony, Lu Tai spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered forward a few steps. He held onto the railing with difficulty and his fingers moved slightly. He said with difficulty, "Come back." The colorful belt that originally bound the central mountain also lost its brilliance and began to return to its original shape. Then it swept toward the main building. The old man's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed the ribbon again. He had just gotten the demon binding rope and now he had this ribbon, which was undoubtedly a magic treasure, in his pocket. There was always a way out. Although he suffered a great loss this time, at least he didn't lose everything. The old man sat cross-legged again. The futon appeared out of thin air. After this battle, the 5 mountains crown on his head had thinned out. In the sea of clouds above his head, only the 2 flying swords of the sword cultivator in the main building, one big and one small, were still struggling. The old man Laurel had been secretly observing the 2 pocket-sized flying swords. After the central mountain successfully crushed the golden-robed youth, the flying swords fell to the ground and landed in 2 alleys in the distance. They were most likely destroyed. It was a pity. Today he had gotten his revenge. The old man was somewhat pleased. Firstly, he could no longer maintain the 5 mountains' true form formation. Secondly, he had to quickly peel off the golden robe from the youth's corpse and quickly leave the Eagle Fortress. He didn't want to be intercepted and killed by the old bastards of Mount Taiping. Otherwise he would be like a stray dog again. At this point, Mount Taiping still didn't have any Jindan or Yuanying ancestors. It seemed that the 2 brats, one dead and one injured, were too arrogant and gave him a chance to leave safely. However, the 2 youngsters were definitely the most outstanding direct disciples of Mount Taiping. They might even be the proud disciples of the Mount Taiping master. That was why they had the guts to parade around with such magic treasures. If he hadn't already formed an irreconcilable grudge with Mount Taiping, he probably would have avoided them long ago. The old man Laurel silently chanted the mountain return mantra. The 5 mountains instantly rose from the ground. They became smaller and smaller in size and finally returned to the 5 mountains crown. The old man waved his sleeve to control the sea of clouds, blocking the 2 flying swords of Lu Tai. He sat cross-legged on the futon and smiled as he descended towards the martial arts field. There was a dazzling golden color on the ground. It was like a golden robe that had accidentally fallen from a bamboo pole and was casually spread on the ground. Although a magic treasure was clearly at his fingertips, the old man Laurel's expression changed drastically. He clapped his hands in the air and his entire body, along with the futon, suddenly rose into the air. After a series of battles and the old man's own spiritual energy, the black sea of clouds that was less than a tenth of what was left of it surged towards the old man. The golden color on the martial arts field jumped out of the pit that was just big enough for a person to lie flat on and shouted, "Lu Tai, lend me the tip of your needle." Lu Tai wasn't surprised at all. With a slight thought, the huge needle tip of the flying sword appeared under Qin Pingan's feet. Lu Tai had actually discovered some clues from the fall of Chu Yi in 15. Qin Pingan had said that they were his natal flying swords, but they weren't Qin Pingan's natal items. Therefore, if Qin Pingan had really died, Chu Yi in 15 would have fought even harder to kill the enemy. Only Qin Pingan had faked his death and deliberately let the 2 flying swords act. After that, the demon binding rope also faked his death. Lu Tai had a hard time holding back his laughter. Following the example of the old man, the platform also lost control of the multicolored belt on purpose, allowing the old man to take it away. The old man left very quickly, but Chu Yi and 15, who had been hiding nearby, were even faster. One on the left and one on the right, they instantly pierced through the futon, causing the old man Laurel's fleeing speed to slightly stagnate. There was also Lu Tai's flying sword, Wheat On, blocking the old man in the air. Most importantly, Lu Tai's multicolored belt and Qin Pingan's golden demon binding rope had come alive again. They bound the old man Laurel's arms at the same time, like two pythons coiling around a person. As for Qin Pingan, he stepped on the tip of the flying sword and chased after the old man Laurel and Yun Hai in the air. Flying sword. Under the suppression of the mountains, he had used Lu Tai's ribbon to buy time. In addition, Qin Pingan had already calculated the largest pothole. Before he punched, he had stamped his foot and cracked the ground, forcibly opening up a large hole that could allow him to lie down and escape the fate of being smashed to pieces. However, under the pressure of the 5 mountain array's majestic chi, Qin Pingan, who felt like he was in a sealed coffin, did not feel good at all. A few of his ribs had already been broken. If he had not gotten used to this in the bamboo house, he would have only been able to watch the old man Laurel leave. Before Qin Pingan stepped on the sword and ascended, he used the sword master sword controlling technique to grab the long sword, Infatuation, that had been thrown to the side earlier. With the ribbon and demon binding rope binding the old man's 2 coins, the 2 items could break through the cover of Yun Hai and accurately guide the 3 flying swords to pierce through the futon. This allowed Qin Pingan, who was using sword controlling technique for the first time, to quickly catch up to the old man Laurel. He swung his sword at the back of the old man's head. The old man had truly used all his strength to move forward with the sea of clouds. Only then did he manage to dodge the attack with great difficulty. However, sword chi overflowed and left a bloody wound on the old man Laurel's head. On the balcony, Lu Tai gritted his teeth and said, "Blossom again." His green robes fluttered as he chased after the old man with the wind. His speed was even faster than the tip of a flying sword. Lu Tai drew an arc in the air, and in the blink of an eye he quickly blocked the path of the old man from the Dragon Gate realm Laurel. The old man suffered greatly and did not dare to force his way through. He took a detour, but in the end he was pierced through by the golden-robed boy, who had attacked 2 times slower than him. His heart felt cold. Furthermore, the sword was extremely strange. His life force and spirit chi were suddenly drained away by the long sword that had pierced through his body. The old man stopped, and the sea of clouds under the futon stopped as well. He lowered his head to look at the tip of the sword and smiled mournfully. The ones who took my life were not the 4 life-bound flying swords. The one who helped the longsword take my life was actually a mind talisman that I looked down on. Why are these little immortals from the Zhou clan even more cunning than us uncultivated cultivators? Qin Pingan originally wanted to take advantage of his victory and strike again. He wanted to break the old man Laurel's head, but Lu Tai had already roared in his mind to remind Qin Pingan to use the tip of the flying sword to quickly retreat as far away as possible. Laurel touched the crooked 5 great mountains crown on his head. He did not pull out the infatuation that had pierced his heart. Instead, he looked at Lu Tai with a sinister smile. His hands were still tightly bound by the 2 magic swords, doing his best to restrict the old man's spirit chi flow. The futon was already broken. Dozens of holes had been pierced by the 3 flying swords. Air was leaking out everywhere. Lu Tai and Laurel stood facing each other with lingering fear. At that time, they purposely called themselves cultivators from Mount Taiping in order to scare this old man away. Who would have thought that once he heard that they were from Mount Taiping he would bite people like a mad dog? Qin Pingan's situation at that time was truly a matter of life and death. Lu Tai steadied his mind and said calmly, "We are actually not cultivators from Mount Taiping." The old man's mouth twitched and he said with a fake smile, "I thought it through just now. Mount Taiping can't teach you 2 children." The sea of clouds in the surroundings gradually dissipated, returning to heaven and earth without accomplishing anything. Immortals always fought in the sky. But the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion were mostly in the human world. The atmosphere in the main hall of Castle Flying Eagle was strange. Castle Lord Huanyang was already able to move freely, but he did not even look at the corpse of the woman on the chair beside him. The old housekeeper, Hiya, glanced at the castle lord's wife with a complicated expression. He could not bear it and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Huanyang's cold gaze. Huanyang placed one hand on the chair and said in a low voice, "No one is to spread what happened in the hall today. Whoever dares to leak a word will not only be punished according to the family rules, but will also implicate everyone in the family. Their limbs will be broken and they will all be expelled from Castle Flying Eagle." Huanyang did not turn his head and only casually pointed at the chair beside him. Madame fell ill from overwork and was seriously ill. She could not be cured. Huan Yang paused and said coldly, her memorial tablet will not be placed in the ancestral hall of the Huan family after her death. She is not allowed to be buried in. Everyone in the hall kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to question him. The old master Hia finally could not help but step forward and interrupt Huan Yang's second half of his sentence. He said sadly, Castle Lord, Madame is at fault, but I hope that you will allow her to be buried in the back mountain on account of her years of assisting her husband, teaching her children and managing the family business. Castle Lord, I beg you. In the end, the old steward who worked hard for the Eagle Castle and explained the Tao to a group of children was actually sobbing uncontrollably. Huan Yang flew into a rage and slammed the chair's handle, causing the entire chair to break and collapse. His face was dark as he thought for a moment and snorted coldly. We will discuss this later. Huan Yang, who had always been kind to people, was now like a hungry eagle. He looked around, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. No one dared to look him in the eyes and lowered their heads. It's still hard to say whether Castle Flying Eagle can survive. Don't leave this place for now. Hia, kill anyone who dares to leave the gate. After saying this, Huan Yang left the hall alone and went up the stairs. In the end, he came to a place that even his father did not know why it was called Upper Balcony. The man who had never been so cold-hearted in his life looked into the distance, trying to see the result of the battle earlier. Unfortunately, his martial arts cultivation was average and his eyesight was limited. He could not see anything at all. He could only vaguely see the sea of clouds dissipating and the sword light crisscrossing. Huan Yang lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. If that ghost baby is really as powerful as they say it will be great if Castle Flying Eagle has full control over it. The old Taoist led the three of them out of Castle Flying Eagle smoothly and went all the way to the depths of the mountains in the north. This trip was unimaginably smooth. Other than the occasional otherworldly item that came out to disturb the situation, there were not many twists and turns. Not to mention the three young people who survived the disaster, even the old Taoist himself felt that it was unimaginable. For a moment, the four of them felt as if a lifetime had passed. Standing on the hillside, Huan Chong suddenly said, I want to go back. The sloppy old man nodded inwardly. With such thoughts, regardless of whether it was childish or not, there was hope for the Huan family to rise again in the future. If he only focused on escaping, the old man would not look down on the girl Huan Shu. However, he would look down on old brother Huan's grandson from the bottom of his heart. The sea of clouds that was originally as black as ink had dissipated. Although it was still hard to say that Castle Flying Eagle had escaped death, it was still a good sign. The old Taoist looked over and used his sex Taoist techniques to roughly observe the atmosphere. The dense yin qi in Castle Flying Eagle had almost completely dissipated. Thus he comforted Huan Chong. Don't be in a hurry to go back. The situation seems to be on our side now. At this time you must not cause any trouble. Huan Chong gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. He said in a muffled voice, My parents are still in danger and as a son, I have to stand by and do nothing. I'm not a son. The old man laughed involuntarily. He was not impatient and patiently explained, Fearless sacrifice is not true courage. Huan Chong, if you want to be a man like your grandfather only when there is no way to retreat and when there is a sense of righteousness, then you will do the magnificent feat of cleaving the Ling official statue with a knife. Even us cultivators who live in seclusion on the mountain would praise you and call you a hero after hearing this. This courage is not the bravery of an ignorant person. It is not sending yourself to death for nothing. Huan Chong nodded silently. This young martial artist who had high hopes placed on him by the family was not someone who would go to a dead end. If he was not broad-minded as the next castle lord of Castle Flying Eagle, he would not have tolerated Tao Xiang, who was a foreigner who was rising day by day in Castle Flying Eagle. Huan Shu lightly tugged on Huan Chang's sleeve. Huan Chong raised his head and smiled. I'm fine. Don't worry. The old man was gratified. Only this way would the pugilistic world be interesting. The young Taoist Huang Shang murmured, Master, can those two foreigners really kill that devil in the sky? The old Taoist did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and said, To have the ability to set up such a huge trap and reverse the feng shui of 100 miles, It is very likely that it is a great devil in the Golden Core realm. Let alone me, even your talented grandmaster would not be able to move mountains when he was at the peak of his cultivation. Those two youngsters would be extremely lucky if they could chase away the strong enemy. They don't even have the extravagant hope of successfully killing the enemy. After escaping from the danger zone, the old man's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. Instantly he appeared dispirited. Today's battle had caused this Taoist who lived in the mountains to be physically and mentally exhausted. The old Taoist leaned against a big tree. Unless a great cultivator of the Fusho sect heard the news and rushed over, and his seniority must not be low. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to stop that devil who controlled the sea of clouds. The three people's expressions were heavy. Huan Shu bit her lips tightly. Her mood was especially complicated. Her parents were still in a difficult situation and there was a fool who was willing to wait for death outside the ancestral hall. Even if she and her brother were to live, their future was still uncertain. Huan Shu really did not know where to go. Huang Shang's expression was gloomy. After painstakingly cultivating for several years, he did not dare to slack off for a moment. He originally thought that he had achieved a small success in Taoist techniques and that he would be able to cross mountains and meet rivers easily. Who would have thought that he would almost lose his life in this paradise-like flying eagle fortress? The old man broke the depressing atmosphere. After taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, "But don't worry. As long as the devil returns defeated this time, he will definitely attract the attention of the Fusho sect. Within 100 years, the devil will absolutely not dare to stir up trouble again." The Fusho sect has two immortals who have become Taoist companions. Once he angers them, either one of them will go down the mountain to kill the devil. It will be a piece of cake. The old man seemed to be still angry. He made a gesture of turning his hand and said with a smile, "A piece of cake." Outside the ancestral hall, Zhou Xian was deeply worried. He was not worried that Flying Eagle Fortress would become a purgatory in the human world. Instead, he was worried that his family's ancestor, who had been thrown here when he was young, would suffer too heavy a loss in this battle and prevent him from becoming the #1 Grandmaster in the Agarwood Kingdom step by step. He wanted to keep the beauty he admired in his arms. He really liked Huan Shu, who he had watched grow from a little girl to a young girl and then into a graceful woman. He wanted a beauty. He also wanted Jianghu. Perhaps in the future he would have the opportunity to go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery. Occasionally he would take the opportunity to run around Jianghu for the Huan family and meet with the ancestor in private. The ancestor once taught him that as long as it was something he liked, he should hold it in his hands. If he really could not hold on to it, he should just forget about it or directly destroy it. Zhou Xiang deeply agreed. There was no one around. Zhou Xiang, who had taken off his mask, looked uncertain. He put away his messy thoughts and finally felt that the pair of stone lions, which had been useless for a long time, were an eyesore. He chopped the two stone lions in half and they fell to the ground with a loud bang. After venting his anger, the young man immediately realized that he had done wrong. Once the ancestor's plan failed, he would have to return to his nest to recuperate. His active peak would easily reveal some clues and the damned old man would find out something. Therefore, the meticulous Zhou Xiang quickly stepped forward and used the pure genuine qi on the hilt of his saber to smash the stone lion statue on the ground bit by bit. Then he quickly walked to the main building of Flying Eagle Fortress. Halfway there, he slapped himself in the chest and did not stop until blood spurted out of his mouth. The mountain was dangerous and Lord Feng fell easily. Jianghu was dangerous and deep water was easy to capsize. The ups and downs of people's hearts were the most difficult to calm. It was very difficult to be calm and sincere. (301) According to the celestial records, the Tongyi continent was full of mountain gods, demons and spirits. Even though Qin Pingon had deliberately avoided scenic spots with abundant spiritual energy, or filthy and dangerous places, sometimes he would still be tricked. For example, one night Qin Pingon saw a brightly lit small town. Qin Pingon didn't have a map, so he thought he needed food, so he followed the lights. This was because geomancy maps had always been banned by the dynasties and countries, and were even more strictly controlled than weapons. The small town didn't have a night ban, but there were guards at the gate to check the customs documents. When Qin Pingon entered the town and found an inn that hadn't closed yet, the innkeeper shook his head and said that the money Qin Pingon gave was wrong and that they wouldn't accept it. Every country had their own copper coins, so this was normal. But it was strange that they didn't even accept real gold and silver. Fortunately, the innkeeper pointed the way, saying that there was a place where they could exchange gold and silver for their money. After exchanging, they could come back to the inn and stay. So, Qin Pingon found a shop with a very high counter, almost as high as a person and a half. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Qin Pingon stepped on a small stool and said that he wanted to exchange money. He gave a few silver ingots in exchange for a pile of copper coins and a stack of paper notes. The copper coins were heavy and of high quality. Qin Pingon saw that there were official imperial and bank seals on the paper notes, so he didn't think too much about it. He returned to the inn, paid the money and showed the customs documents. The innkeeper meticulously recorded them for the local officials to check. The next day, when Qin Pingon was ready to leave, the innkeeper was still calculating on his abacus. He smiled and reminded Qin Pingon that there was a custom here. When chatting with others, one must not mention the word paper, such as armchair strategizing or empty words. Otherwise, don't blame him for not reminding you if you get kicked out of the town. Qin Pingon kept it in mind. After thanking the innkeeper, he went to buy fuel and 2 sets of clothes. When he returned to the inn, he found the food bland and tasteless. Then he left the town and walked for dozens of miles before he could see the outline of the city. Encountering a sudden heavy rain, Qin Pingon stood in a dilapidated pavilion on a mountain to take shelter from the rain. He had nothing to do, so he slowly practiced martial arts. Then he saw a shocking scene. The city at the foot of the mountain melted in the rain like a pile of mud. Qin Pingon quickly took out the things he bought in the town as well as the copper coins and paper notes. Suddenly his scalp went numb. They were all cut from white paper, as if living people were burning paper for the dead in the underworld. Someone seemed to be amused by Qin Pingon's embarrassment. Inside the wall of the pavilion, someone snickered. The sound passed through the wall and echoed inside the pavilion. Before, Qin Pingon was just amazed by the unimaginable small town, but he was not really afraid of these strange things. So, when someone in the mountain pavilion played tricks, Qin Pingon quickly calmed down. He just sat on a bench made of old wood deep in the mountains, looked at the pale white wall opposite him and drank silently. Unless he was extremely unlucky and met a mountain demon or a demon who was good at disguise, he was most likely a person with shallow cultivation. It was not difficult for that thing to scare ordinary people. It was also not difficult for Qin Pingon to kill it with a slap. That person still did not know that he had hit an iron plate. He was deliberately mystifying and his voice pretended to be more gloomy. "You are not afraid of me?" Qin Pingon put the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist, stood up and slowly walked to the wall. With a snap, he directly pasted a pagoda demon subduing talisman on it. Immediately, there was a cry of begging for mercy, which seemed to be slightly childish. Qin Pingon did not take off the yellow talisman paper. He smiled and asked, "Do you think I am afraid?" The guy shouted, I am afraid, I am so scared that I almost came back to life. Come on out. If you continue to hide, I won't be polite with you. Tell me what's going on with that small town." Qin Pingon took off the pagoda demon subduing talisman, put it into his sleeve and returned to his original position. From the wall, a young boy with lingering fear walked out. There was an official patch embroidered on both his front and back, but it was not as colorful as the secular quartz, only black and white. He stood timidly at the foot of the wall and looked at the immortal sitting opposite him. Not only did he not bow, but he also made a strange sound to introduce himself. It turned out that he was a lord of the land appointed by the previous dynasty. After the change of the emperor and the name of the country, he was automatically classified as the old officials. Without an official position, his already meager cultivation became even lower. When he was alive, he was the beloved youngest son of a high-ranking military official. On the 7th day after his death, a wandering immortal passed by and entered the mourning hall to help his father. Thus he became a low-ranking local lord and had a lot of incense burning. It was so that he could protect the feng shui of his family's ancestral grave. Later, the mountains and rivers changed color, and everything became a fleeting cloud. Looking back, it was not a big deal. In fact, it was quite interesting. Qin Pingon asked the lord of the land, who had lost the legitimacy of the court, about the origins of the paper doll town. It turned out that more than 10,000 residents of the town had died overnight in what seemed like a natural disaster. In order to prevent the people from panicking, the court ordered the surrounding counties to block the news and even invited a Buddhist monk to perform a ritual. Only then did it not evolve into a dangerous and sinister place. Qin Pingon asked what would happen to the town after the storm. The boy smiled and said that it was fine. As long as the weather was fine for a few days, everything would return to normal. Qin Pingon squatted on the ground facing the town and burned the paper money and paper clothes in the pavilion. The boy squatted on the side and sighed. I didn't expect this old immortal to be such a kind person. Qin Pingon dismissed it with a smile. He also asked the boy about the situation of the mountains and rivers within a radius of 1,000 miles, and whether there were any celestial houses or fairies. The boy answered all of them without hiding anything. He said that about 800 miles to the north, there was indeed a demon making trouble and occupying the mountain as its king. It did not often kidnap woodcutters and mountain people, so it was relatively safe on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. There were few rumors of people suffering. When it was at its peak, many chi cultivators in the mountain had to take a detour. However, after an unforeseen event, it quieted down. It was said that there were only a few kittens and puppies left. It was hard to say what the truth was. There were all kinds of rumors outside. Some said that the celestial master of Fushur sect founded an eyesore, and some said that when Buddhist practitioners stayed there was a demon who was blind and provoked the Buddhist master, Vajra, which led to this disaster. Qin Pingon was slightly surprised. Back then in the territory of Dali, Qin Pingon could not forget the mountain road where the bridal gown ghost appeared. There were some withered branches in the pavilion. With the help of the boy, he gathered them together and lit a match. A man and a monster squatted by the bonfire. Although the boy looked young, he had lived for 500 years. He explained to Qin Pingon the reason. The reason why the demon on that mountain would not eat the grass near its nest is because the mountain king has a relatively mild temper. Of course, there are many violent people under him. Of course, they don't have a bodhisattva's heart. However, the most frightening thing for an independent territory is to have a bad reputation. It will cause people to change their expressions when they talk about it. What if it attracts immortal disciples who have nothing better to do and covet the secular reputation of slaying demons? What should we do? Qin Pingon nodded. The boy put his palms close to the bonfire and chuckled. To kill or not to kill? After killing the small one, the big one will come. After killing the big one, the old one will come. Even if they have the ability to kill 2 of them, if 3 of them come, they will all be killed. If they are all killed, the local officials will report it to the imperial court. The emperor will feel embarrassed and will plead with the immortal master to come out of the mountain. The boy said helplessly, "It's the most annoying." Qin Pingon said with a smile, "If not for that, it would have been a mess. How can the people at the foot of the mountain live? Just that small town alone has more than 10,000 people dead. What will their relatives and friends in other places think? Everyone is gone in one night. Those who are still alive will also be afraid." The boy was stunned as if he had never thought of this problem. Later on, the boy talked about some interesting things in the vicinity. Most of them were hearsay. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years. He had to find some fun to pass the time. After the heavy rain stopped, Qin Pingon said goodbye to the little land official and continued on his way. Only the boy was left standing outside the pavilion, mumbling to himself. Qin Pingon passed by a barren tomb along the way. A group of poor scholars who had come to the capital to take the imperial examinations stood in front of a large tomb. They looked ashamed and amazed. Then he saw 2 snow-white foxes scurrying out from between the tombs and bowing. There were also a few younger foxes lying on top of the tombs and giggling. Their eyes were lively and full of longing and shyness. They did not look like ferocious demons at all. Instead, they looked like gluttonous children. The scholars returned the greeting. Qin Pingon found it funny. He knew that it must be the fox demons who were bewitching people. However, Qin Pingon was not too worried. The fox demons in the world, no matter which continent they were from, would not do anything cruel. They were naturally close to humans since ancient times. It was more to break through the barrier of love and increase their realm and cultivation. Therefore, Qin Pingon did not expose them on the spot. He did not want the scholars to find out that the so-called luxurious house in front of them was actually a tomb. Qin Pingon just quietly stayed by the tomb. As expected, the scholars left the rich and powerful mansions safely the next day. They were all overjoyed and felt that it was a good encounter and that their lives were not in vain. Qin Pingon left with a smile. 300 miles later, Qin Pingon arrived at a small country called North Jin. When he passed by a city, he happened to encounter a market. Qin Pingon really bought 2 sticks of candied hawthorn. He had heard that the Wuxia temple in North Jin was very famous. There was a large stone which was said to be one of the places where a bodhisattva comprehended the Tao. It was called the Stone Lotus Platform. The stone was 15 feet wide and could accommodate hundreds of people. No one could explain why a single person was able to make it sway. The Emperor of North Jin was visiting the West. After he tried it himself, he was very happy and made the Wuxia temple famous. However, when Qin Pingon asked a few people, they all said that they did not know what the Wuxia temple was. Qin Pingon then remembered that the boy mentioned this incident. Should have happened 200 years ago. 200 years in the human world was enough to change many customs. Qin Pingon hesitated for a while, but he still persevered. He only stopped when he asked about the ruins of the Wuxia temple. He went there. Weeds grew everywhere. There was neither human nor demonic aura. It was gloomy. Under the setting sun, Qin Pingon found a large stone. He could not see anything strange about it. Qin Pingon finished the last candied hawthorn, threw the bamboo stick and turned to leave. After Qin Pingon walked out of the dilapidated gate of the Wuxia temple, a small person popped its head out from the top of the large stone. It sat on the stone silent. It turned out that the reason why the lotus platform swayed was because it had given birth to a small lotus person who liked to hide and giggle. Every time someone tried to shake the large stone, it would immediately become excited. It swayed left and right and the large stone would sway with it. Thus it was misunderstood. But one day, it felt a little bored and the stone lotus platform's shaking began to sometimes not. Finally, it became completely as still as a mountain. It turned out that it had left the stone lotus platform and wanted to go to a faraway place to find its companions. After being alone for years and years, it felt lonely. In the end, it found 2 companions, a snake spirit and a water deer spirit. The pure and innocent little lotus person was cheated by them of a small arm formed by the cloud root and the earth spirit and a yellow lotus leaf. But it persisted in looking for companions. Finally, it found a flower spirit that did not ask for anything from it. It brought her back to the stone lotus platform and played with her, teasing the tourists. But one day when it woke up, it found that the spiritual energy on the stone lotus platform was gone, and the flower spirit had also disappeared. The stone lotus platform that had lost its spirituality was once again left unattended. Finally, it was completely forgotten. There was only a one-armed little spirit that often sat on the edge of the stone platform, humming a folk song and gently swaying its feet. Occasionally it would feel a little sad because it did not know whether its 3 companions were doing well or not. If they were not doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would comfort them. If they were doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would be happy for them. Could not understand. The little fellow suddenly turned its head and found that the outsider wearing a snow-white robe was sitting on the other side of the stone, drinking wine while facing the sunset. After noticing its gaze, he smiled at it. The little fellow was so scared that it quickly got up, jumped, and directly disappeared into the large stone. Qin Pingon laughed out loud, jumped off the stone, and left Wuxia temple for real, no longer teasing that little spirit. The little fellow hid in the stone for a long time before it dared to sneak out. It looked around and after confirming that the person was no longer there, it came to the place where the person was sitting. It suddenly opened its eyes wide and found a coin that was surrounded by spiritual energy. The spirits of the world, most of them liked the immortal's money on the mountain and ate it as food. Putting down a snow coin, Qin Pingon did it casually. But when Qin Pingon left the city, walked out of the official road and entered the mountain, he found that in front of the small road, there was a little thing with tears in its eyes, holding the snow coin with both hands. Looking at Qin Pingon, the little thing seemed to be nervous but also happy. Qin Pingon slowly walked over. The little fellow was naturally timid and instantly disappeared on the road. This repeated a few times and the little fellow followed Qin Pingon for nearly 100 miles. Qin Pingon did not take the initiative to get close to it, and let it follow him at a moderate distance. Just like that, an adult and a child walked together. When they arrived at the deep mountain forest mentioned by the boy, the mountain was indeed steep. When Qin Pingon was about to walk out of the mountain boundary, he met a little spirit that seemed to have gone mad. Its clothes were ragged and it staggered, and it was repeatedly muttering a sad sentence. With such a heart, how did you become a Buddha? How did you become a Buddha? The little fellow was so scared that it did not care about anything else, and ran all the way, hiding at Qin Pingon's feet. After that, the little fellow completely let down its guard. It would either jump around beside Qin Pingon, or sit on Qin Pingon's shoulder. Later, Qin Pingon brought this new companion that could not speak and passed by a country that was constantly at war. The people were plunged into misery and suffering, and a group of heroes were forced to become bandits. They occupied a mountain and set up a banner. Along the way, Qin Pingon heard about the heroic deeds of these 36 heroes, how heroic they were, how their martial arts were superb, and how they were able to uproot mountains and rivers. Naturally, Qin Pingon did not believe all of them, but he also thought that if there was a chance he would go to that mountain to take a look and meet the heroes. Even if they might not be willing to drink with him at the same table, it would be good to get some of their heroic spirit from afar. In the end, Qin Pingon went there out of admiration, and encountered a black shop that sold human meat buns. When Qin Pingon saw that a few traveling merchants had fainted, he also pretended to be unconscious. He was tied up and brought to the back of the shop and was thrown on a long pork chopping board. Then a shop assistant carrying a boning knife walked towards them, yawning. In a nearby provincial city, the executioner was about to execute a bandit, and there were actually dozens of people who came to the execution ground. In particular, there was a burly man who was holding a pair of axes, and he killed his way over. He was in high spirits and laughed loudly. Whether it was the commoners watching the show or the soldiers, they were all chopped in half by a broad axe. A short, dark-skinned man reprimanded him, and only then did he resentfully stop. He looked ashamed and drooped his eyes, and there was not the slightest bit of killing intent. The dark-skinned man glanced at the burly man, and then waved his hand to let him leave. The man looked around, his face full of exhaustion, but even more gratification and joy. Just now, when he reprimanded the burly man with the double axes, his words were harsh, but now he looked at the back of this trusted general, and there was a smile at the corner of his eyes. This group of people had successfully saved the person in the execution ground. Not far away, they had already prepared their horses, and they galloped away from the chaotic provincial city at top speed. The soldiers actually did not dare to go out of the city to pursue them. When everyone turned over and dismounted, they were high-spirited and walked into their own shops amidst loud laughter. However, they found that the familiar couple was no longer in the shop, and there was only a white-clothed youth. On the table in front of him there was a long sword. The sword chi was dense. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Qin Pingon left the shop. In the shop behind him there were people who died and there were people who lived. They were all heroes in the eyes of the world, and indeed almost all of them died without hesitation. Even when death was imminent, they were still heroic. On the contrary, the group of people who survived were mostly silent from the beginning to the end, or took the initiative to stop when they were slightly injured. They did not speak arrogantly, and there was not much intention to take revenge in their eyes. Instead, there was a kind of blankness, as if saying that life had already come to this and this was the only way. Qin Pingon did not care about this. After leaving the shop, he found that there was a group of horses by the side of the road. After thinking for a while, Qin Pingon led a large horse from the side of the road, and flipped over and mounted it. It was actually very natural and he was very skilled. (302) On the way back, Qin Pingon's emotions had returned to normal. Flesh and blood were slowly growing on his bare arm, and the meridians were slowly spreading like grass vines. It was very mysterious. Qin Pingon looked at it carefully. It was like a teacher studying, but it disgusted Lu Tai. He thought that the Lu family also had some secret martial arts grandmasters, but when they were at the 4th or 5th realm, they definitely did not have Qin Pingon's willpower. Qin Pingon looked as he walked. He endured the pain and enjoyed it. As he witnessed the growth of the meridians with his own eyes, It was greatly beneficial for him to circulate his qi. Some of the crux of the problem that he did not understand before suddenly became clear. As they approached the Eagle Fortress, Qin Pingon had to retract his arm to avoid being mistaken by the people of the Eagle Fortress as a demonic cultivator. With the golden wine robe, he could hide this miserable scene in his sleeves, and it would not affect the process of growing flesh and blood on Qin Pingon's arm. Flying Sword Mai Mang had already brought back the 5 Mountains crown. Lu Tai weighed it and said that it was an ancient magic weapon of high quality. The drawing of the true shape of the 5 mountains on it, regardless of the technique or the shape, showed that the 5 Mountains crown came from the central divine continent. It was very likely that it had fallen into the Tongye continent in the later generations and was a pearl covered in dust. Perhaps it was the natal item of a famous mountain god in the central divine continent. Qin Pingon was quite interested in this, so he took it as an opportunity to enrich his knowledge. As for whether Lu Tai would take the 5 Mountains crown for himself, or whether he would deliberately belittle its value, Qin Pingon did not even think about it, because he felt that Lu Tai was not that kind of person. The world was complicated and people's hearts were hard to fathom, so he could have it but he could not pass it. The two of them did not directly go to the main building of the Eagle Castle. They first quietly returned to the training field and put away the magic sword Infatuation that Dou Ziji had bought at a high price from the Fuyao sect. After absorbing the heart, blood and spiritual qi of a peak dragon gate cultivator, the blade of the sword became even more clear and bright like snow. The veins flowed faintly like autumn water, becoming even more lively and brilliant. Even the arrogant Lu Tai could not help but take the sword and size it up again. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He said that the old devil's words were mixed with truth and lies, but the matter of his realm should be true. Before his realm fell, he was most likely at the threshold of the nascent soul realm. A golden core cultivator at this level could be considered not bad in the central divine continent, as they could climb mountains with their backs straight. As a result, this magic sword that was more accurate to call infatuation or heart-eating could be considered a great opportunity. As a result, Lu Tai advised Qin Pingon not to sell infatuation. In the future, if he encountered an evil cultivator or a demon or otherworldly item, he could very well stab the sword through the heart. Not only could he accumulate good karma for himself, he could also improve the quality of the sword. It was the best of both worlds, so why not? Seeing Qin Pingon hesitate, Lu Tai reprimanded Qin Pingon for the first time, saying, "Cultivators can choose not to talk about good and evil. That's just bullshit and nonsense. However, there are artifacts and treasures in the world, so how can there be a distinction between good and evil? What's wrong with using evil artifacts to do proper things?" The more Lu Tai spoke, the angrier he became. He wanted nothing more than to extend a finger and point it at Qin Pingon's nose, cursing, "You can even open your eyes wide to see your own flesh and bones grow back, so why can't you get over this? Qin Pingon, if you still have such a stubborn character, it's fine if you don't cultivate the longevity bridge. I advise you to concentrate on being a pure martial artist. Don't dream of being a great sword immortal. With your character, even if you have the longevity bridge in the future and become a chi cultivator, your inner demon before breaking through the bottleneck of the upper 5 states may be even greater than the sky. Do you know that every chi cultivator in the nascent soul realm in the world has the ambition to fight against the heavens and earth? Their magic skills, perseverance and tenacity are already very impressive. However, why is the upper 5 states so difficult? The key lies in this barrier. The danger lies not in the misconception of the heavens tribulation. Those are just on the surface. The real enemy is your own heart. The higher your Taoist heart is, the stronger your temperament is, the higher your heart dharma form can be, as high as 1,000 feet and as indestructible as the golden body of the ancient gods. How can you break through it? Qin Pingon did not refute anything. He just pointed at Lu Tai's nose and whispered, "Here we go again." Lu Tai stopped talking and fiercely wiped the blood from his nose. It had nothing to do with the general trend of the world. It only involved Qin Pingon's personal Taoism. As a disciple of the Yin-Yang school of Lu Tai suffered much less than the previous time. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Someone is coming from outside." Lu Tai glanced at Qin Pingon. With such a keen divine sense, he was probably not inferior to a 6th state martial artist. Was he really just a 4th state martial artist? He became more curious about the person who taught Qin Pingon the fist art. A group of 4 people carefully entered the martial arts field. They were the old Taoist, his disciple Huang Shang, and the siblings Huan Chong and Huan Shu. The reason why they did not go to the main building was the idea of the slovenly old man. In the northern mountain forest, he accidentally saw Qin Pingon and Lu Tai returning to the Eagle Fortress. The old man decided to meet here and ask about the devil's whereabouts first. It was obviously safer for the 2 groups to go to the main building together. The old man made a Taoist bow and introduced himself. I am Ma Feifu, cultivating at the Yuanyang Mountain. I am honored to meet Immortal Master Lu and Immortal Master Qin. When Qin Pingon and Lu Tai entered the Eagle Fortress as guests, they only introduced themselves. Lu Tai casually stretched out his hand and a bamboo fan appeared out of thin air. He gently waved it. I am from the Central Divine Continent. Qin Pingon thought for a while. I am from the Dali family of the Aquarius continent. The old Taoist asked carefully, do the 2 immortal masters know the whereabouts of the devil? Lu Tai closed the bamboo fan and pointed it at the old Taoist. Just when everyone was confused, a 5 mountains crown appeared on the top of the folding fan. Lu Tai's wrist shook slightly and the 5 mountains crown undulated. He smiled. He is already dead. We have a small harvest. When the old man Laurel descended from the sea of clouds on the futon, he moved the 5 mountains crown to suppress the martial arts field. The old Taoist had a glimpse of it and was frightened. The 5 mountains crown left a deep impression on the old Taoist. Now that he saw the ancient laurel on the top of the bamboo fan, his heart was in turmoil. He could not believe that the 2 young people could successfully kill an earth immortal who was most likely in the Golden Core realm. However, he also hoped that the handsome young man's words were true. Ma Feifu, the Taoist living in the Yuanyang Mountain, was an experienced Jianghu cultivator after all. Even though he was skeptical, his face was still filled with gratitude and reverence. He bowed solemnly again and said, Immortal Masters, you were just passing by this place when you encountered a devil who was committing a crime, but you were still willing to lend a helping hand and save hundreds of lives in the Eagle Fortress. Your contributions are immeasurable. On behalf of the Eagle Fortress, I thank you for your great kindness. The 2 siblings Huan Chong and Huan Shu had tears in their eyes. They quickly cupped their fists and bowed heavily. They said to the 2 young masters, I can't thank you enough. If the 2 immortal masters don't mind my dullness, Huan Chong is willing to do anything for the 2 immortal masters. I won't hesitate to go through fire and water. Huan Shu thanks Mr. Lu and Immortal Master Qin. I really don't know how to express the gratitude in my heart. The young Taoist Huang Shang stood at the back with a complicated expression. A thought flashed through his mind. If he became their disciple, would his cultivation journey be smoother? He wouldn't be as useless as he was now. He would encounter demons and otherworldly beings and be in danger everywhere. Huang Shang looked at his master's back. The young Taoist who had been through a rough cultivation journey lowered his head silently. He felt a little guilty and felt that he was even worse than those demons and otherworldly beings. However, the thought in his mind had already taken root and couldn't be removed. Instead, it became more and more intense like a raging fire. It burned his heart and made his eyes red. The doubt and relief of the Taoist in the mountain abode and the fatigue after the battle. After the disaster, Huan Chong tried to change his path. He wanted to work hard and change from martial arts to cultivation. Huan Shu's 2 forms of address were different. And the young Taoist's thoughts. The corner of Lu Tai's mouth curled up. He had already seen everything. The disciples of the school of Yin Yang were the best at reading people's minds. Qin Pingon didn't feel much about it. He only remembered the subtle expressions and eyes. He didn't understand the meaning behind it. The bits and pieces of life weren't words in a book after all. The group rushed to the main building of the Eagle Fortress. Although Lu Tai said that the dust had settled and there were no casualties, Huan Chong and Huan Shu were still trembling in fear. They were afraid that the moment they opened the door, they would see a bloody scene. When they arrived at the main building, they found that the door was closed. Huan Chong knocked on the door with all his might. After waiting for a long time, an old man from the Huan family opened the door. When he saw that the siblings were safe and sound, he burst into tears. Huan Chong was shocked. He thought that his parents were killed by the man with the horsetail whisk. After some explanation, he found out that Immortal Master Lu had already killed the impersonator. For a moment, all the survivors in the hall felt as if a lifetime had passed. Huan Chong and Huan Shu didn't realize that their parents weren't in the hall. When they asked about this matter, everyone's eyes were a little uncertain. Lu Tai was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. He just took Qin Pingon to the balcony on the top floor. The lord of the castle, Huan Yang, was no longer on this strangely named upper balcony. Lu Tai sat on the railing. Qin Pingon imitated him. After taking off the blade's strengthening gourd, he drank the strong wine. He raised his head and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with the smell of alcohol. Lu Tai swayed his legs and slowly fanned himself. His hair flew in the air. He started to divide the spoils. He was familiar with the process. After the battle with Ma Wanfa and Dou Ziji plus today's battle, we're really lucky. We've earned a lot. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have had such a harvest. You know, I have the title of treasure hunting immortal in my family. Qin Pingon smiled. He couldn't help but think of the female Taoist priest of the Xingyao sect who was known as the most fortunate person in a continent. Dou Ziji's spiritual sword infatuation is yours. The 5 mountains crown is mine. You can't say it's mine, but I bought it from you. Other than the demon binding rope that I'll help you refine and repair, the damaged armor pill you mentioned earlier is the one you bought from the Lingji shop on the inverted mountain. Didn't you always complain about the armor taking up a lot of space? I can repair it for you free of charge and turn it into a military armor pill. Don't worry about how I did it. I have my own plans. Lu Tai smiled brightly. So you might need to stay in the Eagle Castle for a while. It won't be too long. You can recover here and then go find that Taoist temple. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He wouldn't be soft-hearted when dealing with a rich man like Lu Tai. Lu Tai slowly said, for a high-grade magic treasure, the 5 Great Mountains crown, I need to give you 20,000 snow coins. If converted to grain rain coins, it would be 20 grains. Chasing after Ma Wanfa and the cultivator with the horsetail whisk in the main building, I actually had some gains. I roughly calculated that I should need to pay you another 20,000 snow coins, still 20 grain rain coins. The long handle of the horsetail whisk engraved with the word, worryless, is not bad. You can take it and treat it as a little bonus. Qin Pingon was shocked. So much grain rain coins. Lu Tai kept looking into the distance and smiled. I still have some immortal coins on the mountain. Ordinary nascent soul earth immortals of the central divine continent wouldn't dare compare their wealth with mine. Qin Pingon was so angry that he slapped him. Then why did you complain about being poor at the inverted mountain? Lu Tai, you're quite good at acting, aren't you? Lu Tai was a little guilty and said angrily, I was afraid that you wouldn't be tempted by my beauty but by my wealth. By your grandpa's wealth and beauty. Qin Pingon slapped him again and Lu Tai flew into a rage out of humiliation. Qin Pingon, be careful or I'll fall out with you. Qin Pingon laughed and slapped him again. Lu Tai's eyes flashed and he was about to use his trump card when Qin Pingon gestured for Lu Tai to stop. He took a sip of wine and said, continue. Lu Tai flipped his palm and an exquisitely embroidered bag appeared. He passed it to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon frowned. What? Lu Tai laughed and said, it's just a little toy, a gift for you. Open it and take a look. You'll definitely like it. This is a bag of elm money seeds with a special origin. When you return to your hometown, you can plant it on a mountain with good feng shui. It must be sunny. In 3 to 5 years there might be an unexpected surprise. Although Qin Pingon took the bag of elm money, he still said, let's make things clear first or I'll return it to you. Lu Tai gave a rough explanation. Qin Pingon was grinning from ear to ear. He quickly put it away and pretended that he didn't say anything about not returning it. It turned out that this bag of elm money was very magical and was to Qin Pingon's liking. They were precious seeds from an ancient immortal elm tree in the Central Plains. They got their name because they were round and thin like coins. It was a homonym for surplus money. Thus, there was a saying among the people that one could have surplus money after eating elm money. Most people thought it was a rumor. Actually, there was no other way. One only needed to find the golden spirit hidden in the elm money and soak it in a jar of wine. After getting drunk, one could take it out and eat it. Every year one could increase one's income. Wealthy families would hold an elm money banquet at the beginning of spring in order to get some good luck. They hoped to make a lot of money in the new year. Qin Pingon liked this kind of long-term income. In Qin Pingan's heart he always believed that a sudden wealth came and went quickly. It either required a lot of perseverance and hard work to hold on to it. However, benefits and income like elm money that weren't particularly eye-catching made Qin Pingan feel at ease. Qin Pingan only started to show off after receiving benefits. He smiled and said, "Isn't it a little too precious?" Lu Tai used his thumb and forefinger to open and close the bamboo fan. He sighed and said, "Qin Pingan, when I went to the balcony I was seeking the Tao. Do you know how important the word, Tao, is? I don't even know how to convert it into money. However, since we're friends, why don't we let it go? Otherwise, no matter how rich I am, I won't be able to afford it even if I go bankrupt. How about it?" Qin Pingan handed him the blade-strengthening gourd and nodded with a smile. "How else can it be? That's it." Lu Tai took the wine pot and raised it high. He tilted his head back and drank the wine. The blade-strengthening gourd was a few inches away from his face. He drank the wine boldly. He wiped his mouth and returned the ginger pot to Qin Pingan. "It's time to refill the wine. I'll ask the Eagle Castle to fill it up for you." Qin Pingan certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Lu Tai suddenly said helplessly, "Why do you all like to drink? What's so good about wine?" Qin Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. He just drank. After drinking, he dared to think about things that he didn't dare to think about. He dared to say things that he didn't dare to say. He dared to do things that he didn't dare to do. 10 years later, Qin Pingan still lived in that small house. However, there were no otherworldly items or ghosts to disturb him. Occasionally, Qin Pingan would sit on the steps in front of the courtyard and look at the wall at the end of the alley. He thought about the pitiful ghost children and their last smiles in this life. Lu Tai lived in the main building. Occasionally he would come to the courtyard and sit for a while. However, he didn't stay for long and went back to work. After 10 days, Lu Tai brought back a repaired military armor pill. Qin Pingan loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. His arm had recovered, but he still couldn't use much strength. In addition to the armor pill from Lingjizhai on the inverted mountain, Lu Tai also brought a narrow saber with a snow-white sheath to Qin Pingan. He said that it was a reward from the Huan family of the Eagle Castle. The Huan family would feel uneasy if he didn't accept it. This time Lu Tai didn't leave in a hurry. He made himself a pot of tea in the courtyard and told Qin Pingan about the origin of the narrow saber. In order to suppress the gloomy feng shui here, the Yuanying Earth Immortal of Mount Taiping gave a saber to the forefather woodcutter of the Eagle Castle. The saber was called Stopping Snow. None of the descendants of the Eagle Castle had the aptitude for cultivation. It was passed down from generation to generation and could only be used as a decoration. Qin Pingan knew how precious the narrow saber was. It was most likely the favorite item of the Earth Immortal of Mount Taiping. Lu Tai thought about it and didn't want to be the child of wealth. He converted the narrow saber into 20 pieces of grain rain money and threw a bag of grain rain money to Qin Pingan. There were exactly 20 pieces of grain rain money left. In the following 10 days, Qin Pingan's daily routine was to practice his stance, practice his sword and sleep. He didn't look at the wall anymore. After all, meeting and parting were short. Even if it was a matter of life and death, he would slowly let it go. It was like a cup of wine in a wine shop. No matter how good it tasted, could it make one drunk for days. In this 10 days, Lu Tai only came once. He said that he had taken in 3 disciples. Tao Xiang, a young man called Huan Yin, and a young Taoist who had changed his sect, Huang Shang. As for the reason, Lu Tai didn't want to say much. He only said, "If you don't approach evil, you won't know good." It was an old story that Lu Tai had mentioned in the treasure-swallowing whale. Before Lu Tai left, he said that he might have to stay here for a long time and wouldn't return to the central divine continent in a short time. When Lu Tai brought the demon binding rope for the last time, Qin Pingan had almost recovered. Parting was imminent. There was no sadness. One had a dream, the other was the beginning of the great Tao. There was no reason to be too sad. So they parted just like that. One stayed in the Eagle Fortress in a foreign land, the other carried his sword and headed north. Lu Tai didn't even send them off. He just stood on the balcony and watched the white-robed Qin Pingan slowly leave. "303. According to the records of the immortals, Tongya continent had many mountain deities, demons and spirits. Even if Qin Pingon had already intentionally avoided beautiful places that were filled with spirit energy most of the time or filthy and dangerous places that were filled with dread, there were times when he would still fall into a trap. For example, Qin Pingon once saw a small town that was brightly lit up in the middle of the night. Qin Pingon didn't have a map in his hand, so he thought that he needed to replenish his food, so he followed the lights all along the way. Because geomancy maps had always been a restricted item of the dynasties, and they were even more strictly controlled than weapons. That small town did not have a night ban, but there were soldiers at the gate checking the documents. When Qin Pingon successfully entered the town, he found an inn that was not closed yet. However, the innkeeper shook his head and waved his hand, saying that the money Qin Pingon gave was wrong and that they did not accept it. Every country had their own standard copper coins, which was normal. However, not accepting real gold and silver was a bit strange. Fortunately, the innkeeper pointed the way and said that there was a place where one could exchange gold and silver for their money. After the exchange, they could just stay at the inn. Thus Qin Pingon found a shop. The counter was extremely tall, almost half the height of a person. When in Rome, Qin Pingon did as the Romans did. He stepped on a small stool and said that he was exchanging money. He gave a few silver ingots in exchange for a pile of copper coins and a stack of paper money. The copper coins were heavy and of good quality. On the paper money, Qin Pingon saw the official seal of the imperial court and the bank. He did not think much about it and returned to the inn, paid the money and showed the innkeeper the documents. The innkeeper meticulously recorded everything for the local officials to check. The next day when Qin Pingon prepared to go out, the innkeeper was still calculating. He smiled and reminded Qin Pingon that there was a local custom here. When chatting with people, one could not use the word paper. For example, one could not use the word paper. Otherwise, one could not blame the innkeeper for not reminding him if he was kicked out of the city. Qin Pingon remembered it in his heart. After thanking him, he went to buy firewood, rice, oil, salt and 2 sets of clothes. When he returned to the inn to eat, he only felt that the food was tasteless. After he left the town and walked for dozens of miles, he could vaguely see the outline of the city. Encountering a sudden heavy rain, Qin Pingon stood in a dilapidated pavilion on a mountain to take shelter from the rain. He had nothing to do, so he slowly walked and practiced his martial arts. In the end, he saw a shocking scene. The city at the foot of the mountain, like a puddle of mud, melted in the rain. Qin Pingon hurriedly took out the things he had bought in the small town, as well as the copper coins and paper money. They were all cut out of white paper, as if the living in the world of the living burned paper for the dead in the underworld. Someone seemed to be amused by Qin Pingon's embarrassment. Inside the pavilion, someone sneered. The voice passed through the wall and echoed in the pavilion. Qin Pingon was just amazed at the unimaginable situation of the small town. He was not really afraid of these gods and monsters. Therefore, when the person in the pavilion pretended to be a ghost, Qin Pingon quickly recovered. He just sat on a long bench made of old wood deep in the mountains and looked at the pale white wall opposite him, drinking silently. Unless he was extremely unlucky and met a big mountain demon or a big devil who was good at disguising himself. Otherwise, it was most likely a person with shallow cultivation. It was not difficult for that thing to scare ordinary people. It was also not difficult for Qin Pingon to slap it to death. The person still did not know that he had run into an iron plate. He pretended to be mysterious and said in a gloomy voice, "Are you not afraid of me?" Qin Pingon fastened the blade's strengthening gourd to his waist. He stood up and walked slowly to the wall. He stuck a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman on it. Immediately there was a crying voice begging for mercy. Sounded a little childish. Qin Pingon did not take off the yellow talisman. He asked with a smile, "Do you think I'm not afraid of you?" The guy shouted, Yes, I'm so scared that I almost came back to life. Come out. If you keep hiding, I won't be polite to you. Tell me what's going on with that small town." Qin Pingon took off the demon-suppressing pagoda and put it in his sleeve. He sat back in his original position. A young boy with lingering fear walked out from the wall. There was an official patch embroidered on the front and back of his body. However, it was not colorful like the ones in the secular imperial court. It was only black and white. He stood at the foot of the wall timidly and looked at the immortal sitting opposite him. Not only did he bow, but he also made a strange sound to announce his identity. It turned out that he was a lord of the land who was appointed by the previous dynasty. After the change of the emperor and the surname of the country, he was automatically classified as an old official. Without his official position, his cultivation became even lower. When he was alive, he was the beloved youngest son of a feudal official. Not even 7 days after his death, a wandering immortal passed by and entered the morning hall. He helped his father with some operations and became a mediocre lord of the land. There were many incense sticks, all in order for him to protect the feng shui of the ancestral grave. Later on, the mountains and rivers changed and everything became a passing cloud. Looking back, it was not a big deal. On the contrary, it was rather interesting. Qin Pingon asked the lord of the land who had lost his official position in the imperial court about the origins of the small town of paper dolls. As it turned out, more than 10,000 residents of the small town had died in a huge disaster overnight. To prevent the people from panicking, the imperial court ordered the surrounding provinces to seal off the news. They even invited a Buddhist monk to perform a ritual, which prevented the town from becoming a dangerous land of evil. Qin Pingon asked what would happen to the small town after the storm. The boy smiled and said that it was fine. As long as the weather was fine for a few days, the town would return to its original state. Qin Pingon squatted on the ground and faced the small town. He burned the paper money and paper clothes in the pavilion. The boy squatted at the side and sighed. I didn't expect this immortal to be such a kind person. Qin Pingon dismissed it with a smile. He also asked the boy about the landscape within 1,000 miles and whether there were any immortal houses or fairies. The boy answered one by one without hiding anything. He said that about 800 miles to the north, there were indeed demons causing trouble and occupying the mountains. They did not often kidnap the woodcutters and villagers. The mountains and the foot of the mountain were still considered peaceful. There were few rumors of the common people suffering. When they were at their peak, many chi cultivators on the mountain had to take a detour. However, after an accident they quieted down. It was said that there were only a few kittens and puppies, which were not a big deal anymore. It was hard to say what the truth was. There were all kinds of rumors outside. Some said that the immortal masters of the Fushang sect felt that it was an eyesore. Some said that a Buddhist monk had settled down there and a demon was blind. It angered a Buddhist expert, Vajra, and that was why there was such a calamity. Qin Pingon was slightly surprised. Back when he was in Dali, Qin Pingon still could not let go of the wedding dress ghost's appearance on the mountain path. There were some withered branches in the pavilion. With the boy's help, they gathered them together and lit the fire. A man and a monster squatted by the bonfire. Although the boy looked young, he had lived for 500 years. He explained the reason to Qin Pingon. The reason why the demons on the mountain do not eat the grass near their burrows is because the king of demons is also a tyrant. Other than that mountain king, who is relatively mild-tempered, there are also many ruthless people under his command. Of course, they don't have the heart of a bodhisattva. However, they are afraid of having a bad reputation and causing people's expressions to change. What if they provoke immortal disciples who have nothing better to do and covet the secular reputation of slaying demons and devils? What should we do? Qin Pingon nodded. The boy put his palms close to the bonfire and chuckled. To kill or not to kill? If you kill the small one, the big one will come. If you kill the big one, the old one will come. If you have the ability to kill 2 or 3 of them, kill them all. If you kill them all and make a big deal out of it, the local authorities will report it to the imperial court. The emperor will feel embarrassed and will plead for the immortal masters to come out of the mountain. The boy said helplessly, "That's the most annoying." Qin Pingon smiled. If not for that, it would have been a mess. How can the people at the foot of the mountain live? Let's just talk about that small town. More than 10,000 people died. What will their relatives and friends in other places think? Everyone is gone in one night. Those who are still alive will also be afraid. The boy was stunned, as if he had never thought of this question. Behind him, the boy told him some interesting stories. Most of them were from hearsay. After all, he had hundreds of years to live. He had to find some entertainment to pass the time. After the rain stopped, Qin Pingon said goodbye to the little local official and continued on his way. Only the boy was left standing outside the pavilion, muttering to himself. During this time, Qin Pingon also passed by a deserted tomb. There was a group of poor scholars who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations. They stood in front of a large tomb showing a look of shame and amazement. Then 2 snow-white foxes jumped out from between the tombs and bowed like the people. There were also a few young foxes lying on top of the tombs and laughing. Their eyes were full of spirit, full of longing and shyness. They did not look like ferocious demons at all. In the end, it completely stopped moving like a mountain. It turned out that it left the stone lotus platform and wanted to go far away to find its companions. It felt lonely after being alone for years. In the end, it found 2 companions in succession. One was a snake spirit, the other was a deer spirit. The little lotus figure with a pure heart was tricked by them. It had a small arm made of cloud root and earth spirit, and a yellow lotus leaf. However, it still insisted on looking for companions. In the end, it finally found a flower spirit who didn't ask for anything from it. It brought her back to the stone lotus platform to play together and tease the tourists together. However, when it woke up one day, it found that the spiritual energy of the stone lotus platform was gone. There was nothing left. The flower spirit was also gone. The stone lotus platform that had lost its spirituality was no longer cared about. In the end, it was completely forgotten. Only a one-armed little spirit was left. It often sat on the edge of the stone platform, humming a folk song and gently shaking its feet. Occasionally, it would feel sad because it didn't know if its 3 companions were doing well. If they weren't doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would comfort them. If they were doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would be happy for them. It didn't understand. The little fellow suddenly turned its head and found that the foreigner in a snow-white robe was sitting on the other side of the stone, drinking wine while facing the setting sun. After noticing its gaze, he smiled at it. The little fellow was so scared that it quickly got up and jumped directly into the huge rock. Qin Pingon laughed and jumped down from the stone. He really left this Wuxia temple and stopped teasing the little spirit. The little fellow hid in the stone for a long time before it dared to sneak out. It looked around and after confirming that the person was gone, it came to the place where the person was sitting. It suddenly opened its eyes wide and found a coin with spiritual energy lingering around it. Most spirits in the world liked the immortal coins on the mountain and ate them. Qin Pingon just casually put down a piece of snow to spend money. However, when Qin Pingon left the city and walked out of the official road, just as he entered the mountain, he found a little thing with tears in its eyes standing in front of the path. It was holding the piece of snow with both its hands and looking at Qin Pingon. The little thing seemed to be nervous and happy at the same time. Qin Pingon slowly walked over. The little fellow was naturally timid and disappeared on the road in an instant. After repeating this several times, the little fellow followed Qin Pingon for nearly 100 miles on the mountain road. Qin Pingon didn't take the initiative to approach it and let it follow him at a distance. An adult and a child walked together like this. When they arrived at the deep mountain forest that the child mentioned, the mountain was really steep. When Qin Pingon was about to walk out of the mountain boundary, he met a little spirit that seemed to have gone crazy. Its clothes were ragged and it was staggering. It was muttering a sad sentence repeatedly. With such a heart, how can you become a Buddha? How can you become a Buddha? The little fellow was so scared that it didn't care about anything else. It ran all the way and hid at Qin Pingon's feet. After that, the little fellow completely let down its guard. It was either jumping around Qin Pingon or squatting on Qin Pingon's shoulder. Later, Qin Pingon brought this new companion who couldn't speak and passed by a country that was constantly at war. The people were in a terrible situation and a group of heroes were forced to become bandits. They occupied a mountain and set up a big flag. Along the way, Qin Pingon heard about the heroic deeds of these 36 heroes. How heroic they were, how superb their martial arts were, and how powerful they were. Of course, Qin Pingon didn't believe all of it. However, he also thought that if there was a chance he would go to the mountain to take a look and see the heroes. Even if they might not be willing to drink with him at the same table, it would be good to get some chivalrous spirit from afar. In the end, Qin Pingon went there because of the reputation and encountered a black shop that sold human meat buns. When Qin Pingon saw that several traveling merchants had fainted, he also pretended to be unconscious. He tied them up behind the shop and threw them on a large pork chopping board. Then a shop assistant came to them with a boning knife and yawned. In a nearby provincial city, an executioner was just about to execute a great bandit. Unexpectedly, There were dozens of people trying to rob the execution ground. In particular, there was a burly man who held a pair of axes in his hands. He was so excited that he laughed heartily. Regardless of whether it was the commoners who came to watch the show or the soldiers, they were all cleaved in half by his axes. A short, dark-skinned man taught him a lesson. Only then did he give up resentfully. His eyebrows drooped in shame and his killing intent was gone. The dark-skinned man glanced at the burly man and waved his hand for him to leave. The man looked around. His face was full of exhaustion, but more than that he felt gratified and happy. When he reprimanded the burly man with the pair of axes, he spoke harshly and sternly. However, when he looked at the back of his trusted general, there was a smile in the corners of his eyes. This group of people successfully saved the bandit at the execution ground. They had already prepared horses not far away and galloped away, leaving the chaotic city at top speed. The soldiers didn't dare to leave the city to pursue them. When everyone dismounted from their horses and walked into their shops in high spirits and laughter, they found that the familiar couple was no longer in the shop. There was only a young man in white, and there was a long sword on the table in front of him. The sword chi was dense. In less than half an hour, Qin Pingon left the shop. In the shop behind him there were people who died and people who survived. They were all heroes in the eyes of the world. Indeed, almost everyone died without hesitation. Even at death's door they were still full of heroic spirit. However, the group of people who survived were mostly silent from the beginning to the end. Some of them took the initiative to stop after suffering a little injury. They didn't speak arrogantly and there wasn't much desire for revenge in their eyes. Instead there was a kind of blankness. It was as if they were saying that since life was already like this, it could only be like this. Qin Pingon didn't care about this. After leaving the shop he found a group of handsome horses by the roadside. After thinking for a while, Qin Pingon led a tall horse from the roadside and mounted it. It was a natural process and he was very familiar with it. First it was swaying. Then it was galloping. (304) Qin Pingon did not expect that this trip to Jianghu would take half a year. It was not because the path to the Taoist temple was too far, but because Qin Pingon followed the instructions of the Long Qi behind him. He walked in circles in a majestic city and spent a full 3 months, but he still could not find the so-called Taoist temple. In the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, Qin Pingon asked all the peddlers, Jianghu warriors, leaders of the escort agency, officials of the yamen and so on, but he did not hear of any Taoist temple. Qin Pingon flipped through various historical records, county records and personal writings, but still could not find any clues. The only gain was that Qin Pingon could speak the official language of the Nanyuan kingdom fluently. In this way, from the late autumn to the heavy snow, to the pitter-patter of the spring rain, until the arrival of summer, Qin Pingon could be sure that the entrance of the Taoist temple was in the capital, but he still could not find the door. Even if Qin Pingon had a strong will, he began to waver and become irritable. During this period Qin Pingon had seen many strange things. He saw a floating green dress at night. It was like a beautiful woman dancing and its sleeves were like flowing water. He inadvertently saw through a camouflage. He saw a section of the inner city wall supported by bones, and every green brick was engraved with Buddhist scriptures. He also met monks that were not easy to see in the Aquarius continent. Buddhism was popular in the Nanyuan kingdom and there were temples everywhere. Qin Pingon learned about the many kasayas of the monks, and the differences between chanting monks, preaching monks, teaching monks and guarding monks. Once when he left the capital for a breath of fresh air, he followed a group of monks with secret orders from the imperial court to a tragic battlefield. Qin Pingon saw more than 100 chanting monks sitting on lotus praying mats. Several chanting monks took off their boots and walked barefoot. They lowered their heads and put their palms together. When they walked and when their lips opened, snow-white lotus flowers bloomed. The monks had a string of prayer beads wrapped around their palms. If there were malicious spirits, they would be repelled by the golden luster of the prayer beads. The prayer beads shone with golden light, the monks looked solemn and lotus flowers bloomed with every step. They led the tens of thousands of resentful souls to follow them into the gates of hell that bordered the yin and yang. In the end, Qin Pingon sat in the distance, put his palms together like the monks and bowed his head in silence. After returning to the capital, Qin Pingon still could not find a Taoist temple. Qin Pingon gritted his teeth and prepared to secretly go to the palace. On this day the sun was high in the sky. Qin Pingon came to a well and looked down. It was bottomless and dark. Qin Pingon looked at it for a while. But he could not see the door, so he retracted his gaze and continued to wander. He looked back at the well. When he stood there just now it seemed to be cool. Since the battle with Kai Jingxin, the consecrator of the Great Sui Kingdom, Cui Dongshan had won the title of the ancestor of the Kai family. He was very popular in the Cliff Academy. Plus, Cui Dongshan's current appearance, the red mole between his eyebrows and his handsome appearance, was very likable. Cui Dongshan could walk freely in the academy, and he was always accompanied by a personal maidservant named Xianxia. Today the two of them went to listen to Master Ji's lesson. Cui Dongshan, who was lying on the windowsill outside, fell asleep halfway through the lesson. Xianxia stood aside, not daring to disturb her master's dream. All the students in the room had to hold back their laughter, which was very difficult. Master Gu wanted to beat Cui Dongshan with a ruler, but when he thought of Kai Jingxin, who had moved out of the capital with his family, he held back his anger. He must go back and talk to the deputy headmaster Mao Xiaodong and forbid Cui Dongshan to come near his class in the future. Cui Dongshan shuddered as if he had a nightmare. After opening his eyes, it took him a long time to recover. He swaggered back to his residence with his maidservant Xianxia. After Xianxia closed the door, Cui Dongshan took off his boots and stepped over the threshold. With a wave of his sleeve, fog rose, and finally a map of the Aquarius continent appeared. Cui Dongshan crossed one hand and pinched his chin with the other. He first stood at the northernmost point of the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom. His gaze moved down south past the Huangting Kingdom, the Great Sui Kingdom, and stopped at the central part of the Lakeview Academy, the Tsai Kingdom and the Shushui Kingdom. Finally he suddenly lay on the ground and looked around. Xianxia sat on the threshold. This map of the continent almost took up the entire room. If she went in she would definitely be scolded or even beaten. Cui Dongshan had been lying there the whole time. He asked casually, "Do you think that in the Great Sui Kingdom, in the Jianghu, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there is no one who scolds the emperor? Is he an incapable ruler who begs for mercy without fighting?" Xianxia answered honestly, "I don't know about the things outside. In the academy, the teachers from the Great Sui Kingdom only frowned and sighed. I have never heard of anyone scolding." Cui Dongshan climbed up and smiled. "There is one good thing about being a scholar. You don't scold the emperor. You only scold the treacherous officials, powerful officials, fox spirits and relatives. Of course nothing is absolute. There are definitely people who dare to scold the emperor. But those who scold well and hit the nail on the head are very few." Xianxia was already used to interacting with Cui Dongshan. She said perfunctorily, "Young master is wise." She was really being perfunctory and did not bother to hide it. Not to mention the great Li state preceptor, who was like an old fox spirit. Even someone like Li Huai, who was not smart, could see through it at a glance. But Cui Dongshan did not mind. Cui Dongshan put his hands on his hips and opened his mouth. He suddenly inhaled and swallowed all the fog on the map. Then Cui Dongshan raised his hands and bared his fangs and claws. He opened his mouth and roared like a fierce tiger. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Cui Dongshan patted his sleeves and said proudly, "You are really like a tiger swallowing 10,000 miles. Amazing, amazing." The maid Xianxia hated that she did not dare to roll her eyes. She turned her head and looked at the high wall of the courtyard. No matter how the Great Sui Kingdom's court was surging with undercurrents, this East Mountain and the academy were peaceful again. Even the identity of the chess players and the style of the chess were all at a loss. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought of taking root in Dolly's Dragon's Spring?" Xianxia shook her head, "Never thought of it." The tall old man Mao Xiaodong strode into the courtyard. It was a nascent soul cultivator of unknown origin. He escaped. Cui Dongshan didn't care at all and smiled. "This is just a test. You should be more careful of the teachers and students of the academy. There are always some so-called good people in the world who think they are infallible. They feel that the world should operate according to their ideas. Once the Cliff Academy and the capital of the Sui dynasty become enemies, the two mountain alliances between the Gao family and the Song family may be nullified. Mao Xiaodong frowned. Are we really going to seal the mountain? As for today's assassination, it did not make much difference whether it was the intention of some mountain forces in the Great Sui Kingdom or the work of Cui Dong's enemy. Cui Dongshan was not joking when he mentioned the possibility. Cui Dongshan sneered. Why? Do you feel embarrassed? Mao Xiaodong made up his mind and turned to leave. Cui Dongshan laughed. Mao Xiaodong, if you say that you are a piece of shit and something happens to you, I can help the academy. Mao Xiaodong turned his head and said expressionlessly, I am a piece of shit. Cui Dongshan said resentfully, if I say that I am two pieces of shit, can I take back what I said and watch the fire from the other side of the river comfortably? The old man twitched the corner of his mouth, spat out the word no, and quickly left. Cui Dongshan sighed and fell backward, falling to the ground with a thud. He clasped his two fingers in front of his body and stood up, muttering, urgent as ordered by the law, and rolled around in the room. Xianxia gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Cui Dongshan stopped his childish behavior and lay on the floor like a corpse. He said something even more childish. Sir, when will you come back? I was bullied. Xianxia was helpless. Cui Dongshan raised his head and asked, do you think your child is joking? Xianxia hesitated for a moment and nodded. Cui Dongshan lay on his side and held his head with one hand. He sneered, with Qin Pingon here, no matter how high his cultivation is, I only need to do my best. If I am right, I won't be scolded. If I am wrong, I will be scolded. Anyway, I don't need to think too much. As for you, you can take less of my beating. Yu Lu is such a heartless person, he can just watch the show. Lin Shui will turn more to cultivation. As for Li Huai, he is timid, so he has more reason to be timid. Anyway, Qin Pingon will protect him. In any case, all the worries will be shouldered by this mister of mine. Languid, Cui Dongshan did not speak anymore. Xianxia was a little curious and missed a little girl who liked to wear red. Cui Dongshan sighed, probably only little treasure bottle will feel sorry for my child. With a cry, Cui Dongshan began to roll around on the floor again. He held his heart and shouted, when I think of this, my heart aches. After the short incident of the assassination, Cliff Academy began to seal the gate under the insistence of the deputy headmaster, Mao Xiaodong. Teachers, students and servants were all not allowed to leave. The headmaster in name, the Minister of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, disagreed with this. However, the emperor supported this and secretly sent a few more consecrators to hide near East Mountain. He also allowed Prince Zhou Xian to officially enter the academy. Today, Zhou Xian accompanied his good friend Yu Lu to fish by the lake. As time passed, Yu Lu finally opened up to Zhou Xian. First, because of his identity as the former crown prince of the Lu dynasty. Second, because of his martial cultivation level 7. After Zhou Xian heard this, he only said, oh, and wow. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom's eyes were shining. He was proud of his choice of friends. Yu Lu did not think there was anything wrong with this. Zhou Xian also said a lot of sad things about his family. When he was with a girl, he wanted to be perfect. It did not mean that he really liked her. When he was with a guy, he did not care about his shortcomings and treated him with sincerity. It was most likely that he really treated him as a friend. The two of them were of the same age. They each held a green bamboo fishing rod and waited quietly for the fish to take the bait. Zhou Xian asked, didn't you say that the treasure bottle assembly would hold a martial arts circle assembly? Why haven't I seen you attend it since I entered the academy? Yu Lu smiled and said, the treasure bottle assembly held it 3 times. After that, they stopped gathering heroes. It's hard to say about the others, but I'm a little disappointed. Zhou Xian pointed to the path by the shore and smiled. Li Huai is over there. Yu Lu did not turn around to look. He did not even need to look to know that Li Huai must be playing with his 2 friends. One was a cheerful and somewhat mischievous child from a humble family, and the other was a timid and introverted Gong son. The 3 of them somehow got together and were inseparable every day. It was said that under the suggestion of the child from a humble family, the 3 of them even cut off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers. The The so-called chicken's head was just a bird caught from a tree, and the yellow paper was a page secretly torn from a book. After this was exposed, the three of them were even beaten up by the teacher. The three of them used the branches in their hands as swords by the lake. They fought back and forth, whistling through the air. Li Huai naturally saw Yu Lu fishing by the shore. However, he hesitated and still did not greet Yu Lu. If it were Lin Shuyi, Li Huai might have chatted with him. However, Li Huai was not particularly close to Yu Lu and Xianxia. In the Great Sui Kingdom's traveling team, Li Huai, Li Baoping and Lin Shuyi were classmates and also from the same hometown. Their friendship was more important than that of Yu Lu and Xianxia. Lin Shuyi went less these days. In addition to attending classes every day, he spent most of his time cultivating in his own small courtyard. This courtyard was obtained from the academy by a respected old teacher. The old teacher was a cultivator and was willing to teach Lin Shuyi everything he knew. Not only did he explain the many subtleties of the Cloud Gem book that Lin Shuyi carried with him, but he also brought several treasured immortal secret books to the small courtyard for Lin Shuyi to read. Whenever the old teacher had time, he would come to the small courtyard to solve problems for Lin Shuyi. Although the old and the young were not master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. In addition to studying the boring classics, Lin Shuyi spent more time on peaceful cultivation. Yaxan asked. In the cold autumn, there was a girl in the academy who changed her thin red dress into a heavier one. As for the cotton-padded jacket, she did not need it for the time being. She would often go to the tall tree at the top of East Mountain alone and sit there in a daze or eat some snacks to satisfy her cravings. When the homework was complicated, she would also sit on the tree branch with a book in her hand to memorize so that she would not be punished by the teacher the next day. Fortunately, when she had a little free time, she would prepare the articles that the teacher needed to punish her. They were stacked neatly and had accumulated a lot in the school. Therefore, she now had the nickname of Book Copying Girl in the Cliff Academy. Today, Li Baoping swung her feet on the tree and counted with her fingers, counting how long she had been separated from her youngest uncle. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Li Baoping's eyes were gloomy. Haha, since it's been so long, does it mean that the next time we meet is near? Li Baoping was happy again. Therefore, the girl in red stood up and jumped on the tree branch, trying to look as far as possible. Maybe youngest uncle is already standing at the foot of the mountain. But Li Baoping fell to the ground. His face was covered in dirt and his body was covered in dust. Fortunately, she was experienced and knew how to make the fall less painful. In the end, Li Baoping was not injured, but her body was sore and swollen. Grimacing in pain, the little girl hurriedly looked around. Seeing that no one had seen her embarrassed state, she staggered down the mountain. Along the way, many people took the initiative to greet her. Li Baoping agreed to them one by one. After returning to the school, she had nothing to do and began to copy books again. Li Baoping glanced at the belongings on the desk and smiled brightly. The next time youngest uncle comes to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, I can skip classes for 10 days. After that, when the teacher comes to settle the score, I'll move this mountain of books to him. The more Li Baoping thought about it, the smarter she felt. She skillfully copied books with one hand and gave him a thumbs up with the other. Her eyes lit up and she said, as expected of the leader of the martial arts world. So domineering. On Luapa Mountain in Longquan County, after receiving a letter, the little boy in green who rarely went out went to the small town to reply to the letter. He was full of confidence. Then for the first time he went to Mt. Padding Cloud and Dolly's North Peak Palace to look for Wei Pai. However, after returning to the bamboo house, the girl in pink found that he was not in a good mood. Although she did not know what he wanted, it probably did not go well. The little boy in green did not want to complain to her. He just sighed alone at the edge of the cliff. Soon his fighting spirit was high. He went down the mountain and went to the small town again. He braced himself and visited the county government and the kiln supervisor's office. When he came back, he was sick again. 2 days later, he went to the newly built Longquan County outside the mountains in the north and looked for County Governor Wu Yuan. The little boy in green was so busy that the little girl in pink was confused. Although he was not serious usually, she knew that he was proud and arrogant. In the past, he did not even like Wei Pai. Although he would be very flattering when he met Mountain God Wei, after flattering him he would turn around and spit, Not to mention County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chao or County Governor Wu. The little girl in pink could not help but ask. He only said, "What do you know?" Then he moved a bamboo chair and sat alone at the edge of the cliff. Finally one day the little boy in green began to walk with a swagger. The little girl in pink was afraid that he would find her annoying again, so she did not ask. This time the little boy in green was in a good mood. He took the initiative to move 2 bamboo chairs under the eaves. He crossed his legs and ate melon seeds. The little girl in pink thought to herself, "Is he stupid?" The little boy in green was in high spirits as he said with a smile, "The matter that Brother Water God entrusted to me has been completed. I have already sent a letter to Huangting Country's Imperial River Water God Temple." The little girl in pink was stunned. "What did Imperial River Water God want you to do?" The little boy in green grinned and said, "Didn't Huangting Country become Dali's vassal state? Brother Water God heard that I was doing well in Dali, so he wanted me to help him build a bridge. Other than ensuring that the Water God Temple would not be demolished, it would be best if I could get him a peace token from Dali. This trivial matter is nothing. Isn't it done?" It turned out that Imperial River Water God had sent a letter from Huangting Country, asking him to do something. The little boy in green had patted his chest and promised that he would do it. In the letter, he said that Brother Water God could rest assured that it was a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. He just had to wait for his good news. The little girl in pink cursed in her heart. Trivial matter? Previously you were always scratching your head and looking like you had nothing to live for. What is this? Besides, how can you have the nerve to say that you are doing well in Longquan? Even your diligent cultivation is only to be killed by 2 punches. Every time you muster the courage to go down the mountain, you must be trembling in fear." The little girl in pink asked softly, "Did Mountain God Wei help you solve it?" The little boy in green's expression changed slightly. His smile was a little forced as he pretended to be heroic and said, "Of course. What kind of relationship do I have with Wei Pai? We are so close and we call each other brothers every day. This is just a small matter. How would Wei Pai dare to say no? The first time I went up Mt Padding Cloud to visit the North Mountain Palace, Old Wei had some matters to attend to. You don't know how courteous the auxiliary deities of the North Mountain Palace were to me. They prepared a big banquet to entertain me." The little girl in pink did not say anything. She just did not want to expose him. After all, he was so prideful. The little boy in green was full of joy as he spoke. However, in the end he lost his spirit and stopped talking. He silently ate his melon seeds. During their second meeting, Wei Pai indeed nodded and agreed. As the North Mountain God, he asked the Dali Imperial Court for 2 protective talismans for his brother, Imperial River Water God. However, he paid a small price as an exchange. Qin Pingon gave him a high-quality snake gallstone. The little boy in green was pained, but he did not regret it. He suddenly laughed and stretched out his hand, pointing to the south. "Stupid girl, in the future when we reach Yujiang, I'll bring you to my Water God brother's residence. We'll drink a big bowl of wine and eat a big piece of meat. I'll let you know how popular I am over there. Because I'm the one who brings you there, everyone will respect you." The little girl in pink was speechless. However, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his face. He was in high spirits and she could not bear to see him like this. She said softly, "All right. Remember not to ask for big fish and big meat. I'll just eat some seasonal delicacies." The little boy in green laughed. "That's not difficult at all. I just need to say the word." The 2 of them fell silent. He suddenly said, "If Old Master is on the mountain, I should be able to make fewer trips, right?" The little girl in pink hummed softly. On the mountain to the west, Dong Shuijing's wonton stall was doing better and better. The good men and women who came to the mountain temple to burn incense all loved to come here and eat a bowl to relieve their hunger. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As the business grew, the stall became too small. As a result, Dong Shuijing decided to just build a stall. This way, even in the terrible weather, customers could come in and eat while waiting for the rain to stop. Moreover, this young man was easy to talk to. Even if he did not pay for the wontons, he would just use the stall as a resting place. Not only did he not chase people away, he would even get the 2 newly hired shop assistants to deliver a steaming hot bowl of tea. The shop's expenses grew, but the price of every bowl of wonton never rose and the taste never changed. It was to the point that several officials of Longquan County rushed over when they heard the news. For example, the governor of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, who had the highest official status, ate a bowl of fragrant wonton in the stall and praised it endlessly. In the dusk of this day, the stall was about to close. He got the shop assistants to serve the few scattered tables of customers. Dong Shuijing had a rare moment of leisure. After a day of hard work, he was completely exhausted. He sat at the entrance of the stall and picked up a bowl of tea, slowly drinking it. Dong Shuijing suddenly stood up. He hurriedly finished the rest of the tea and quickly walked over. A group of people walked down the mountain. Among them was a familiar face. She should have followed the elders of her family up the mountain to burn incense. She had only just come down the mountain. Looking at the time, she was most likely going to stay in Longquan County City. Dong Shuijing smiled and greeted them. He looked the same age as the adults, calling them uncle and aunt. Then he looked at the girl who was slightly taller and asked, "Xianxia, when did you come back?" The little girl no longer tied her hair into a ponytail. In the past, Xianxia had followed Li Baoping and Dong Shuijing on a short, soul-stirring trip. After returning to the small town, these children were divided into 3 groups and went their separate ways. Each of them had their own choices. Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui followed Qin Pingon to the Great Sui Kingdom to study. Dong Shuijing stayed in the small town. After attending school for a period of time, he quickly left. Of the 2 ancestral residences in the small town, he kept one and sold the other. Not only did he buy a luxurious mansion half a street long in the county city, he used the remaining money as capital to start a business on his own. Only Xianxia's family sold the ancestral shop in Dragon Riding Alley and moved to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom with her family. It was unknown whether she returned to her hometown this time to worship her ancestors or something else. Xianxia's parents had only heard of Dong Shuijing but had never seen him. Seeing that their daughter was reluctant to leave, they took the opportunity to say that they wanted to eat a few bowls of wonton. Dong Shuijing personally cooked and brought them to the table. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to behind the counter. Xianxia finished eating hastily and ran to Dong Shuijing's side, quietly asking if there was any news about the treasure bottle. Dong Shuijing could only repeat some of the things that Qin Pingon had said. Xianxia pricked up her ears and did not want to miss a single word. Dong Shuijing looked around and saw that the wonton was almost finished. He asked seemingly casually, "Are you coming back to stay here this time?" Xianxia nodded and said, "I heard that the new school here was founded by the Qin family of Dragon Tail Creek. My grandfather let me and my parents come back. Anyway, the shop is sold but the ancestral house is still there. There is a place to stay." Dong Shuijing nodded. In the end, Xianxia and the others still took the money, but compared to usual, each bowl was less copper coins. Xianxia was a straightforward girl. Seeing that Dong Shuijing dared to take the money, she glared fiercely at this classmate who only cared about money. Dong Shuijing smiled slightly and did not mind. Watching them leave, he knew that there would be many opportunities to meet in the future. When doing business, when acquaintances come to the door, you must not kill them, but you can't not take money. It's best if you don't earn or lose money. Otherwise, the more business you do, the fewer friends you have. If you lose money every time, that person still likes to come to the door from time to time, which proves that the other party does not treat you as a friend. If you earn more than usual every time, then it's even more clear that you don't treat that person as a friend at all. If that's the case, it's more straightforward. If it's the former, it's more worrying. After confirming that there would be no more customers, the 2 shop assistants were already exhausted. Dong Shuijing made 2 big bowls of wonton for each of them and watched them wolfing it down. Dong Shuijing looked at the night outside the shop and then saw a man with a long sword hanging on his back, crossing the threshold. The Mahist hero named Su Ruo had just returned to the ferry of Longquan County from Old Dragon City and came here directly. He smiled and asked the tall young man, "I've already told you about her information against the rules. So have you decided now?" Dong Shuijing nodded. Since she was already a celestial, he could not live like this anymore. If he did that, he could live for decades or even hundreds of years. No matter whether he could get together with that lady in the end, it was always good to be able to see her a few more times. A little demon with the surname Gu appeared at Slip Lake. His name was Gu Kan and he was the last disciple of Lu Zhimao, the true lord of Azure Gorge Island. He could actually control a flood dragon whose strength was comparable to the peak of the Golden Core realm. In the bloody battle between the disciples of the same sect, the flood dragon killed many people on Azure Gorge Island. What was more strange was that Lu Zhimao did not stop it from the beginning to the end. Even when his first disciple was bitten to death by the beast, he still did not show up. If that was the end, Gu Kan's ferocious name would not have spread across Slip Lake, the largest water body of the Aquarius continent. The reason was that after that, on the blue waves of Slip Lake, there would often be a seemingly innocent child wandering around. At first, there were Qi refinement warriors who mistakenly thought that the child was using spells to control water and avoid water. That was why he could leisurely swim on the lake without moving his feet. Generally speaking, everyone minded their own business. However, there was one time when he caused a great disaster. More than 20 young Qi refinement warriors who were on good terms with each other were on a huge boat. They were sightseeing on the lake and they accidentally met that child. The two of them faced each other and no one was willing to give way. Hence, a conflict broke out. As a result, when the two sides were about to collide, the child, with his arms crossed, suddenly rose up. It turned out that he was standing on a huge flood dragon. It pressed down with its claws and cut a warship in half. First, the Qi trainers who tried to escape from the sunken ship by riding the wind were hit by a jet of water from the beast's mouth. After that, they were only left with skeletons. As for those who were drenched, their stomachs were cut open by the beast's claws. Those who were unlucky were put into the mouth and chewed. All the weapons and skills that hit its body did not hurt or itch at all. It did not even bother to dodge. The most miserable person was a smart person, who tried to capture the leader first. He was a sword cultivator with a noble status. He was somewhat famous in Slip Lake where many heroes rose up together. He used his natal flying sword to assassinate the child who was standing on the head of the flood dragon. The flood dragon, which had been playing around, immediately became extremely irritable. It controlled the lake water around its body to raise monstrous waves, trapping the sword practitioner in a square water cage. Then the beast used some kind of secret technique to suck out all the air, allowing the sword practitioner's spiritual qi to dry up and his body to explode to death. There was a loud bang. Blood splattered everywhere in the cage. It was as if a huge flower had bloomed. The child sat cross-legged on the head of the flood dragon and laughed. Some of the Dragon Gate cultivators and Gold Core bigwigs who rushed over were frightened when they saw the scene at close range. Previously, when the Green Canyon Island was fighting among themselves, they were far away. At that time, the beast did not show any skills similar to those of Qi trainers. But today, they saw that the beast seemed to have enlightened its mind and comprehended its natal power from only a few hundred feet away. If the ancient books about the Flood Dragon tribe were not wrong, would it not be a veritable flood dragon of the Earth Immortal realm as long as it made further progress? Being able to take human form in the ancient era when flood dragons flourished, would have been qualified to own a dragon palace in a great river. This group of famous great cultivators from the Book Lake still thought that they were lucky in the beginning. They wanted to secretly save one or two of their disciples, but when the beast waved its claws gently, a huge claw mark appeared on the old cultivator's body hundreds of feet away, and he exploded in the air. Even if there was a gap of 1 or 2 realms between the cultivators of the middle 5 states, the outcome of the battle was not suspenseful. But generally it would not be so decisive. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, no one saved the disciples of the sect who fell into the water. They chose to protect themselves and quickly retreated. After that, some people sneaked into Verdant Canyon Island and tried to assassinate the Devil Gu Kan. But they were all killed by Lu Zhimao. In half a year, 5 or 6 assassination attempts were made, but they were all stopped by Verdant Canyon Island. Half a year later, with Lu Zhimao as the leader, Gu Kan and the beast as the main force, they killed the island sects where the assassins were from. Without exception, only some young boys and girls with good cultivation talent were selected. The rest were all killed. They searched 3 feet deep and collected all the treasures and artifacts. For a time, Verdant Canyon Island vaguely became the master of the islands of Slip Lake. Those who followed it would prosper and those who opposed it would perish. Now, Gu Kan and his mother lived in the most magnificent mansion on Verdant Canyon Island. Several times, The master and disciple joined forces to destroy the mountains of other sections. After the battle, Gukin would ask the senior sister who had tipped him off to help him select some outstanding beauties. They were all young and would be the candidates for the future open clothes girls. He also specially asked someone to teach him how to play zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Today it was rare that Gukin didn't go out to play. He accompanied his mother to the back hall and knelt respectfully on the futon. He kowtowed to a memorial tablet and offered incense. The woman had been living like a princess these years. Her appearance and figure had become more and more plump and moving. After the woman got up, she closed her eyes and put her palms together. She murmured softly as if she was telling her dead husband that she was safe. Gukin stood in the solemn and silent hall. He raised his head and looked at the incense in front of him. This child whose hands had been stained with countless blood was speechless. When the mother and daughter crossed the threshold together, Gukin suddenly called out, "Mother." The woman holding Gukin's little hand looked down and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Gukin squeezed out a smile and shook his head, saying that it was nothing. In the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, there was a starving, skinny little girl. Her clothes were tattered and her eyes were cold. She carefully walked to the Qinghe district where the nobles gathered. She was familiar with the place and came to the back door of a luxurious mansion. Under the scorching sun, the skinny little girl was sweating profusely, but her expression was still cold. She squatted in the shade of a big tree and looked up. She looked at the blazing sun in the sky. That light made her eyes tear up. She silently withdrew her gaze and wiped her tears. Soon the back door of the mansion was secretly opened. From the narrow crack of the door, a person about the same age as the skinny little girl slipped out. She was a rich little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She was wearing gorgeous clothes and was holding a small wooden box with some difficulty. She was sweating profusely. She jogged all the way to the skinny little girl and said with a bright smile, "A gift for you." In the middle of summer, there were some water stains on the small wooden box. The skinny little girl frowned and took the wooden box. Holding it in her arms, she opened the lid with one hand. The beautiful little girl in front of her smiled happily. "Do you still remember that we made this snowman together last winter? I asked the people in the mansion to put it in the ice house. I deliberately took it out today to give it to you. Do you like it?" The skinny little girl lowered her head and stared at the little snowman. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly. That beautiful girl who had walked out of a noble family was still there, innocently asking if he liked her or not, as if she was asking for credit. The skinny little girl slowly raised her head and asked, "Where's the food?" The beautiful little girl exclaimed and apologized, "I'm sorry, I forgot." She had a sad face and kept apologizing. "In a moment I will go to the temple with my parents to burn incense and pray for blessings. I can't bring you anything to eat today. I'm sorry." The skinny little girl's mouth twitched. She lowered her head and looked at the little snowman in the small wooden box. Bang! The wooden box accidentally fell to the ground. The beautiful little girl was about to cry. She quickly squatted down. The skinny little girl squatted down as well. She reached out and picked up a pebble from the wall. She glanced at the little snowman that was broken into two halves in the wooden box. Then she raised her hand high and smashed it at the little girl in the beautiful dress. A cool breeze blew past. When the beautiful little girl raised her head and squeezed out a smile, wanting to tell her good friend that it was okay, she was surprised to find that there was a stranger in front of her. He was wearing a beautiful snow-white robe and had a sword on his back. There was a small vermilion gourd hanging at his waist. The little girl blinked her watery eyes and turned her head slightly to look at the skinny little girl. She was full of questions. She found that her good friend was holding hands with that person. The guy with the sword on his back smiled and pointed in the direction of the back door. He said, "You go home first. Look, someone is waiting for you." Sure enough, the butler, Grandpa Zhao, had already found her. The beautiful little girl held the small wooden box and hesitated. She didn't know if she should give it to her playmate or take it home and continue to hide it in the ice cellar. Fortunately, the stranger made the decision for her. "Take it back. You can't keep it outside. What a pity. You can wait until it snows this winter and then make this little snowman into a big snowman." The little girl nodded vigorously. Holding the small wooden box, she said goodbye to her good friend that she had known for nearly 2 years. The skinny little girl was silent. When the door closed, Qin Pingon let go of the little girl's hand. He felt that this little lunatic was unbelievable. The two children were clearly on good terms. Just because the other didn't bring food once, she wanted to kill him? Qin Pingon looked down and asked, "Who are you?" The little girl raised her head and asked, "Why do you care?" You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.